The war is over. It's hard to believe, but it's finally over. Madara is gone, Akatsuki is gone, Zetsu's army is gone, and the entire world can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The victory came at a high price. More than half of the 70,000 shinobi died. Villages were deserted, the military power of states was greatly undermined. The spirit of unity and solidarity that the great war hero Naruto Uzumaki instilled in everyone's hearts still kept people from reckless actions. But nothing lasts forever. A person always remains a person, and there were those who were ready to destroy such a shaky piece again, pursuing their own personal motives. Only half a year had passed, and the Hokage received news that followers of the destroyed Akatsuki criminal group had appeared, wishing to carry out the plan of the eternal Tsukiyomi, but this time using a much more mysterious force than the combined power of the 9 Biju. Ama no Hoko is a cyclopean tower of unknown metal, created so long ago that there was reason to believe that it was present in this world long before the appearance of Rakudo. The scroll with Sazori, which activates it, was stolen from the secret storage of Konoha. The best Anbu fighters guarding it died under very strange circumstances. There were no injuries on their bodies, and no known poison was found in their blood. Tsunade decided to take action. Since this power cannot be used for good, it must be destroyed. 4 shinobi wearing massive khaki-colored steel helmets with black stripes, equipped with thick shock-absorbing lining and powerful long-range radio transmitters entered the office one after another. Close cooperation with the Land of Iron allowed the creation of truly advanced equipment for shinobi and significantly reduced personnel losses. The fighters were dressed in thick suits with high boots. The clothes were the same color as the helmets, perfectly camouflaging the warriors in almost any terrain. The Hokage ordered to prepare for a long sortie, so behind each of them was a compact backpack made of rubberized fabric, filled with a week's supply of provisions and a double set of military equipment. Among the seemingly inconspicuous elite Anbu fighters, the well-known hero of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Uzumaki Naruto, had wormed his way into the room. Seeing him, Tsunade smiled faintly. Not once had she had to put an impossible task on his shoulders, and not once had she felt a shadow of doubt in his success. Listen to me carefully. Your task is to find and destroy everything that is in any way connected to Ama no Hoko. Any shinobi not wearing identification marks found nearby are to be completely destroyed. The approximate location of the target is square F14 on this map. The landmark is the Horu Oasis. It is large, you will not miss it. Yes, sir. Every single fighter nodded, clicked their heels and walked out of the office, immediately heading to the designated place. Granny is helpless without me. What an irony. Just when I wanted to go on paid leave, I was sent on a mission again, the Jinchuriki grinned sadly. And you're happy to try, you could at least object for the sake of decency, wimp. Kyuubi barked and slammed his clawed paw onto the annoying grate in front of his nose. Don't touch the seal, it gives me a migraine, Naruto muttered, rubbing his head tiredly. I'm sick of this cage, I've been moping around here for a month now, Kurama grumbled, looking with displeasure at the matted fur on his right paw. If you endure it, you won't break. The Jinchuriki answered cheerfully. Oh, so, then you'll have to suffer too. Kyuubi bared his teeth angrily, lay down on his back, and with the methodical efficiency of a pile driver, began to kick the steel grate. I'll catch up with you. Naruto muttered tiredly, stopping in the middle of the road and walking towards the nearest tree. Yes, sir. The shinobi looked at each other silently and continued on their way. Their leader leaned his back against the tree trunk and entered the subconscious. Are you moping again, Kurama? The soldier walked fearlessly between the bars and placed his hand on Kyuubi's other hind leg, the one not busy destroying the gilded lattice. The fox shuddered in surprise and squatted down, looking closely at his Jinchuriki. Today is the first time you've appeared here in a month. I'm bored, Nine-Tailed admitted honestly. Well, I'm sorry, you know. Naruto started his favorite barrel organ for the 100th time. Yes, service, we've already been through that, Nine-Tailed waved his paw. Wait a week, then I'll definitely take a vacation, and then we'll go to the mountains, I'll let you out, and you'll do whatever you want. Okay. I'll believe you, but watch out, if you lie, I'll beat this grate until your nose bleeds. The fox grinned sadistically and poked Naruto in the helmet with his claw, who fell into the water in surprise and laughed. I'm glad we found a compromise. Uzumaki returned to reality and rushed after his squad. He had to borrow some chakra from the fox and use the Biju mode in order to catch up with the rest of the squad, but Kyuubi didn't mind, he was already looking forward to a well-deserved vacation. The journey to the designated square took 2 days. There was a lake with a large island, about a mile in diameter, in the middle. Despite the Hokage's promise, nothing resembling an oasis was visible. It was good that one of the shinobi in the squad had the Byakugan. Seshi, search the area, the Jinchuriki commanded. The fighter with the white stripe on his helmet stepped forward, opened his visor that protected him from any genjutsu, and followed his commander's instructions. Byakugan. After a few seconds, the man shuddered, peered into the distance and spoke up. I see the target. A large settlement with powerful stone fortifications. Protected by a Class A visual barrier. There are currently about 300 people there. Under the stone dome, there is a huge cloud of chakra. It resembles the Kyuubi's chakra. The mission will be more difficult than I expected. Uzumaki drawled and adjusted his helmet. Kurama, any ideas? Naruto, as always in moments of confusion, turned to his wise companion. The dozing demon stirred and thoughtfully tapped his claws on the floor. My chakra can't be here. The pseudo Jinchuriki Sora lost it several years ago. Maybe they captured one of my brothers. The demon suggested. No, they are all sealed, and the Jinchuriki belong to the 5 great countries. If any of them were kidnapped, we would inevitably be informed. Now is a time of peace, and everyone is trying to maintain a balance of power. Then I can't help you. Sorry. The demon lowered his head onto his crossed paws and began to wait for events to develop, tensely waving his wet tails, ready at any second to pump so much energy into his host that he would not be able to go to the next world even if he wanted to. Naruto looked into the distance thoughtfully for a few more seconds. His charges had already begun to look at each other excitedly, when he finally gave the order. We will conduct reconnaissance in force, use mass destruction techniques, remember, no one should survive. Yes sir. The soldiers nodded to the commander and stepped aside. Kurama, lend me some of your chakra. Naruto asked, awkwardly hesitating at the end. Lend it to me, you never gave it back. The kitsune grumbled, but shared his power. The Jinchuriki covered himself in golden chakra and put his hands in front of him. A super dense black ball of chakra began to form in the air. Uzumaki's charges stood in a circle nearby and pumped a huge cloud of plasma, created with the help of lightning, wind and fire chakra. When the Biju bomb swelled to the size of a watermelon, and the cloud would hardly fit inside Ichiraku, the Jinchuriki's chakra paws placed the ball inside a yellowish formation resembling a miniature sun. With a pop, the plasma fell onto the surface of the ball, and it began to glow like a real star, making a deafening ringing sound. The Anbu stood behind the commander and, having gathered a significant part of their chakra in their palms, sharply pushed the bomb with their hands. With a bone-chilling ringing sound, the ball rushed at great speed towards the camouflaged oasis located 3 kilometers away from the fighters. Naruto waved his hand, and Urite, who wielded the Doden, slapped his palms on the ground, erecting a semicircular stone wall a meter thick in front of the Anbu. The charge has detonated. The Doden master informed those present, feeling his native element begin to shake under his feet. The oasis, along with 300 new cannon, simply ceased to exist, turning into plasma from the hellish heat. The attack happened completely suddenly. No one even had time to realize what was happening, let alone take action. The visible space was flooded with an all-pervading light. Despite the fact that it was only reflected from a distant mountain range, the shaded visors could not protect the fighters' eyes from having to close their eyes. A powerful underground shock followed, throwing people a good couple of meters. The ear-splitting roar grew. The shock wave was approaching. You're right. Reinforce the wall. The captain ordered with alarm in his voice. Usually such protection was more than enough, but this time everything went a little off plan. The Anbu pressed his palms to the wall and fed it with chakra. A blow of terrible force fell on the barrier. The monolithic rock split and cracked. The trees behind the Anbu were torn out by the roots, followed by the front of increased pressure, fragments of stones flying from the center of the explosion. One of them hit the wall, breaking through it and flying half a meter from the Jinchuriki's nose. Idiot, lie down on the ground, you'll kill both yourself and me. Kyuubi roared, striking the metal bars with his claws to intimidate. Uzumaki followed his Biju's advice and spread out on the ground. His charges followed his example, except for Urite, who had to support the wall. After 5 seconds, the rumble began to subside, and the pressure on the defense weakened to a minimum. The man removed his palms from the wall and sighed in relief. Phew, I think it's finished. A piercing roar drowned out Urite's voice. The captain looked out from behind the wall and froze in amazement. His charges did the same. What kind of creature is this? Seshi barked. In the middle of the crater, 100 meters deep and 500 meters in diameter, sat a pitch-black, 10-headed monster. Kurama, any ideas? The Jinchuriki turned to his furry encyclopedia again. It looks like that freak was hiding in Ama no Hoko, the nine-tails said tensely, studying the enemy closely with the eyes of its host. Repeat the salvo. The Jinchuriki commanded nervously. The Anbu loaded the bomb again and sent it at the enemy. The roar turned into a piercing screech, the wall almost collapsed, but protected the fighters. It's no use. Naruto barked. The creature not only survived, but was approaching them at high speed. Let me out, I'll eat her like Dango. The nine-tails roared a little too cheerfully. Are you sure? You might get hurt. Naruto asked worriedly. The last thing he wanted was for his best friend to be torn to pieces. I am Kyuubi no Yoko, I can cripple anyone I want. The fox answered, convincing himself more than anything else. Well, it's up to you. Naruto shrugged. After all, Kurama has more brains than he does, and he knows exactly what he's doing. Surround him and strike at the base of his neck. I'll call upon Kyuubi and we'll draw attention to ourselves, the captain addressed his charges. Yes sir. The Anbu scattered in different directions, Naruto stayed in place. The Jinchuriki removed his glove, formed hand seals, pricked his finger, and slapped his palm on the ground. With a loud bang, Kurama appeared in a cloud of white smoke. The fox carefully picked up the Jinchuriki in his palm and placed him between his ears. Well, little brother, let's show this bastard what we're made of. Naruto encouraged the nine-tails. The Kyuubi roared and rushed into close combat. The Hydra tried to bite its opponent with all 10 of its jaws, but the fluffy tails wrapped around their heads and prevented them from moving. Kurama sank his fangs into the monster's chest and began to tear apart the toughest muscles of the disgusting creature. Flashes of useless fireballs from the other Anbu flickered around the fox's muzzle, distracting the demon from the insanely difficult confrontation. Calm your baboons down, I can't see anything. The demon howled. Naruto immediately pressed the intercom button and addressed his team. Retreat and wait for me in Hacho no Sato, you are useless in this fight, the Jinchuriki barked into the transmitter. Yes sir. The breathless soldiers answered in one voice and ran away from the battlefield. Kyuubi was rapidly losing ground, the Hydra's necks were stronger than his tails. In just a couple of minutes, the Hydra had reached the kitsune. Razor-sharp fangs easily pierced the thick skin, going deep into the rock-hard flesh of the Biju. Kurama howled in pain, but that was only the beginning. Scarlet beams of energy burst from the monster's throat, incinerating the fox alive. Kyuubi unclenched his jaws and screamed, feeling his internal organs turning to ash. Kurama, no. Naruto reacted in a split second and called the demon away, without thinking about himself at all. Damn, was all the Jinchuriki managed to say before his body was caught in a scarlet beam and disintegrated into atoms. The next moment, the huge black carcass fell to the ground, dying from its wounds. The fighters never waited for their commander and returned to the battlefield. Seeing the corpse of the monster there and not being able to reach Naruto on the radio, they made the logical conclusion and took off their helmets in a minute of silence, after which they went to the Hokage with a report on the mission accomplished. This world was saved at the cost of the lives of the greatest hero of all time, Uzumaki Naruto and his no less great companion Kurama. Commentary on Act 1 Chapter 1. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade Naruto, where would we be without it? Act 1 Chapter 2. A wet fat man was lying unconscious on the tiled floor of the bathroom. It would have been funny if it hadn't been so sad. Naruto was taking a shower and dropped the soap. Bending down to pick it up, the guy slipped. With a scream, Naruto flew out of the bathroom, hitting his head hard on the cold ceramic. Pain. A dull aching pain in the back of my head. Where did it come from? I was pulverized into atoms. I think I feel cold. The cold of death, probably. But why only under my ass? I didn't think that Shinigami had such addictions. Thoughts rolled around like heavy granite blocks in Naruto's consciousness, exhausted by the inter-world transfer. What the hell is this? An indignant squeak sounded in the Jinchuriki's head. This doesn't sound like angelic singing at all. The Jinchuriki opened his eyes and stared in bewilderment at the lone light bulb hanging from the whitewashed ceiling on a short wire. This doesn't look like heaven at all, he thought. What's happening to me? The panicked squeak in Naruto's head repeated itself, echoing with a dull pain in his brain, causing its owner to wince painfully. But Uzumaki did not recognize the voice, otherwise he would have immediately understood what was happening. The Jinchuriki raised his head and hissed in pain. When Naruto saw his body, he froze in shock. It did not at all resemble the muscular torso of a young Anbu captain. Obese, flabby, it was disgusting in its appearance alone. The Jinchuriki looked at his vast belly and swore loudly. Naruto, run to me. A demanding squeak was heard in the Jinchuriki's head. Who are you? Uzumaki asked in bewilderment, having never imagined that the bone-chilling bass of the Nine Tails could turn into the voice of a fairy from children's cartoons. Tsunade's left tit. Madara, damn you. Kyuubi, who else? The demon was indignant. Naruto, without further questions, moved into the subconscious, throwing his buzzing head back onto the floor. The meeting between the Jinchuriki and his Biju was unforgettable. They had never seen such nonsense in their worst nightmares. Kurama was the size of a kitten, only twice as fluffy. The Jinchuriki resembled Choji, a completely naked Choji. Kyuubi whined hungrily. Control over his instincts that had played out cost him a huge effort. His body, deprived of almost all of its chakra reserves, urgently needed food. How tiny, Uzumaki said, spellbound, unable to resist the emotion that washed over him. The Jinchuriki had always been partial to animals and would have gotten himself a pet long ago, if not for the Nine Tails' categorical disagreement. Now the fox was the cutest creature in the world, which made Naruto want to touch it. The boy's voice brought Kurama out of his stupor, and he only managed to open his mouth when Naruto grabbed him in his arms and began to squeeze him. How fluffy, how soft. The Jinchuriki rubbed his face against the muzzle of the hovering Kyuubi, after which the latter realized what was happening and went into an uncontrollable rage. A brutal hunger took over the usually phlegmatic demon, putting his mind to sleep and giving control of the body to instincts. And instincts demanded only one thing, to eat. With a loud pop, the tiny Biju grew to the size of an ordinary fox, sank its fangs into Naruto's shoulder and began to tear a piece of meat out of him. The Jinchuriki howled in pain and with great difficulty unclenched the demon's jaws, which had now latched onto his fingers. The guy slammed the fox against the bars several times and threw the kitsune into the wall with all his might. The demon rose to its paws, quietly whining from the pain throughout its body. Running to the opposite corner of the cage, Naruto covered the wound on his shoulder with his palm and glanced warily at his friend who had gone crazy. The picture before the fox's eyes was blurry. He had a concussion. When he focused his gaze and saw the bloody Jinchuriki dropping scarlet drops into the cold water, the demon's insides clenched in horror. The kitsune rushed towards Naruto, but he frowned sternly and held out his injured limb in front of him, clearly intending to fight. Naruto, I didn't do it on purpose, my instincts got the better of me. I swear by Shinigami, I will heal you this very second, and it will never happen again. Kyuubi looked at the floor in confusion. The Jinchuriki looked at the offending demon with a wary look, but then lowered his fists. Okay, I believe you, but please keep yourself in check. Naruto winced in pain. Even though he was used to enduring it, the sensation was still not pleasant. The fox slowly walked towards the guy, swaying from side to side, and fell on its side a few steps away from the guy. The Jinchuriki cursed and ran up to him, but the demon rose to its trembling paws and looked at Uzumaki with a pained face. Naruto realized that he had hit Kurama too hard, but what else could he do? Let the demon eat him. Sorry, the Jinchuriki muttered without enthusiasm, feeling how he was losing precious blood. No, it's my own fault. Give me your hand, the fox said, sitting down in the water. The Jinchuriki extended his torn fingers to the Biju and looked at him warily. The fox swallowed convulsively, his nostrils flaring from the smell of blood, but he was able to control himself and lowered his paws glowing with scarlet chakra to the wound. Naruto immediately felt a relaxing warmth, drowning out the unpleasant tickling sensation. In just a few seconds, Naruto's palm was completely fine, then the fox began to work on his torn shoulder, cursing himself for his weakness of spirit. After the treatment was finished, the demon fixed his brains, collapsed into the water and whined pitifully. He had almost no chakra to begin with, and now he had used it all up, slightly decreasing in size, having spent the minimum necessary to maintain them. The worried Jinchuriki helped the fox sit up and brought him back to his senses by scratching the Biju behind the ear. Naruto, forgive me, I swear it will never happen again. The fox blurted out. It's okay, it doesn't matter now. Can you get even bigger, or is that all you can do? The guy asked, measuring the demon's height between his palms. It seems that this is all. I feel like a helpless cub. The fox complained to his only comrade in misfortune. You think I'm better? Just look at me, I'm a fat little pig. Naruto nervously poked his finger into his stomach. Well, I can't say it was that bad. The fox licked his lips and stared hungrily at the fat man, trying to somehow stir up the Jinchuriki. It's not funny, Naruto muttered. As for me, it's very much so. The fox replied and laughed, poking the guy in the shoulder with his clawed paw. The Jinchuriki grinned slyly and scratched the demon behind the ear, causing him to fall into the water and purr softly. I didn't know you had so much in common with simple animals, Naruto said, smiling wider and wider, and how could he not smile when the great and terrible Biju stuck out his tongue and squinted his eyes in pleasure. The demon perked up and jumped to his paws, pushing the Jinchuriki's hand away and puffing himself up arrogantly, making Uzumaki laugh even more, driving away all thoughts of despair from him. Well, that's enough laughing. We need to find out what we're capable of at the moment. The Jinchuriki rose to his feet and tried to charge the rasengan, but discovered that his chakra reserve was 10 times less than necessary. Naruto went cold, his hands trembled, he couldn't use his main combat technique, on which almost all the others were based. That is, without it, he was completely helpless. Kurama, I can't even charge the rasengan. Kyuubi moved closer, looked at the empty palm turned towards the ceiling, without the slightest breath of chakra, and shook his head. And if Uzumaki folded the seals and a lone clone appeared in front of him, immediately falling into the water like a broken doll, and Naruto himself almost went after him from the fatigue that had fallen on him. Kyuubi whined and covered his eyes with his paw. Naruto's jaw trembled, he could not perform the technique that had been his calling card since childhood. The technique without which he could not imagine his life. At least this. The Jinchuriki folded his fingers into a ring and blew out a fireball the size of a tangerine, which flew 3 meters and dissipated in a cloud of soot. Naruto fell to his knees and grabbed his head with his hands. The fat man's body was shaking slightly, he was an ordinary child, without even basic shinobi skills. His entire previous life was wasted, all his achievements were an empty sound in this world. Maybe it was just a dream and he was never a hero of the Fourth Shinobi World War. No, that's impossible, otherwise Kyuubi wouldn't have known. I'm useless, why should Kurama suffer because of me? He deserved forgiveness long ago, and I deserve eternal rest in the Shinigami chambers. I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Uzumaki thought gloomily. Kurama, let me let you out. The Jinchuriki rose to his feet and walked towards the seal with a stony face. Hey, what are you thinking of? The fox covered the distance to the grate in one jump and blocked the Jinchuriki's path. I'm a worthless piece of meat, you were right to attack me, I'm not worthy of the right to be called a shinobi. Naruto, are you sick or are you pretending? The fox was worried about what was happening, he saw his Jinchuriki in such a state for the first time, he urgently needed to cheer him up. Freedom is a tempting offer, but he is my friend, I can't let him die so stupidly after everything he did. The fox thought, frowning sternly and preparing to defend the bars until his last breath. I'm a terminally obese Anbu captain who can't breathe out a fireball, Uzumaki blurted out angrily. And I am an ordinary fox, whom a simple peasant can lift on a pitchfork. What should I do now? Bite my own throat? Kurama himself was not in the best mood, he had never been so tiny, the strength, scrupulously collected for more than 1 century, disappeared without a trace. Naruto sighed heavily and sat down in the water, Kyuubi lay down in front of him and fluffed up his tails behind his back. Thanks for your support, brother. Sorry for falling apart. The Jinchuriki placed his hand on the fox's wet back and smiled wearily. No problem. Just be kind enough not to joke with the seal. I might not be able to restrain myself next time. The demon sighed sadly, realizing that he would have to sit locked up for a very long time. It won't happen again, Kurama. Thank you for your patience. After remaining silent for a couple more minutes and playing a staring contest with the fox, Naruto couldn't help but smile. It was impossible not to laugh at the sight of those ears. Let's look for the positive side in everything. We'll have a chance to save our dead friends and nip Akatsuki in the bud. The Jinchuriki said with exaggerated cheerfulness. Are you sure that your friends and Akatsuki are even here? The demon muttered, not sharing his friend's optimism. No. The guy scratched his head thoughtfully and looked at the demon, expecting him to tell him once again what to do in a hopeless situation. The fox sighed heavily and shook his head. Naruto would not have become an Anbu captain without him, let alone a Jonin. He spoiled him. I suggest that we not use your favorite reconnaissance in force for now and find out all the information before making a rash move, the demon said and laid his head on his crossed paws, looking longingly at the water that only covered the stone floor by a centimeter, signaling the meager reserve of his Jinchuriki's chakra. Kurama, thank you. I don't know how to thank you. Naruto said, patting the demon on the back. The fox grinned and snorted playfully. Don't give up and don't forget about me, I don't need more from you. I hear a knock on the door, I think you need to go. The demon looked at his friend with concern. Yes sir. The encouraged Jinchuriki moved into reality, where the door was cracking from the hail of blows that fell upon it. The Jinchuriki glanced suspiciously at the door, not knowing how to answer the stranger without attracting unnecessary attention. Ni-san, open up, you're not alone in the house. A boyish squeal was heard. Ni-san, I have a brother. Maybe I have parents too. Uzumaki said with a hidden hope in his voice. It's possible. Come on, get dressed. Judging by the screams, you've been here for a long time. Damn, there's blood all over this place. The Jinchuriki stared in horror at the pool of scarlet liquid that had soaked his foot towel and spread across the tiled floor. I'm coming, Naruto shouted, grabbing a towel and wiping away the traces, hastily washing away the blood in the bathroom. Kurama whined shamefully. All the damage that Naruto received in the subconscious, his body received in reality, so all this mess was his pa's work. A couple of minutes later, the floor was clean, but wet, and Naruto was breathing heavily from the excessive physical strain on his flabby body. Ni-san, I'm late. A squeaky boyish voice rang out, and the knock on the door was repeated. Naruto quickly pulled on the black shorts and blue t-shirt hanging on the hook and, having prayed to all the gods, took hold of the gilded handle. The Jinchuriki opened the door, and was immediately pushed aside by a disheveled boy of about 8 years old with dark red hair, who glared angrily at the fat man and pushed him out of the shower. A few seconds later, the rustling of water was heard behind the door, and the Jinchuriki, swaying from the concussion he had received and now and then bumping into the walls covered in green wallpaper with white camellias, headed off to explore the unfamiliar world. A blonde girl of Naruto's age, with 2 ponytails and the same sky-blue eyes as Naruto, came around the corner and onto the flight of stairs. Despite her youth, the girl had very outstanding qualities, refined features and, as it turned out, a terribly bad character. Rump, your mother is looking for you everywhere, get to the kitchen. The sister barked and walked on, pushing her plump little brother aside. Rump, I'm a hero of the 4th World War, I defeated Jubi, I personally finished off Madara, and after that some brat calls me a rump. Resign yourself, in this world you are just a child, the fox answered gloomily. Hell no, Naruto, still reeling from the stress of his death, seethed with anger. Whore, the fat man roared, looking defiantly at the stranger. The girl froze with her leg raised and slowly turned around, blushing with rage. I'll rip your head off, you piece of fat. The girl bared her teeth angrily and rushed into hand-to-hand combat. Naruto got into a fighting stance and tried to use his old tricks, but he only twisted his ankle and fell to the floor, howling in pain throughout the house. Then the girl, offended in her best feelings, came running and kicked her brother in the ribs 3 times, after which she sat on his chest and began methodically turning his face into a bluish mess. Kurama wanted to make a sneer, but he realized that Naruto was almost crying from despair at that moment. The Anbu captain was on the verge of a breakdown, he couldn't handle a 13-year-old girl. Nigai, a sonorous soprano rang out behind the girl, after which she was pulled by the scruff of the neck by a tall, busty beauty of about 16 years old with long scarlet hair gathered in a ponytail, framing a chiseled face with delicate milky white skin, without a single flaw. The gaze was riveted by bottomless eyes of a rare amber shade, at the moment full of righteous anger. Coral lips were compressed into a narrow strip, the youngest was planning a long and painful showdown for dinner today. Mommy, let go, he was calling me names. Nigai barked, trying to break free from her older sister's tenacious grip. Even if that's the case, although I hardly believe it, is that a reason to turn him into a cutlet? Nigai, I'm starting to doubt your sanity, he's never hurt a fly in his entire life. After all, he's your brother, and you're behaving like a drunk Tsunade. The girl grimaced contemptuously, remembering her wild relative. You're going to have a serious talk with your parents. You're free. Mamoka unclenched her fingers and her sister stood up on the floor. A freckled mop, Nigai whispered quietly, for which she received a powerful slap and, flying over her brother, ran away in tears. The younger one, who had taken a shower, came out of the bathroom smiling contentedly and was thrown back by his enraged sister. Well, Kangen got caught in the crossfire too. Naruto, are you okay? The kunoichi looked worriedly at her brother, who was literally devouring her with his eyes, but managed to look away. Naruto, she's your sister. The demon said indignantly, reproachfully, feeling the carnal attraction of his Jinchuriki. That doesn't make her ugly, the Jinchuriki replied, not at all embarrassed by his lustful thoughts. She is ugly, hair only on her head, no tail, small claws and fangs, ears that would make a chicken laugh. The demon began to list the main, in his opinion, shortcomings of the girl. What do you know about women? The Jinchuriki snorted mockingly. Kyuubi frowned in offense and fell silent, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. The girl squatted down and shook her head. Why did you bother her? She's crazy, remember? Now you have a concussion and a dislocation. The kunoichi carefully picked up her brother and carried him to the emergency room. Naruto fell silent in shock. His older sister really loved him. At least something good, he thought. Thank you, Momoka. The kunoichi raised an eyebrow in surprise, but then broke into a wide smile. Usually, her brother didn't talk at all. This was largely due to Nigai, who, despite all the punishments, continued to beat him. You're welcome, little brother. Be smart and don't get into trouble. It's a very useful skill that you'll need more than once. Momoka smiled softly and looked into the distance. On the way, the Jinchuriki turned his head 360 degrees. The village wasn't much different from its parallel universe counterpart, but Uzumaki's gaze caught on a fully functioning Uchiha police department, several representatives of which walked past one after another. Naruto felt the dark malice of the Nine Tails. The demon hated the Uchiha with all his being. Are you still mad about that incident with Madara? Naruto asked. Those red-eyed abominations, all of them can control me, not just Madara, and I don't like it. The kitsune growled darkly. You don't have to be an Uchiha to do that. A simple village man could finish us both off with a couple of kicks. Naruto sighed heavily, and the fox was overwhelmed with such despair that it was instantly transmitted to his Jinchuriki. Don't panic ahead of time. As long as I'm alive, no one will touch you, and we'll definitely find a way to become stronger, Naruto encouraged his partner, wincing from the pain all over his body. Thank you, the demon said quietly, curling up and covering himself with his fluffy tails. The hospital was quite impressive, clearly larger than the one in Naruto's home world. One wing had the Uzumaki clan symbol on it, which caught the Jinchuriki's attention. I doubt my family got a whole wing, the boy muttered thoughtfully. And you look there. The demon took control of Uzumaki's eyes, and the latter fell silent in shock. 15 people in white coats with scarlet hair walked down the street and entered the building. There are so many of them. Naruto exclaimed in amazement. Now he definitely won't have to worry about the population of his own clan. Damn jailers, how I hate them. The fox, who had just calmed down, growled angrily again. Calm down, Kurama, the Jinchuriki sighed wearily, tired of listening to the angry, RRR. The fox fell silent and closed his eyes, imagining how good it would be to devour all these clan freaks and thereby clearly demonstrate to them what it means to be in a hopeless situation. Naruto, as the son of the Hokage, was placed in a single-bed luxury ward. Momoka kissed him and wished him a speedy recovery, after which she went home. The doctor appointed was a young man of average height with rare olive-colored hair and pale gray eyes. My name is Mamoru, I am your attending physician, the doctor introduced himself and made a slight half-bow. Hello, my name is... Oh, come on, everyone knows your name, Naruto, the doctor chuckled, you'll have to lie here for a couple of days until your ankle gets stronger. Here's the nurse call button, but don't mess around, or our girls might give you a punch in the teeth. Good luck, get well soon. The doctor left the office and closed the door behind him. The Jinchuriki felt his bruised face in disbelief and yelped in pain. Poor thing, the demon exhaled sympathetically. We'll get through this trouble. What do you think about the current situation? Uzumaki asked. What's there to think about? After death, we were thrown into another world along with the seal. The local Ur, a downtrodden quiet guy who can't handle a girl. The damned Uchiha and Uzumaki are alive here, which I hope to fix soon. You have a brother and 2 sisters, and your parents. Then the door flew off its hinges and an enraged Kushina appeared on the threshold in tight mesh knee-length shorts and a fitted green vest. The Jinchuriki ran up to her son and took his face in her hands. My little bunny, are you okay? Asked the worried woman. Mom, Naruto froze, he always dreamed of mother's love, and here it was, in all its glory. The captain didn't even know what to do in this situation. Kushina hugged her son and sat on the bed next to him. I promise, Nigai will be punished with all severity. The woman frowned angrily. No, don't, it's my fault, I insulted her. Naruto hurried to cover for his wayward sister. He was ready to endure any bullying, as long as there was always someone close to him. The mother's face lengthened. Such a long sentence from the lips of the usually shy son was an incredible rarity. That's no reason to send you to the hospital. She's already gone too far, I won't let her off the hook this time. The kunoichi snapped her fingers meaningfully. The Jinchuriki smiled slightly, but his soul was rejoicing at that moment. Even if his younger brother and sister hate him, his eldest loves him. And there's nothing to say about his mother. If the local Naruto is an only child, fat as a pig. Hugging Kushina and being silent for a couple of seconds, Naruto pulled away and looked at his still frowning mother. Tell me, how is father? Uzumaki always admired Yondaime. He imitated him throughout his life and dreamed of one day taking his place. All that was left was to hope that in this world he would be able to accomplish what he had planned. The same as always, sitting with his papers in a dusty residence, chatting with the elders and yelling at the shinobi. His son is in the hospital, and he still hasn't deigned to tear his crowned ass away from his chair and visit you. Kushina slammed her fist into the wall, knocking out chalk crumbs and leaving a cracked stain. Naruto swallowed in fear. Nigai's character was inherited from his mother. Thank you for checking on me, but the doctor said I need to sleep. The Jinchuriki needed to think about the current situation, and it was difficult to do so in the presence of a raging mother. Of course, Sonny, get well soon, your final exam is coming up, you can't skip it. Bloody Habanero kissed her son on the forehead and left the room, putting the door back in place. You have a family I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, Nine-Tailed Fox expressed his opinion. At least none of them have tried to eat me yet, the Jinchuriki retorted. The kitsune fell silent in shame, and was just about to apologize when the door crashed to the floor. A shocked doctor stood on the threshold, holding a tablet. Young man, explain yourself. The doctor barked. Commentary on Act 1 Chapter 2. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? Act 1 Chapter 3. My mother came to me, she knocked down the door. Naruto spread his hands and shook his head, showing with his whole appearance that he did not approve of such behavior of his parent. Kushina-san, okay, then it doesn't matter. The Dr. Winston decided that the insurance would pay for the repairs, and it was better not to bother the Hokage's wife with such trifles, otherwise he could end up in the patient's place. How are you feeling? The doctor asked. Fine, the Jinchuriki replied, wanting to get rid of the presence of the annoying doctor as soon as possible, completely useless, because he had the best healer imaginable, Kurama. Kyuubi, feeling the warm emotions of Uzumaki directed at him, purred with pleasure. Any wishes? The health worker asked kindly. No, thank you, Naruto answered dryly. Then I wish you a speedy recovery and I'll hurry to take my leave, I have a lot to do. The doctor left the room, put the door back in place and went to the caretaker. Naruto, come here, I have a couple of interesting thoughts, the demon said. The Jinchuriki chuckled and closed his eyes, moving into the subconscious. Kyuubi beckoned him with his finger, closed his eyes and from a fairly large fox turned into a small nine-tailed beast. Naruto, remembering Kyuubi's previous reaction to caresses, approached him and skeptically looked at the demon from all sides. Can you accept an intermediate state? For example, become the size of a cat? I can. Kurama grew to 20 centimeters at the withers. Uzumaki stroked his muzzle. The fox purred and tilted his head to the side, but then became embarrassed and pushed the guy's hand away. What is the mechanism of this transformation, and why couldn't you do it in that world? The captain turned on his brain and with a serious look began to understand his friend's new ability. Here the chakra is more flexible and mobile, my body consists of it, so I can compress it and shrink. And, unclench, and grow? Uzumaki asked curiously, confused by his friend's new appearance. No, the body is losing stability, and I can die, disintegrating into chakra. Kurama again increased in size to the size of a fox, and then grew a few more centimeters, but the contours of his body began to blur and exude a scarlet haze, after which the demon returned to his stable form. So that's it. Can you become even smaller? Naruto asked thoughtfully. I can, but there is a limit. If the density is too high, I will explode like the Biju bomb. So when you grow up, your minimum size will increase too? The guy asked. That's right. Kyuubi shook his head and fell silent for a couple of moments, after which he looked up at Naruto and asked the question that was tormenting him. Do you think you have enough strength to summon little me? I don't know. I have to try, and if it works out, are you ready to be my pet? Naruto rolled his eyes dreamily, imagining how he would cuddle the little fox every day. Pito o omsem, Kyuubi drawled, thoughtfully throwing his head back. Naruto, are you completely out of your mind? The kitsune growled angrily. And still, I promise I'll take good care of you, a warm home and free food included. Uzumaki tried his luck again. I'll think about it, the fox muttered. Naruto smiled. He didn't say no, which meant he had a chance, he just needed to summon him. Then I'll go to the real world and summon you like I did in that world. Naruto asked. Yes. The demon answered dryly. The Jinchuriki was transported to reality, made seals and bit his finger. The guy slapped the wall with his hand, and a fox the size of a cat fell out of it. Naruto caught the biju and sat it on the bed. The demon snorted contemptuously and proudly threw back his muzzle, making it clear with his whole appearance that he had no intention of saying, thank you. You know, you even benefit from this move to a new world. No one will find you if you stay this small and clean up your chakra, but that's sad, sad to tears, Naruto muttered, poking himself in the belly. Kyuubi looked guiltily into Uzumaki's eyes, but then grinned playfully. Nonsense, eat less and everything will be fine. I'm more interested in how I can gobble up 100 or 2 shinobi without anyone noticing. Uzumaki blinked and picked at his ear with his little finger. What? The boy asked, hoping that he had misheard and that the cute, fluffy fox wasn't going to become a cannibal. Do you think I will tolerate my helplessness? The demon asked. Are you completely out of your mind? I'm not participating in this. Moreover, I'm against it. The Jinchuriki was indignant. Who's asking you? The demon roared cheerfully, waving his paw at his host. Naruto frowned menacingly and punched Kyuubi in the stomach. PFF'd. Okay, you'll agree anyway. The demon hissed through tightly clenched jaws. It was clear from Uzumaki's face that the act of cruelty to animals could be repeated, so the fox quickly changed the subject. I'm more concerned about one detail. Your mother is the Jinchuriki of the local version of me, the demon said. So what? The Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow in confusion, but lowered his fists. He might not like my presence, and I am not able to fight back even against you, not to mention the biju, the kitsune muttered darkly. I swear by Shinigami, I won't let anyone hurt you. The fat man poked the redhead in the forehead with 2 fingers. He wanted to laugh, but steel gleamed in Uzumaki's eyes. With the same confidence he said that he would become Hokage. With the same confidence he went to Jubi. With the same confidence he gave his life in the name of saving that world. Thank you, Kyuubi answered quietly and lay down on the Jinchuriki's stomach, resting his head on his paws. Well then, we need to make a training plan. Every day, wake up at 6 in the morning and run around Konoha for an hour, and do the same in the evening. We need to lose weight. The Jinchuriki began to plan a rehabilitation course. So many calories are wasted, Kyuubi whined, shaking his head from side to side. And you will be allowed to walk in the forest and hunt, what do you say about that? Uzumaki asked slyly and curiously. And you'll let me go? The fox squinted his left eye in disbelief, and stared with his right at the plump face of his Jinchuriki. I trust you and I know that you won't misbehave and attack our people. Kyuubi groaned and buried his nose in the blanket. Now he definitely won't be able to deceive him, otherwise he will stop respecting himself. That's not fair. You can't pressure someone's trust. The kitsune whined. What else? Threatening you is useless, you'll grow up and eat me up, Kurama growled resentfully. Naruto chuckled and scratched him behind the ear. The fox cub purred contentedly again. This went on for a couple of minutes until Uzumaki remembered the reason for his presence in the hospital. Kurama, please heal my black eyes, the Jinchuriki asked. No problem. The fox immediately crawled closer to Naruto's face and put his paws, glowing with the scarlet light of chakra, to it. A couple of minutes later, there was no trace of the bruises. Kyuubi approached the Jinchuriki's ankle and after a few minutes, healed it too. Arigato, Kurama, the fat man exclaimed, squeezing the biju in his arms. You're welcome, Naruto, the demon croaked. It was already dark outside. The Jinchuriki closed his eyes and began to snore quietly. Kurama, after a bit of hesitation, crawled under the blanket and snuggled up to Naruto's warm side. Waking up in the morning, Uzumaki was surprised to find a little red-haired lump warmed up next to him and carefully slid out of bed. Having reached the toilet, which was in this room, and having done his dirty business, Naruto thought that it would be nice to chew something. Having hobbled to the refrigerator, his legs still hurt, the Jinchuriki found several nutritional bars there and, stealthily looking at the fox, ate everything, throwing the packaging into the basket standing nearby. Uzumaki climbed onto the bed and poked Kyuubi in the nose, who yelped offendedly and opened his eyes. If you do that again, I'll bite off your finger, said the demon, frowning menacingly. Well, sorry, I couldn't help myself, the boy justified himself. The fox stood up on all fours and stretched languidly, yawning widely. Can you do something for me? Naruto asked. You expanded my Kirakuke in that world with your chakra, can you repeat that trick here? Uzumaki asked with a hidden hope in his voice. Naruto, I have been doing this since your birth, hoping to kill you, constantly increasing the doses. As a result, the process has been gradual throughout your entire life, Kyuubi answered after a tense pause. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, and Kurama, it turns out, had been trying to kill him all his life. The fox noticed the boy's reaction and hastened to correct himself. After we became friends, I continued to pour chakra, but this time with the goal of helping you. The guy felt like Fuji had been lifted from his soul. He sighed with relief and smiled. What's the problem now? Pour in as much as you want, I'll make sure the seal doesn't get in the way. You will die if the dose is too high. I can speed up the process several times if you really don't interfere, but your reserve will not reach its previous size very soon, the fox answered, shaking his head sadly. It doesn't matter. Apparently, there are 2 to 6 months left before the exam. Will you have time to make it so that I can summon at least a couple of clones? The guy asked. No problem, the kitsune replied. Arigato, my friend, the Jinchuriki exclaimed, grinning mischievously. The fox smiled and put his paw in front of him. Naruto gave him 5 and relaxedly leaned back on the bed. Suddenly the door began to fall. The fox cub immediately darted under the blanket and lay down next to the Jinchuriki. My little chipmunk, a broken female voice rang out, and a woman of about 50 ran into the room, sporting gray strands in her scarlet hair and a wicker basket covered with a waffle towel. There were a minimum of wrinkles on her face, and in principle she resembled an aged Kushina like 2 peas in a pod. The guest put the basket on the bed and climbed up to kiss the Jinchuriki, but he pushed her away, saving Kyuubi from turning into pate. The fox immediately understood what was happening and quietly slipped to the other half of the bed. Ma'am, who are you? The Jinchuriki was confused. Don't you recognize your grandmother? Damn Nigai, I'll give her what for. How can you beat up your own brother like that? The woman, who turned out to be a strong kunoichi, kicked the innocent nightstand and broke the door. Uzumaki's eyes widened in surprise. The fox under the blanket quietly scratched his leg with its claws. The smell of meat coming from the basket drove the demon crazy. Granny, sorry, I was a little out of my mind. The Jinchuriki didn't even know what to say to the guest. He knew how to communicate with parents, but what should he do with his grandmother? I brought you some pies, with meat, just like you like them. The woman proudly placed the basket on the Jinchuriki's lap and looked at him expectantly. The fox was almost crying from despair and began to chew the mattress. Naruto, guessing what they wanted from him, took out a pie, bit off a piece and thoughtfully chewed it. A couple of seconds later, he moaned with pleasure and pounced on the pastry. Grandma was happy, since Naruto, as always, had a good appetite, then everything was fine with him. The Jinchuriki took the 5th pie in his hand, but overcame himself and put it back in the basket. The culprit of obesity had been found, and it had to be dealt with. Judging by the fuss under the blanket, he would have an excellent assistant in this difficult matter. Well then, tell me how things are at the academy. The woman asked. Everything's fine, Grandma, Uzumaki drawled, leaning back on the headboard of the bed. That bastard Kiba doesn't offend you. Just tell me and I'll put him in his place in a jiffy. Naruto imagined this picture, made a miserable face, imagining how the local Uzumaki must have disgraced himself more than once, and shook his head. The fox under the blanket barely held back the laughter that was bursting out. No, everything is great. Better tell me, how is Grandpa? The Jinchuriki immediately mentally hit himself in the face with his palm. If Grandpa died, then his disguise would be over. As always, hanging out with that old alcoholic Jiraiya. This time they went fishing. The boy grunted. He knew this, fishing, where a good catch was considered to be a size starting from the 4th. After chatting about this and that and driving the fox to a white heat, the grandson and grandmother said goodbye. The woman put the door back in place and went to give Minato a dressing down for the disgusting upbringing of his youngest daughter. Kurama immediately jumped out from under the blanket, grabbed the towel with his teeth and threw it aside. Don't you want to become bigger? I doubt you'll be able to eat everything in this form. You're giving them to me. The fox, having grabbed the pie in his jaws, put it back in its place, stunned. Yes, Naruto replied, smiling widely. Thank you. Tears flowed from Kyuubi's eyes, and he hugged his Jinchuriki. He was surprised to note the metamorphosis that had occurred with the fox. The fingers on his paws had become much longer, and the paws themselves were more reminiscent of human hands. That is, the kitsune had become what he was before. Kurama, so you can change not only the size, but also the shape of your body? Naruto asked the demon, who was already heading towards the basket. The form? The fox asked in bewilderment, then looked at his paw and froze in amazement. It all happened involuntarily, without his knowledge. It looks like that, the fox said thoughtfully, sitting down on the blanket and beginning to closely examine his own body, which had taken on a humanoid form. Excellent. It will be much easier for us to hide your origin. The Jinchuriki exclaimed. Kyuubi nodded, but then his gaze caught on the basket, which completely occupied his entire consciousness. Kurama grew to the size of a large dog, jumped behind the bed hiding him from the eyes of the visitors, put the basket on the floor and gave free rein to his brutal hunger, not even bothering to chew the delicacy, swallowing the pastries whole. Naruto looked in amazement at the quickly flashing paws of the Kyuubi and the food disappearing into the bottomless throat of the Biju at the speed of light, and thoughtfully scratched the top of his head. Where does it fit in? A couple of minutes later, 50 pies rested in the fox's belly, swollen to the size of a football, and Kurama leaned back, blissfully closing his eyes and drooling from his open mouth, his tongue hanging out to the side. Hey, Kurama, are you okay? The Jinchuriki asked worriedly, for whom the picture looked like the fox died from a ruptured stomach. The Jinchuriki poked the fox in the stomach with his finger, the red paw lazily rose from the floor and folded an okay, after which it fell back down again, exhausted. Yes, everything is fine, the Jinchuriki repeated with satisfaction and threw his hands behind his head, smiling slightly. Half the problem with obesity was solved. Commentary on Act 1 Chapter 3. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? Act 1 Chapter 4. Minato sat in his office, discussing the budding conflict with Kumo with the elders, including Danzo and the old Hokage Hiruzen. So, Danzo, what do you propose? Minato asked with the utmost politeness, despite the burning desire to smash the old man's head in right then and there. The Jinchuriki must be transferred to the root. The old schemer started his favorite tune again. Danzo, I will disband your organization if you even hint at this again. Kushina is not participating in the conflict, period. Minato barked and slammed his fist on the table. Everyone present flinched. The fourth's anger was literally in the air. You can't put your family above your village. You are the Hokage, Minato-sama, and you should understand that. The old schemer stubbornly continued to push his line. Do you understand that this will incur not only my wrath, but also the ardent protest of the entire Uzumaki clan? If they collect enough signatures, then we will have every right to disband your organization and bring you personally to trial. The Hokage said gloomily. Danzo frowned. He was being threatened, and this was unpleasant, because the threats were not unfounded. Well then, and then the enraged mother-in-law burst into the office. Minato, why the hell is your son in the hospital and you're sitting here on your ass? Not at all embarrassed by the 4 high-ranking visitors, the kunoichi began to scold her son-in-law from the doorway. Yoshimi, we're in a meeting, leave the room. Minato barked, narrowing his eyes angrily. As if he had enough problems with the elders, his family was constantly trying to get on his nerves. I'll give you such a meeting. Uzumaki hissed, still ignoring those around her. Minato's face darkened. The usually phlegmatic and reasonable Hokage was seething with rage. The small office was instantly filled with heavy, oppressive ki. The ruler's blue eyes narrowed, instantly pinning Yoshimi, who had lost all her fighting spirit, to the ground. Get out, the Hokage said quietly. Yoshimi pursed her lips, but obeyed and left the office. As soon as she disappeared behind the door, Minato immediately calmed down, and the elders sighed with relief. Although they believed that the 4th Hokage was still too young and hot-blooded, no one present doubted his strength and ability to use it in time. Even Danzo involuntarily felt respect for his ideological opponent. Forcing this crazy woman to obey was expensive. The rest of the meeting was held in a more peaceful manner, and in 40 minutes all organizational issues were resolved. As soon as the last high-ranking elder disappeared behind the door, an angry Yoshimi burst into the office. Minato sighed heavily and prepared to listen to another angry tirade addressed to him. Now he had no reason to throw his mother-in-law out. Minato, what the hell? Nigai beat Naruto up, he has a dislocation and a concussion, and you didn't even tell her anything. The angry woman growled. I won't tell. Until this lazy guy understands that eating your pies will only make him fat, and comes to his senses, I won't interfere. Why the hell is he calling his grandmother for help instead of fighting back against Kiba like a normal healthy male? Minato answered with difficulty, holding back the anger seething inside, as coldly as was possible in this situation. He doesn't want to hurt other people, and he's told you this more than once. The loving grandmother was indignant. Doesn't want to hurt. Great. The only thing I needed to be happy was a pacifist heir. At his age, I've already completed 3S rank missions. Not a son, but a complete disappointment. That same Nigai, unlike him, has balls. I hope that at least Kengan will live up to my expectations, otherwise the Namikaze clan can be written off. The Hokage howled and glared angrily at his equally furious mother-in-law. Minato, he's given up. You shoved him into the academy yourself, so take responsibility for him. Are you his father or what? Minato looked at the floor in embarrassment, and Yashimi, seeing a positive result, hurried to develop her unexpected success. The boy needs support, he needs to be believed in. If his own father turned away from him, if he is oppressed even by his family, then what can we talk about? Talk to him, pay attention to him, after all, he is your son. Yashimi begged. The Hokage sighed heavily and covered his face with his hand. Okay, I'll talk to him when he's discharged from the hospital, are you happy? Namikaze muttered with a martyred look. Well, at least it's something. Watch out, if you lie to me, I'll shake your soul out. Yashimi turned around and walked out of the office with a firm gait, putting the Hokage in his place. The upset Minato began to do what he always did, sort out the shinobi's mission reports. His son, meanwhile, was brazenly snoring in 2 holes, just like his comrade in misfortune. Kurama woke up from the fact that he madly needed to go to the toilet. The fox rolled over on his swollen belly, rose to his paws and looked out the window. It overlooked a busy street, so it was impossible to use the bushes for their intended purpose. Gritting his soul, Kyubi ran to the abode of the thinker. Having climbed onto the toilet with difficulty and almost hitting it with his paw twice, trying with all his might not to get his fluffy tails dirty, the 9-tailed fox stared at the ceiling and did his dirty business. When the demon came out of the toilet, Naruto, who woke up from the sound of falling water, met him with a surprised look. Wow, what a smart fox, he goes potty on his own. Naruto almost melted into a pink puddle from affection. And this fox wrote the Jonin exam for you and commanded the Anbu squad for you for a year and a half. Show at least a drop of respect, the demon appealed to the conscience of his host. The Jinchuriki became embarrassed and looked at the floor in embarrassment. Thank you for everything, Kurama, he said quietly. The fox smiled and jumped onto the bed next to him. You're welcome, we have one life for both of us, your problems are my problems, your enemies are my enemies. The demon changed his form to that of an animal and lay down next to his host. Is it just me or have you grown? Naruto looked closely at the fox, noting that in a lying position he had grown 15 centimeters longer. It doesn't seem so. This snack did me good, the kitsune noted with satisfaction. The chakra reserve, completely restored after yesterday's treatment of himself and his host, and even slightly increased. Me too, because you saved me from obesity. The Jinchuriki and his demon looked at each other and laughed quietly. This world wasn't so bad, for now they were both alive, well fed and with a roof over their heads. What are we going to do? Asked the demon, whose mood was rapidly climbing. Nothing. Thanks to you, both my bruises and my leg are gone. We're being discharged today, Uzumaki reported cheerfully. Wonderful. Then shall we go? My nose already hurts from the smell of phenol, the demon complained. Let's go. Naruto got dressed and took the basket. Kurama saluted and disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. The Jinchuriki threw a towel into the basket and was just about to leave when the doctor arrived, this time catching the door and pushing it against the wall. Mamoru-san, I'm feeling better already, I wanted to go home. Uzumaki immediately went on the offensive, not wanting to give him a single chance to keep him here for even one more day. Really? Come on, jump on one leg. The Jinchuriki did what they asked without any problems. Kurama's chakra was better than any medicine. The bruises, as I see, have already gone away. Yes, Uzumaki's regeneration is truly legendary. Well, then you can go, the doctor answered, scratching the back of his head uncertainly. Arigato, Mamoru-san. The fat man bowed and went home. Once outside, Naruto immediately began to catch the mocking glances of passers-by. Look, it's Fuklake's Naruto. The Jinchuriki saw Kiba and a couple of his friends quickly approaching him. Let's use what Jiraiya-sensei taught me, if you can't win, run. The Jinchuriki ran away, the guys rushed after him. The new body was distinguished by disgusting endurance, so after a few minutes the Jinchuriki felt tired and short of breath, and the pursuers were getting closer. The captain caught sight of a bag of cement conveniently lying on the roof, reflexively made seals and moved to its place. Kiba and the team turned their heads from side to side in amazement, not even thinking to look up. What the hell? The guys shrugged and walked away. Brilliant. You know, in everything that concerns improvisation, you have no equal. The fox praised his Jinchuriki, feeling his pride and gratitude. Thank you, I'm trying, the Jinchuriki replied, slightly embarrassed. Despite all his positive qualities, he had suffered from attention deficit disorder since childhood, which Kyuubi had tried his best to eradicate, but so far it had worked very poorly. Naruto, pleased with himself, went home. The Hokage's mansion was not small, 3-story, with a well-kept garden and a wrought iron fence around a large adjacent territory. The Jinchuriki went inside and went to explore his home. On the first floor there was a noble kitchen, no less than 30 square meters. The living room was simply amazing in its size. A fully functional fireplace, filled with fire chakra from a small metal plate with a seal at the bottom, in front of which there were 2 armchairs, created a homely atmosphere of comfort in the room. Behind the carved oak door was discovered a sauna. Now that's what I call the Hokage's house. There's even a sauna, Uzumaki commented with poorly concealed admiration in his voice. PFF'd, you should have seen my house, the fox snorted skeptically. All this pomp did not make the slightest impression on him. Do you have it? Naruto asked. At least, I was. In that world, in the fox dimension, I was a king and a god, I had my own palace. Kurama closed his eyes dreamily and sighed heavily. In this world, the foxes had their own king, and he certainly had no chance of taking his place in the next 100 years, unless the Konoha shinobi did him a favor and climbed into his mouth with their hands up. You never told me about this. Naruto was indignant, who never hid anything from his best friend. But you never asked me, the fox retorted. Please tell me. The Jinchuriki's voice was filled with serious curiosity. Okay, but not now. After exchanging a few more phrases, the aliens headed upstairs. On the second floor there were 10 bedrooms, including the children's rooms. The house was designed to accommodate many guests. On the third floor, as Naruto understood, were the private offices of Kushina, Minato and Momoka. The rooms were locked, the door frames were covered with hieroglyphs emitting an eerie light. It looks like a barrier. And this is a detector. And this is a personality identifier. And this is a bomb. Having demonstrated his superficial knowledge of the art of seals, Uzumaki stared in amazement at the bold hieroglyph, one that should have demolished half the house when activated. Why the hell would you keep a bomb in your own house? The fox wondered. I think there are secret documents there. He is the Hokage. Kurama snorted skeptically and scratched his ear with his paw. He could not believe that some papers could be more important to a person than his own female and cubs. Naruto. The Jinchuriki turned around sharply and got into a fighting stance, but seeing that it was only Nigai, he lowered his hands, continuing to look at her warily from under his brows. What do you want? The guy asked gloomily. I wanted to apologize. I didn't want to hit you, honestly, it's just that insults make me angry. You know, the girl spread her hands guiltily, although it was clear from her eyes and nervously trembling lips that she had come to apologize only because her mother and grandmother had explained to her so clearly that such actions towards relatives were unacceptable that the girl's bottom would remind her of itself for at least another week every time she tried to land somewhere. Very well, apology accepted, anything else? The Jinchuriki asked. No, bye. With a sense of accomplishment, the sister went to her room to think up a plan of revenge on all her dearly beloved relatives. Naruto shrugged, went downstairs and found his room without any trouble, because on the white door was scrawled, obese, fat ass, and a bunch of other derivatives of the word fat. After a short thought, the Jinchuriki came to the conclusion that this was the work of his younger brother. Even the infinitely naive Naruto did not believe that Nigai and especially Momoka were capable of such low and flat humor. Smiling slightly and shaking his head reproachfully, Naruto entered his room and froze on the threshold. Ah ha ha ha. Hysterical laughter sounded in his head. Commentary on Act 1 Chapter 4. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? Act 1 Chapter 5. Naruto pointed his finger at the white wallpaper with pink camellias. Oh. The Jinchuriki ran up to the wooden riding horse, the size of a good pony, and waved his hands around it. Why? Uzumaki waved his hands at the plush panda in the corner. This is fucking nonsense. Naruto sat down on the fluffy beige rug in the center of the room and grabbed his head. Are you sure you haven't got the wrong room? The fox asked, still giggling nervously. Do you think Nigai will be called a fat man? Although, who knows, I need to check. The fat man, full of sincere hope, went to his sister's room. After knocking, he opened the door and was literally scalded by an indignant look. Did I give you permission to come in, chubby? The girl was sitting on the bed and painting her toenails red. The Jinchuriki glanced around her room and almost strangled himself with indignation. The girl had a variety of cold and not so cold weapons hanging on the walls. A wooden training dummy for practicing blows stood in the corner. Otherwise the furnishings were extremely ascetic, like a real soldier's home. Forgive me for intruding, Nigai, Uzumaki tried to correct the situation. Okay. Why did you come here? The golden-haired fury asked more peacefully. The Jinchuriki's gaze caught on the scales in the corner. Oh, right, I wanted to weigh myself. The fat man beamed. No, these are my scales, you'll crush them. The academy student snapped, but seeing the confusion on her brother's face, she burst out laughing. Okay, Piglet, weigh yourself. Thank you. The Jinchuriki walked up to the device, took off the fluffy slippers he had put on when entering the house, and stepped onto the scales. The guy's jaw dropped. The fox whined hungrily again, imagining how well this carcass would fit into his stomach. 103.5. Don't swear. The indignant Nigai threw her sandal at the back of her brother's head, but he didn't even flinch. Sister, do you remember how tall I am? The Jinchuriki asked, his face turning cold. What? Your brain is overgrown with fat. You measured yourself at the academy a week ago. 1.65 meters. A suspicion began to creep into the girl's heart. Why was her brother talking so much? Why didn't he know even the most basic things about himself? Maybe he was an enemy shinobi in disguise. But then her whole family, especially her father, was in mortal danger. She needed to wait a little and keep an eye on him. After all, waving a saber at the ready in such a matter was not worth it. The Jinchuriki froze for a couple of moments. At 16, he barely reached 1.60 meters, and weighed a pitiful 100 kilograms. That was why Kiba and his brothers seemed so small to him. Here the descendants of Kushina and Minato took after their father in height, and Naruto generally stood out against their background, surpassing his sister of the same age, who was far from small for her age, by a head. Yeah, now I can compete with Choji in authority. Don't let your authority make you burst. The fox chuckled softly and continued to watch with interest what was happening through the eyes of his host. I'll try. Naruto chuckled and clenched his fist. This promised to be interesting. Well, what are you standing there for? Have you weighed yourself? Get lost, rump. The future Kunoichi, whose living space was unceremoniously occupied by the notorious, but so strange Chubby, was on edge. Nigai, can I borrow your mannequin? The Jinchuriki asked politely, ignoring the insult. Do you miss your horse anymore, little one? The girl was genuinely surprised by the Jinchuriki's request. Why would he be interested in military equipment? There's very little time left until the exam. I wouldn't want to fail and disgrace my father, Naruto muttered, throwing his hands behind his head. Just 3 days ago you were buzzing everyone's ears about how you were going to open a cafe and become a chef after graduating from the academy. Nigai was slowly starting to feel a bit of culture shock. I changed my mind. Now I want to become a shinobi. The Jinchuriki roared and pointed at the girl, who stood frozen with varnish in her hand and spread her toes. You're not my brother. The future Kunoichi jumped to her feet and armed herself with a kunai, snatched from under the pillow. What did you do with him, Carrion? Nigai was seriously worried. Naruto had dreamed of becoming a cook all his life and had never changed, and then so suddenly, in one day. If something happened to her little brother, then this bastard would be in trouble. Still, Nigai loved him. It was impossible not to love this meek and caring oaf, even though at times he drove her crazy with his helplessness. Nigai, it's me, do you hear? It's me, your brother, calm down. The Jinchuriki put his palms in front of him and slowly backed towards the door, thinking over a plan of retreat. What is our sensei's name? The girl asked, throwing the kunai up and grabbing it more comfortably. Uruka Yumino, Naruto answered automatically. Nigai nodded silently, simultaneously thinking up the next question. What is your godfather's name? Asked the future Kunoichi, slowly walking around the tense fat man. Jiraiya, the Jinchuriki replied. What's my boyfriend's name? Well, Naruto's in deep trouble here. Who could it be? Who? The Jinchuriki looked around frantically. Nigai took this as a denial and lowered her weapon. That's right, I don't have a boyfriend. The girl smiled and hung the kunai on a nail. Her brother passed the test. Naruto sighed with relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was not ready for exposure. They would probably give him to the mentalists, and they would drag Kurama out and experiment on him. Thank you for remembering, grumbled the fox, who had been gnawing the claws on both front paws in excitement during the conversation. Well, that's a commendable wish, Chubby. Dad is already going crazy because of you, and your room is driving him into depression, Nigai snorted mockingly, remembering her father's lamentations while pasting new wallpaper with pink flowers in the room of the heir of the Namikaze clan. Then it's time to remake it. The Jinchuriki roared, confidently slamming his fist into his palm. No, I definitely hit you too hard, although the changes have clearly benefited you. Do you want to do it again? The girl grinned ominously and cracked her fingers. I don't fight with girls, and especially not with sisters. The Jinchuriki said bluntly. No, it seems not strong enough. Oguzak, understand, besides shinobi there are also kunoichi. Are you really going to let the first bitch you meet beat you up? We'll sort it out on the spot. Uzumaki made an excuse. Okay, take the mannequin, it's no use to me anyway, it breaks, the bastard. Nigai thoughtfully examined her fist and filled it with chakra. No, well, if you're going to pound away with chakra, then even a cast iron cauldron won't do for you. Granny Tsunade over there is smashing mountains with her fists, the Jinchuriki muttered, pulling the mannequin out of his sister's room. Hey, you keep giving surprises, donut. Yes, I use chakra, but I need to train in this. God did not reward me with strength. Nigai just blinked her eyes in surprise, hearing her brother's speech, clearly based on a rather deep knowledge of military affairs. Well, as you wish, Naruto slammed the door and, pleased with his purchase, locked himself in his pink abode. It's a nightmare. This place is depressing me too, the Jinchuriki muttered irritably. I can only sympathize, but I will not re-glue your wallpaper. Don't even ask. The demon immediately dotted all the I's. Naruto smiled broadly, preparing to begin training in a desperate attempt to regain his former power, but then the thought occurred to him that Kurama was also training, in his own way, eating such inadequate amounts of organic matter that the Jinchuriki was amazed how his stomach did not burst. Kurama felt that Naruto was thinking about him, and prepared to answer the question that had not yet been asked, settling down more comfortably. And yet, did you really accumulate all your power on your own, and not receive it from birth? The Jinchuriki asked. Well, yes, it turns out that way. Shinju's strength was indeed just a starting capital, multiplied many times by the fox in fights with thousands of strong shinobi, ending with the latter being eaten. Worthy of respect, though I don't like your methods. Well, it's time for me to start developing myself. The Jinchuriki placed the dummy in place and, having warmed up, began to deliver quite noticeable blows to the rough wood, dodging wooden blocks, using skills from his past life. After an hour of torment, the guy's hands were covered in bruises, but Naruto himself was indecently pleased. Although his body was not accustomed to any serious loads, the Jinchuriki's brain belonged to an Anbu captain, so he knew the combat skills, they just needed to be re-practiced. Fat is good, but meat is even better. The Jinchuriki said meaningfully, hooked his feet onto the bed and began to train his abs. I support. Kurama was glad to see that his Jinchuriki, as always, was not giving up and was stubbornly trying to make up for lost time. It was just a pity that it would be much more difficult for him to do it himself. He would need tens of tons of organic matter, or hundreds of jonin. Next came push-ups, squats and a whole bunch of various general physical training. By the end of the workout, the chubby guy could wring out his t-shirt. It seemed like he had already lost a whole ton. Phew, like in the good old days. Now it's time to do the interior. The Jinchuriki took the horse and had already opened the window, but then he looked into the painted eyes full of puppy devotion and sighed heavily. The toy could be of use to someone else, for example, his younger brother. At that moment, his father knocked on the door. The Jinchuriki put the horse back in place and let the Hokage in. Dad, hello. Naruto, surprised by his father's visit, quickly came to his senses and greeted the precious guest. He had dreamed of saying these words for so long, but it came out unusually casual. Hello, Minato answered with a slight apathy in his voice and lazily glanced around the plump man's room, noticing Nigai's mannequin with surprise. Son, are you tired of living? Why did you take your sister's dummy? It's not a toy, play with your pony instead. Yondaime spat through his teeth, glaring at the innocent horse. The Jinchuriki shuddered and looked away. The contempt in his own father's eyes was more painful than Ibiki's most sophisticated torture. She gave it to me herself, I'm training. The boy blurted out. I have to make sure of this. The head of the family took the mannequin under his arm, his son by the ear, and went into the room of his youngest daughter. Your father doesn't like you, the demon commented sympathetically. I wouldn't like it in his place either. The local me is a complete disappointment, Naruto answered bitterly. The fox preferred not to develop such a painful topic for the Jinchuriki and covered his muzzle with his tails, pressing his ears to the top of his head. Daughter, did you really give your brother the dummy? Minato asked the girl, who was diligently studying history, sprawled on her bed with her legs crossed. Hello to you too, Dad, thank you for being polite and knocking before entering. Minato was embarrassed and shifted awkwardly from one foot to the other. He respected his daughter and allowed her to set her own rules in her room. Nigai noticed the Hokage's silent apology and nodded with satisfaction, continuing the conversation. Yes, he decided to come to his senses. Not even 1,000 years have passed, the kunoichi muttered languidly. It's hard to believe. Minato measured his son with a lazy look and returned the mannequin to him. If the conflict between you is resolved, I would prefer to leave. Minato walked out the door, leaving Naruto and Nigai to stare. Is he always this kind? The fat man asked, slightly offended, rubbing his reddened ear. Naturally, with such an air it's no wonder to hang yourself, the future kunoichi answered with a slight mockery in her voice. Okay, we'll fix it, the Jinchuriki muttered and walked out the door. Mind you don't crush the fixer, you rump. The girl shouted after him and giggled nastily. Angrily snorting, Uzumaki threw the mannequin into the corner and again thought about how to get rid of the extra junk. Naruto, you have a younger brother, if you haven't forgotten, the demon, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Exactly. Thanks, buddy. Naruto, taking the panda under his arm and the pony in his hand, knocked on his younger brother's door. A few seconds later, a disheveled, sleepy face looked out from there. Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly. What do you want, fatso? The smile slid off the Jinchuriki's face. Even his younger brother didn't respect him. Kengan, do you need any new toys? The Jinchuriki asked, his voice no longer filled with enthusiasm. You're giving them to me. The boy stared in fascination at the burden in his brother's hands. Yeah, take them, Naruto muttered. The kid immediately grabbed the panda and the horse and dragged them to himself, after which he returned to his brother beaming with happiness. Thank you, Ni-san, I've always dreamed of this. The boy exclaimed, smiling broadly with joy. You're welcome, little brother, if you need anything else, just ask. The Jinchuriki, consumed by thoughts about his difficult relationship with his father, went to take a shower, after which he went to bed, completely forgetting that tomorrow he would have his first trip to the academy in the last 6 years. Commentary on Act 1 Chapter 5. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? Act 1 Chapter 6. Naruto jumped up on the bed as if he had been stung and armed himself with a pillow. The noise was as if a mad gorilla was banging on the door. Naruto come on, you're going to be late for the academy. Kushina kicked the flimsy wooden barrier a few more times and went to Nigai. The daughter had had enough of her mother's sound therapy, because the door swung open just as the kunoichi wanted to bring her steel fist down on her. The daughter flew back a few steps, her mother screamed and rushed towards her. Mom, I'm not deaf, Naruto isn't either, there's no point in yelling at the whole of Konoha and breaking down doors every morning. Nigai hissed angrily and pushed her away. Daughter, forgive me, Kushina began to examine her daughter's head with concern, but her thick golden hair softened the blow, and the incident went without serious consequences in the form of bruises. Nonsense, the main thing is that it didn't hit her in the face. Okay, I have to go. The girl stood up and trudged to the shower, rubbing her bruised head. The red-haired girl shook her head sadly and swore to herself to be more restrained in the future. Kengan prudently locked himself in the toilet, leaving the overly caring mother with nothing. Kushina shrugged her shoulders, seeing the door to his room wide open, and went to make breakfast. Naruto, leave the pillow alone and pack your backpack, you have to go to the academy again, the fox reminded his Jinchuriki, knowing that if he was given free rein, he, like the Nine Tails himself, would sleep through everything in the world. Don't remind me, all these lectures, tests, exams and tons, kilotons, megatons of mathematics. I hate it. The Jinchuriki howled. Okay, let's escape from the village, you will rob and kill, and I will eat. The tiny kitsune licked his lips carnivorously. Okay, I'm on my way. The Jinchuriki let out a heavy sigh and looked skeptically at the pile of waste paper on the table, scooping it up into a briefcase the color of an exploded fruit and vegetable warehouse. Nigai came out of the shower, and the Jinchuriki squeezed past her sideways and occupied the bathroom. Ni-san, breakfast is ready, hurry up. The boy squealed behind the door. Naruto, bitterly sorting through his flabby body, got dressed, flew out of the shower and headed to the dining room. Kangen and Nigai were already finishing up. Minato was reading the newspaper, occasionally sipping coffee. Gods, was this really a family? How much Naruto was ready to give for such a breakfast, instead of the boring ramen in proud solitude. How he missed the comfort of home all his life. As long as he could remember, Naruto had always been alone, only the last year was brightened by his friendship with Kurama. Now Uzumaki had a chance to experience all aspects of family life, which he intended to take full advantage of. Smiling contentedly, the fat man sat down at the table. Mom immediately put a plate of omelette and a glass of orange juice in front of Naruto, having prepared an extra for the most gluttonous member of the family. The Jinchuriki sniffed and pounced on the food, but choked when he saw his father's icy gaze. Naruto, why didn't you help me today? Kushina asked, knocking Minato off his angry tirade. I was sitting in my shower for too long, it won't happen again, I promise. The red-haired girl raised an eyebrow skeptically, but didn't try to unravel the matter. Naruto sighed with relief, the conspiracy was preserved. Having happily chewed the omelet, hugged and kissed his mother tightly, the Jinchuriki was about to reach for his father, but received a slap on the back of the head and, blazing with indignation, went off to get his backpack. Kurama, I'll crawl into your belly myself if this snob doesn't acknowledge me in a month. The Jinchuriki promised with quiet malice in his voice. I didn't force your tongue, Kurama replied phlegmatically, picking at the concrete floor with his finger. He'd rather chew off his own paw than hurt Naruto. Taking his unpleasant burden, Uzumaki went to the academy in proud solitude. Nigai and Kangen had long since left the house. Naruto was once again struck by the similarities and at the same time the many differences between Konoha of this world and his home world. Ichiraku was there, which was good, but the number of red-haired and black-haired representatives of the great clans was simply off the charts. And each of them is pulling the blanket over themselves. How come a civil war hasn't broken out yet? The former Anbu asked curiously. I don't know and I don't want to know. I want them all to just die. Any mention of Uzumaki or Uchiha immediately infuriated the demon. Naruto ignored the fox's answer and sped up. Time was running out, and the way to the academy was not short. Luckily for Uzumaki, he arrived on time, which surprised his classmates. Kiba, who wanted to publicly humiliate the Hokage's son, was cut off by the untimely call. The infinitely familiar and dear to Naruto's heart Iruka-sensei entered the classroom in his eternal Chunin best. The smiling uncle arranged sound therapy for the chattering students, after which all their ardor died down, like a campfire peed on by a squad of pioneers. Well, my bunder logs, your training within the walls of the academy is coming to an end. Iruka began overly cheerfully, which made even the most stupid understand that he was glad to finally get rid of a pack of uneducable blockheads. Well, finally, Kiba said listlessly, leaning back in his chair and looking boredly at the ceiling. Silence. The Chunin threw the chalk right into the nose of the insolent student, who jerked and almost threw the languid Akamaru off his head. The puppy barked indignantly and dug his claws into the pliable skin. Inuzuka hissed, but waited until the dog calmed down on its own. So, you are at the finish line, 3 months left. Everyone who has tails needs to tighten them up urgently. This especially applies to you, Naruto. The sensei pointed his finger at the fat man who was unsuccessfully trying to seem inconspicuous. The class burst into laughter. The Hokage's son had more tails than the Kyuubi no Yoko. Having finished his parting words, Iruka began the lesson. Naruto listened to him with half an ear, studying the composition of his class with surprise. Besides Sasuke, there were 2 more little Uchiha. There were 2 representatives of the Hyuga, unlike in the previous world, Hinata, painfully familiar to Naruto, and another white-eyed one. Besides the Hokage family, there was another Uzumaki present here. I wonder what kind of military potential Konoha has here. The Jinchuriki turned to the all-knowing demon again. They would easily take over our entire world if they had the opportunity, the fox answered gloomily. Wow, Naruto just shook his head in amazement. The lecture dragged on painfully long, but small talk with the 9-tailed fox brightened up the hour and a half wait. Next on the agenda was a practical lesson in the open air. After half an hour of warming up, Iruka decided to spar. Nigai was first. She was matched against Sasuke. Uchiha grimaced contemptuously. He considered fighting a girl beneath his dignity. The kunoichi quickly knocked the nonsense out of him. However, this did not surprise anyone. Nigai was the best student in the entire stream. The brunette got into a fighting stance and beckoned the girl with his hand. Nigai made a lightning-fast lunge forward, pumping a lot of chakra into her fist. A powerful blow was aimed at the Uchiha's jaw, but he dodged, grabbed the Hokage's daughter's hand by the wrist, rested his other hand on her armpit and threw the girl over himself. The kunoichi somersaulted in the air, but landed on her feet. Sasuke rushed to the attack and tried to kick the girl on the move, but she grabbed his leg under the armpit and hit him in the face 3 times, after which the brunette fell to the ground in disgrace. Namikaze Nigai has won, Iruka chanted. The girl bowed pompously to the friendly howls of the female half of the team and the enthusiastic cries of the male half of the team. The Uchiha, angrily shaking his head from side to side, returned to his place in disgrace. Naruto was amazed by his sister's skill. Nigai, that was incredible, I'm proud to have such a sister. The Jinchuriki exclaimed admiringly. He was truly surprised, because in his world only Jonin and the best Chunin fought so skillfully. The girl chuckled. Naruto had never praised her before. It's a pity I can't say the same about you, the girl snorted derisively. You'll see, I'll surprise you, Uzumaki said mysteriously. We'll see, his sister answered skeptically. Namikaze Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba, Iruka recited. Well, go ahead and surprise me. Nigai gave her brother a fiery slap on the back of the head, and he hissed and walked forward, to the friendly laughter of his classmates. No one expected anything supernatural from the Hokage's son. Ha, chubby, come here, I'll make a cutlet out of you. The dog handler got into a fighting stance and beckoned his opponent with his hand. The children didn't even doubt his victory, the main bully of Konoha, keeping all his peers in fear, against a harmless quiet pacifist. The latter didn't have a single chance. Use your mass, it gives you a great advantage, the demon advised. Yes sir. Namikaze figured that he weighed twice as much, so there was no question of any superiority in speed. We had to go straight ahead. To Kiba's surprise, Naruto, who usually squealed like a stuck pig when he saw danger, moved towards him, covering his head with his hands. Inuzuka growled and began to beat the Jinchuriki's unprotected torso. Do you think this is a blow? Without waiting for an answer, Naruto slammed his elbow into the enraged Inuzuki's forehead. The guy fell on his butt and blinked his eyes in amazement, clutching his buzzing head. What a strike! The Jinchuriki exclaimed cheerfully. Kitsune supported him, sending an emotion of pride and approval. 5, 4. Iruka began counting. The enraged dog owner immediately jumped to his feet. You made me angry, Fatso, you're finished. Kiba handed the chakra to his hands and delivered several very noticeable blows to the Jinchuriki's ribs. He only grunted and grabbed him in an armful, slamming the boy's whole body into the cold ground. Aaauu, Inuzuka howled no worse than his dog. Iruka-sensei, should I continue? Uzumaki asked the shocked sensei. No, you won. Stop, Kiba barked, struggling to his feet. We're not done yet. Inuzuka charged for the 3rd time. Naruto decided not to use his old skills, so as not to arouse suspicion, so he simply rushed towards his opponent. Kiba clearly wasn't expecting such an onslaught, because he was knocked down by the huge bulk, flipped onto his stomach by a powerful kick and caught in a painful hold. Naruto pressed his back with his knee and pulled his arm towards himself. It hurts let go, howled the beaten dog owner. Iruka-sensei, is that all? Naruto asked with boredom in his voice. It's been a long time. You won, let him go. The Chunin answered with a slight nervousness in his voice. He didn't need his students getting injured during training. Yes sir. The fat man got off his defeated opponent and looked around the class. The boys were silent, their mouths open in surprise. The worst student of the academy had taken apart the main bully like a god a turtle. It's not over yet, Kiba hissed, furious. Suffer in silence, worthless thing. Naruto repaid the offender in the same coin. Inuzuka screamed and again rushed at the offender with his fists, but the Jinchuriki pushed him in the forehead with all his weight, and the rowdy flew to Iruka, who put his hand on his shoulder and squeezed so hard that the bully almost cried from the pain. Calm down, Kiba. You lost. Accept it with dignity and go train so that this doesn't happen again. Inuzuka pushed the teacher away and stomped over to Akamaru, sat him on his head and began animatedly discussing with his friends a plan for revenge on the impudent boar. With his whole appearance radiating waves of pathos, the Hokage's son walked into the crowd of his friends. Kurama, this is just amazing, I feel like a monster. Naruto, who had always been smaller and lighter than his opponents, recalled his new combat experience. You're a monster, you're a snack, that same niggai will break all your ribs, and this is just a little idiot who doesn't even know how to properly pump chakra into his hands, the Nine Tails grumbled darkly. Don't ruin my triumph, the Jinchuriki replied. An Anbu captain and hero of the Fourth World War beat up a child. Yes, this is a real triumph, eclipsing the murder of Madara and Ama no Hoku, the fox answered mockingly. Naruto was embarrassed, unable to find any arguments, which was how almost every argument with the Nine-Tailed ended, but he did not have to blush for long. Niggai, who had quietly moved closer, slapped her brother on the shoulder with her hand. He almost peed half a pound in his pants and shuddered with his whole body from surprise. Naruto, today for the first time I can say that I am proud of my brother. The sister shook her brother's hand and stepped aside. You see, she's not so nasty after all. The demon noted. But I won't anger her needlessly, she can give her a beating worse than Sakura. Speaking of Sakura, the Jinchuriki looked around in search of the pink-haired monster and found him in the same place where he always did, in the vicinity of Uchiha Sasuke. The Kunoichi was trying to calm down the heir of the great clan, who was cursing Niggai with all his might. Some things never change in all worlds, the fox said meaningfully. The rest of the fights were not so interesting. The children did not want to hurt their friends and fought half-heartedly. Many opponents, having been hit in the jug a couple of times, simply gave up. The battered students went home in a line. The path to the dwelling for the Jinchuriki was full of surprises. Commentary on Act 1 Chapter 6. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? Act 1 Chapter 7. Naruto wanted to take a walk around Konoha to finally figure out how everything was arranged here. Unfortunately, children were not allowed out of the academy without an adult, so at least someone had to stay behind to pick up his little brother. Niggai, will you take Kengan home? The Jinchuriki asked without any hope of success. Where are you going, chubby? Niggai asked in surprise. The girl was used to her brother always going home for lunch first thing after classes. Well, I want to do some therapeutic walking in the fresh air, to accustom my heart to the load. Then I wanted to run for an hour or two. Naruto stunned his sister. Oh, good idea, I couldn't even imagine that. Well, if that's the case, then go away. The girl was seriously surprised by her brother's behavior, but she didn't object, so she simply followed the scarlet-haired brat. If Naruto had already come to his senses, then it would be a sin to somehow hinder him in his new endeavors. The Jinchuriki put his hands behind his head and slowly walked down the main street, actively looking around. As an Anbu captain, he couldn't help but notice the three teenagers following him at the edge of visibility. With some simple thinking, Naruto realized that it could only be Kiba. It looks like they're waiting for you to go into a dark alley, the fox suggested. Well, I won't disappoint them, but... The Jinchuriki froze in front of the ice cream and cold drink seller, hiding from the scorching heat under a spreading umbrella. His gaze was riveted by the treasured green jar of Naruto's favorite energy drink, which often replaced his sleep in his past life. No, don't even think about it. I won't treat your gastritis anymore. The demon protested. Oh, come on, one can never make anyone sick. Naruto patted his pockets and found a handful of change. How much? The Hokage's son asked. 5 ri, the salesman drawled lazily, not even deigning to tear himself away from reading an exciting newspaper. Here, Uzumaki handed the guy 5 shiny circles and took the treasured jar, covered in frost. The Jinchuriki spotted a suspicious alley 100 meters away and headed towards it. Opening the jar and shuddering at the beautiful hissing sound, Naruto began pouring the acid green, toxic-looking liquid into himself. How can you drink this crap? You're poisoning yourself voluntarily. The fox was indignant. I'm counting on your healing abilities, Uzumaki replied, grinning mischievously. The demon sighed heavily, then waved his paw at the irresponsible Jinchuriki. There was no way to convince him otherwise. Naruto walked into the gateway and placed the half-empty jar on the floor. The Jinchuriki cracked his fingers and prepared for a fight, Kiba and company. did not keep him waiting long. Well, Fatso, I told you that this is not the end yet, didn't I? Kiba grinned bloodthirstily. Are you so weak and pathetic that you brought a couple more snot-nosed brats with you, and like true faggots, you're going to beat me up 3 ways? Naruto answered without a trace of fear, you have to speak to cattle in their own language. Kiba started gasping for air. The victim wasn't the least bit scared, and even Lee had run away when 3 of them were going against him. Not only was he not scared, he insulted them, which was doubly offensive. Naruto was really stronger than him, and even if the 3 of them beat him up, the fact would remain a fact. What's wrong with you, Donut? Have you got too many extra teeth, or do you think your daddy can save you from anything? Naruto winced in disgust. In that world he had encountered gangs of such scumbags more than once in his childhood, and his burning hatred for them had not died down to this day. Shut up and get to the point. The Jinchuriki took a fighting stance and beckoned to his opponent with his hand. The enraged guys immediately moved towards him. I can't get by here with just mass, I'll use what I was taught in Anbu, Uzumaki thought. It's about time. Ninetales supported his idea. The first attacker was a tall weakling who tried to grab the fat man by the left arm. Naruto slightly crouched, rested his shoulder on the opponent's pelvis and straightened up abruptly. The opponent flew over the fat man and fell on his back from a height of 3 meters. Kiba, as the strongest of the attackers, decided that he needed to be the center of attention. Inuzuka tried to hit the fat man in the head with a spinning shot, but he blocked with both hands and only swayed, while the dog owner howled from a sharp pain in his knee. The defeated weakling rose to his feet and attacked the fat man from behind, grabbing his arms. The third attacker stood in front of the Jinchuriki and began to punch him in the solar plexus. Come on, you disappoint me. You can't take apart some brats. The demon was indignant, trembling slightly with excitement. He was ready to tear these bastards to pieces right now, but then he could forget about disguise. Naruto growled angrily and crouched down sharply, leaning forward, throwing the weakling over himself and bringing him down on the head of the second attacker. Kiba, hissing in pain, rose to his feet and, limping on the limb with which he had been careless enough to hit the fat man, rushed into hand-to-hand combat. Naruto, why don't you hit them? The demon asked, flinching from every blow the Jinchuriki took. Throws are more effective, Naruto replied. Something is not noticeable, the demon muttered skeptically, assessing the damage inflicted on his friend. I don't want to hurt them, they'll cut my head off for that, Uzumaki voiced the real reason. Then it's clear, the demon drawled. But this zoophile won't leave me alone until I break something of his, the Jinchuriki snorted angrily. Naruto deflected several of Kiba's punches and kicked him in the stomach with all his might, putting his entire body weight into the blow. The boy squeaked and flew 2 meters through the air, knocking down his accomplices who had just gotten up. Naruto walked up to the writhing pile of bodies and looked at them with disdain. Listen to me carefully, fools. If anyone squeaks anything about me again, I'll knock all your teeth out and make you eat them. Am I clear? Naruto said as menacingly as he could, but despite his best efforts, it looked pretty comical from the outside. Hi, the beaten guys quickly exhaled. Well, that's good. Naruto picked up the half-empty jar from the ground and walked away from the gateway. Even the Anbu captain couldn't notice the dark figure lurking under the visual barrier on the roof of the house, which followed the hero of the occasion. Kurama, do you think I was too harsh? The Jinchuriki asked worriedly. If I were free, I would kill them for this. No, you did everything right, now they will definitely not bother you, the demon answered, frowning sternly. Well, at least this is good, although it's still an unpleasant feeling. The Anbu captain has now beaten up 3 children. The Jinchuriki's mental anguish was interrupted in the most unexpected way. Someone's hand fell on his shoulder. Naruto turned around and emptied his mouth full of fizzy drink right into the face framed by black hair. The guy's eye twitched. The angry shinobi could not stand it and took the can from the fat man, after which he crushed it on the blonde crown, splashing the Hokage's son with his own drink. Itachi, the Jinchuriki muttered, ignoring the fizzy drink running down his face. The brunette's impenetrable face, covered in sweet liquid, was distorted with surprise for a second, but then the Uchiha put his stone mask back on. How do you know my name? We've never met before, Uchiha asked. Damn, I got caught like a complete idiot. The Jinchuriki exclaimed, angry at himself. Improvise. The fox advised, not knowing what to do, but trusting Naruto's intuition more than himself. My father told me that you were the genius of your clan, and he set you up as an example for me. Naruto blurted out the first thing that came to his mind. You flatter me. Uchiha's face was distorted by a contemptuous grin. He didn't like sycophants. It inspired me, so I decided to become a shinobi, so that I would be respected in the same way. The Jinchuriki continued to invent his legend. You used Anbu techniques, how do you know them? Itachi asked the question that interested him the most. Naruto was silent for a few moments, unable to come up with a plausible answer, but as always, the fox came to his aid. Say that your sister taught you, and her father. Remove suspicion from yourself, and they will get out of it themselves. Even if they interrogate you later, you will have time to come up with a better cover. The nine-tailed voiced his insidious plan. My sister taught me, and my father taught her, the Jinchuriki answered, proudly sticking out his chest, using the help of the furry prompter. Itachi had never followed the Hokage's son before. He only knew that he had no interest in the art of shinobi, which often made the chubby boy the object of ridicule, but that did not mean that Naruto would not be taught in the family. Minato was one of the strongest shinobi in the world, so the story sounded quite plausible. Okay, go ahead, but remember, I'm watching you. Itachi jumped onto the roof and disappeared into the concrete jungle, heading for water to wash off the fizzy drink Naruto had kindly provided. No, did you see that? Itachi. Alive, real, not resurrected or zombified. The Jinchuriki exclaimed. And you spat half a can of energy drink in his face. Not very respectful, the Biju grumbled. You're right, it didn't turn out very nice, but it was quite a shock for me, the boy tried to justify himself. What's so strange about that? This is a different universe, Tobi might not be Obito here, but Kakashi, for example, the demon reminded. Naruto just shook his head, he wasn't at all happy with the evil Kakashi. I wonder how we got here, and if there are other parallel worlds. The Jinchuriki muttered thoughtfully. Who knows? The fox shrugged and curled up, his tail spread out languidly and his puffed up comically. Naruto, seeing this picture through the mental connection, snickered into his fist and noted that his hand was glued to his face. What a red-eyed bastard. I didn't douse him on purpose, and now I have to explain it to my mother. The fat man was indignant. You were going to training, weren't you? There's a great stream there for meditation, it'll do just fine as a shower. The demon found a way out of this difficult situation. Exactly. Ah, Kurama, what would I do without you? Although I know what. I would have died on the first mission in the fight with Zabuza along with the entire 7th team, the Jinchuriki muttered shamefacedly. The fox smiled warmly and sent Uzumaki an emotion of gratitude. Naruto ran to his favorite clearing, sadly noting that after 5 minutes of running he was out of breath. Moving in such 200-meter dashes, alternating them with a calm walk of 100 meters, Uzumaki reached his beloved 13th training ground. It was empty, and even overgrown with weeds, which pleased our hero a lot. If the training ground was abandoned, then clearly no one would appear here. Naruto approached the stream and washed off the fizzy drink with pleasure, carefully washing his hair. He did not plan to dye it green. Kurama, do you want to go for a walk? Uzumaki asked with a sly tone in his voice. Kyuubi immediately perked up and playfully wagged his tails. Of course. The demon exclaimed in anticipation of the long-awaited freedom. The Jinchuriki made seals, bit his finger and summoned a miniature nine-tailed monster. We're a mile from Konoha, this is the furthest training ground. If you keep quiet, no one will find us, the Jinchuriki promised. You promised to let me go hunting. The fox reminded. For God's sake, just don't let people see you unless you're in an appropriately sized animal form, Uzumaki warned his friend. And if I do get caught? The demon inquired. Transfer back to me, but then you'll have to lie low, so it's best not to get caught, the Jinchuriki repeated the warning once again. Hi. The fox nodded and ran into the bushes, growing along the way to the size of a large fox. Naruto began to stretch his muscles and push his chakra through the incredibly narrow channels, trying to increase the volume available to him at least a little. After an hour, deciding that a little more and his SCH would burn out from overload, the Jinchuriki took a deep breath, closed his eyes and made a seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With a quiet pop, his copy appeared in front of Naruto. The Jinchuriki timidly opened one eye and saluted with his fist in the air, hooray. The clone chuckled and high-fived his creator. Well, my friend, we have a hell of a lot of work ahead of us. The Jinchuriki exclaimed with false enthusiasm. I understand. The clone poked his belly and sighed sadly. Uzumaki began the most insane physical training in this body's life. Naruto did 3 sets of 10 push-ups, 5 sets of 20 squats, a 5-kilometer run, and an hour of meditation. The clone stormed the oak tree the entire time, trying to climb to the top using the chakra in his feet. That was too much. The clone blurted out, breathing heavily. Agreed. Thank you for your help. Naruto made a seal and called the clone back, after which fatigue simply slammed the fat man into the ground. It seemed to the Jinchuriki that he had already lost a couple of kilos, all his clothes were soaking wet, and his muscles were humming like a bell. Kurama, how are you? The Jinchuriki contacted his friend via mental communication. Excellent, I caught 2 birds with 1 stone. The demon's voice, full of deep satisfaction, rang out in the Jinchuriki's head. Well done, you certainly won't die of hunger in the forest. The guy chuckled softly, the fox responded with an offended snort. Ready to go home? Uzumaki asked. Naruto, can you leave me in the forest for the night? The fox asked cautiously, not at all happy with such a meager meal. Are you sure this is a good idea? Naruto asked doubtfully. Absolutely. I'll remove all traces, don't worry about the conspiracy. The Biju hastened to defend his point of view. Well, good luck to you. Naruto decided that Kyuubi knew what he was doing. In the past, it almost never let him down. Even if he got caught, no one would think that the fox was sealed in the Hokage's sun. And you too. The fox broke the mental connection and contentedly scratched his belly, filled with hair meat, with his claws. Naruto grunted, rose to his feet with great difficulty and went home. It was already getting dark, so his mother would probably be worried, and a worried Kushina was scarier than a hungry Kyuubi. Commentary on Act 1 Chapter 7. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 8. The blonde walked through the evening Konoha and noticed many strange buildings that did not exist in his world. It would be fine if these were just Uchiha clan police posts, but a whole scattering of concrete dolmens of unknown purpose captured Naruto's attention. Mentally imagining the plan of the village, the Jinchuriki noted with surprise that the buildings diverged in rings from the center of Konoha, namely from a huge building marked with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, standing opposite the Hokage's residence. It seemed that there was an extensive network of tunnels underground, but what were they hiding? Naruto chuckled vaguely and knocked on the door of his house. A few seconds later, Kushina came out. Little brat, get in the house quickly. The kunoichi grabbed her son by the scruff of the neck and pushed him inside, then followed him in and closed the door. Where are you hanging around in such darkness? And why are you dirty as a pig? The mother asked sternly. Darkness. It's only 8 o'clock in the evening. The Jinchuriki was indignant. Everything. The red-haired girl asked questioningly. And not dirty, but sweaty. Mom, I have a genin exam in 3 months, I have little time, and I need to work hard on myself. If my own mother does not believe in me and hinders my studies, what can we even talk about? The blonde fired off an angry tirade. The red-haired one froze, the reasoned answer from the child's lips threw her off track, and she could not think of anything to say in response. You should go into politics, not shinobi. Okay, go have dinner. Kushina changed her anger to mercy and smiled. The blonde sat down at the table with a victorious air and pounced on the rice and chicken. The mother became serious and sat down opposite him, resting her head on her clasped hands and staring at the chubby boy with a steely gaze, who dropped his chopsticks and choked. Naruto, why did you want to become a shinobi so suddenly? Uzumaki closed his eyes and swallowed the rice grains stuck in his throat, then took a deep breath and pretended to look away in embarrassment. In fact, he was intensely thinking about what kind of bullshit to hang on his mother's ears. The guy remembered Hinata he had seen today, and it dawned on him. Hinata-chan, I like her very much, but she is the heiress of a great clan and won't even look at a commoner. The Jinchuriki muttered hesitantly, clasping his hands together and twirling his thumbs. Kushina's eyes widened in surprise, and a sweet smile crept onto her face. What could be more beautiful than first love? After all, that was how she first met Minato, with whom she lived to this day, giving birth to 4 beautiful children. I understand. If you really like her, then it's really worth trying for her attention, and you can always become a cook. Kushina gently ruffled her son's golden hair and smiled broadly, slightly tilting her head. Finally her baby had grown up and started thinking with his own head. Naruto sighed with relief. It seemed she believed him. Know that no matter what you do and what profession you choose, I will always be proud of you. The mother walked around the table and hugged the fat man tightly. Naruto patted her on the back and pulled away, smiling widely. Mom, I beat up Kiba and his friends today, Naruto decided to immediately reveal all his cards, so as not to aggravate the possible punishment by hiding the offense. Yes, of course, I believe you. It was clear from the woman's face that this was a complete lie, but Kushina was truly happy for her son. Maybe not all was lost for him. The Jinchuriki frowned resentfully and began to eat again. The red-haired woman couldn't help but smile. Some things in her son never changed. Having had his fill, the blonde occupied the shower and then went to bed. Naruto remembered that one red-haired subject was now left to his own devices, and given his maniacal tendencies, the fox could very well finish someone off. How are you? The boy asked curiously. I was noticed, but I escaped. The fox replied smugly. What? Spill it, in all the details. The blonde barked. The fox hesitated for a second, but then answered. Are you safe? The demon asked. Well, yeah, I'm in the bedroom now, the Jinchuriki replied. Okay. Then I will now give you my memories of today, it will be faster, the fox replied. You've intrigued me. I'm looking forward to it. Naruto was actually interested in the fox's offer. Make yourself comfortable, you're about to lose consciousness for a few minutes, the Biju warned its carrier. Naruto silently laid his head back on the pillow and covered himself with the blanket, closing his eyes. A few moments later, he felt the presence of someone else's consciousness trying to access his mind. The Jinchuriki realized that it was Kurama, and without a doubt allowed him to do whatever he needed. The demon transferred his memories to him, and the guy fell into a whirlwind of bright images, tart smells and distinct sounds. The fox, meanwhile, was amazed at the level of trust he had managed to achieve with his comrade. He could easily kill him and break free, and, most surprisingly, Naruto understood this, but still trusted the demon. Kurama was once again convinced that he could trust his Jinchuriki more than himself. Forest. Virgin nature, untouched by civilization. The lonely kitsune inhaled the aroma of rotten greenery and blossoming flowers with pleasure. He had been imprisoned for several hundred years, and each foray into the real world brought him a lot of pleasure. Naruto could not help but smile slightly, promising himself to send the demon to the seal as rarely as possible in the future, immediately receiving a wave of gratitude in response. This is how Naruto realized that Kurama had looked at his memories with him. Damn it! Kyuubi stepped on a broken glass bottle and cut the soft leathery pads on his paw. Kurama licked his paw several times and the wound healed. The nature around Konoha was not so virginal. Then the demon smelled the persistent smell of a hare. The fox immediately rushed after his rightful prey, and a couple of minutes later found a fat rodent carelessly nibbling grass in the middle of a clearing. Accelerating with chakra, Kyuubi covered 50 meters in less than 2 seconds and sank his fangs into the animal's neck. The Jinchuriki looked through his fingers. Nature is cruel. Kurama, who felt his disgust, missed several hours of continuous hunting, by the end of which the fox had reached the size of an average horse, having gobbled up 5 hares, 2 boars, a deer and even a clubfoot. The sated 9-tailed demon settled down at the foot of a bizarrely twisting cliff under a stone canopy and looked at the blood-red sunset. Well, today's hunt was a success. Look, if I run like this for a year, I'll be able to restore my former strength. But, Shinigami take you, 1 jonin is worth 5 tons of meat. I wish Naruto would be sent on some mission soon, I'd get a couple of missing nin. Naruto laughed at the demon's thoughts. He was offended and hid the next episode from him, deciding that he was not yet ready to trust him with his most intimate things. The fox sighed sadly and, having nothing better to do, began to scratch the stone floor with his claw. After a few minutes, the outline of a graceful fox's muzzle was clearly visible on it. I want a female EE. The demon howled and slammed his paw on the drawing, turning it into stone chips. Rakudo, damn you, what am I supposed to do now, be alone my whole life? All I have to do is eat everything and mock people. The 9-tailed fox lay on his stomach and put his muzzle on his crossed paws, sadly pressing his ears and staring at the dying sun, pouring scarlet blood on the clouds slowly floating across the sky. Naruto, thank you that at least I have you. But, he is my friend. That's different. The wonderful world of foxes, where there were so many sultry females, is lost to me forever. Now I will forever sit in the seals of these filthy shinobi. Thank you Rakudo for this. Kurama slammed his paw on the stone again, pressing his ears to the top of his head and gritting his teeth in impotent rage. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes nearby. The fox's ear twitched and turned towards the source of the sound, dragging its huge head along with it. A black-haired head of a boy of about 5 years old appeared from the bush. The boy stared in shock at the demon glaring angrily in his direction. The red-haired monster bared his teeth, his ears stood up straight. Naruto said that if they see me, he will seal me again, and for a long time. It would be easy for me to devour this blockhead here and now, but Naruto asked me not to touch people. The demon, before the eyes of the amazed child, shrank to the size of an ordinary fox and darted into the bushes like red lightning, a few seconds later moving away from the child who discovered him by a good 100 meters, after which the kitsune crept back unnoticed and began to watch the little intruder. Hikaru. Hikaru. A woman's scream rang out. Mom. The child stopped, the mother ran out into the clearing and hugged the playful child tightly. A few seconds later, the father arrived, hugging his entire family. Kurama could not hold back a slight smile. The parents' joy at finding the child could be felt even at a considerable distance from Kyuubi's shelter. Perhaps this emotion alone was worth keeping them alive. Mom, there was a big fox there. Like this, the boy pointed to the foot of the cliff and spread his arms out to the sides, trying to show the size of the animal he had seen. A fox. The woman turned cold and pushed her husband away, starting to examine her son for bites, but to her relief he was completely unharmed. Never run away again. The mother threatened the child with her finger and, taking his hand, followed her husband into the village. The boy turned around and looked where the unusual fox had disappeared. A pair of scarlet lights flashed in the thick bushes, seeing which the child stood rooted to the spot and began to shake his parents, pointing at the suspicious greenery and saying that a monster was hiding there. But Kyuubi, of course, had disappeared without a trace. The father of the family, who had gone on reconnaissance, was left with nothing, and his son was left without sweets for a week. Having waited until the people went home, the demon found a secluded spot in the forest thicket and hid under the roots of a spreading tree, where no one could notice him, neither a curious human eye nor a hungry predator. The demon yawned sweetly and was about to fall asleep when the Jinchuriki contacted him telepathically. At this point, the memories of the exciting day in the life of the great nine-tailed fox ended, and Naruto came to his senses, remaining silent for another half a minute, thinking about what he had seen. You did the right thing by sparing the people, because they didn't have a single chance if you had made a different decision. And you managed to maintain secrecy. Kurama, I'm proud of you, the Jinchuriki said, truly admiring the prudence of the one who was considered a brainless bloodthirsty creature by the entire world. Kyuubi purred with pleasure, having received a portion of positive emotions. Since you have no complaints, can I sleep? Hunting is not an easy task, even for a demon, the kitsune complained. Of course, good night. The Jinchuriki yawned widely. And you, the kitsune replied, catching a yawn. Tomorrow would be another hard day of work for both of them. Comment to 8. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 9. The blonde woke up in a slightly bad mood. Considering the sad experience of yesterday's awakening, the Jinchuriki got out of bed in advance and hissed in pain. The exhausting training had taken its toll, his body seemed to be falling apart. Naruto quickly went through his morning exercise, without even greeting his brother and sister, and went downstairs. His father was in his place, as cold as always. This time Naruto was not far behind him, mechanically chewing his breakfast, thanking his mother and leaving the house. He's acting strange today, Kushina muttered. What are you talking about? The same useless wallflower as always, the head of the family, whose disappointment in his son knew no bounds, replied contemptuously, almost spitting out the words. Minato, I'm going to shove this rolling pin up your ass right now. The kunoichi took the piece of wood in her hand and moved threateningly towards her husband, who immediately dropped the newspaper and placed a chair between himself and his wife. Kushina, calm down, just calm down. The Hokage was seriously scared. All the women from the Uzumaki clan were distinguished by an explosive character and a heavy hand. Minato, you are suppressing our son with your indifference. Kushina was indignant. And he me with his worthlessness, the blonde retorted. You're wrong. Nigai said that yesterday he was able to beat Kiba in sparring. The woman stood up for her son. That's not an achievement. He's a complete zero in ninjutsu. We don't even know what element he is, Namikaze answered gloomily. So support him, you idiot. He finally came to his senses, and you can't even get your crowned ass up to train with your son. The kunoichi howled, barely restraining herself from throwing a rolling pin at her negligent husband's head. That doesn't make any sense. I won't teach him basic skills, that's a waste of time. He's not capable of anything serious, the village chief said bluntly. Idiot. Kushina couldn't hold back and threw the rolling pin at the Hokage, but he caught it and put it on the table. The blonde sat back down in his place, and Kushina, seething with anger, left the room. Having evaded her enraged mother, Momoka entered the dining room. Hi, Dad, the kunoichi greeted her parent. Hello, Momoka. Minato transformed at the sight of his eldest daughter. She was the true pride of the Uzumaki clan in general and her father in particular. I heard your conversation. The blonde immediately darkened. He was not happy with this topic. Do you mind if I take over his training? The red-haired girl asked. Mom, this is a waste of resources. You are the best among Anbu. Your time is very valuable to Konoha, the Hokage objected, maintaining his composure. And my brother is very valuable to me, Momoka retorted. Minato frowned, but then waved his hand. Do whatever you want, but if it affects the effectiveness of your work, I will be forced to forbid you from conducting these training sessions, the father warned his daughter. Hi. The satisfied kunoichi jumped out the window and moved along the roofs towards the headquarters. Minato took a sip of coffee and winced. The drink had already cooled down. With a dissatisfied grunt, the Hokage went to sit around in his residence. On the way to the academy, the Nine Tails woke up and immediately decided to notify its host about this. Good morning, Naruto, the fox said in a sleepy voice. Good. How did you sleep? The blonde asked casually. Not bad, the demon replied, crawling out of the hole and stretching sweetly. Kurama, I'm not rushing you, but I'd like to know how long you plan on hunting. If you're just wondering, I'll tell you the truth, until the game in the forest runs out, the kitsune replied, stretching his paws. But why? Naruto wasn't too impressed with the Nine Tails' intention to commit genocide against all forest fauna. To return to my previous size, I would need a lot of organic matter equal to my body weight, the Biju explained, sniffing around in search of new prey. But you'll ruin the ecosystem and the forest will die. Naruto protested. The demon grinned angrily, but then took a deep breath and shook his head. It's better not to push the horses in arguments with his Jinchuriki, and especially not to raise your voice at him, otherwise he'll get worked up in half a turn and you won't be able to get through to him. Naruto, at the current stage of development I am too weak. Moreover, I have started to lose my tails, the fox said tensely. The Jinchuriki shuddered. It seemed that the matter was really serious. I already went to meet you and excluded your brothers from the diet, although before it consisted only of them, Kyuubi reminded. Naruto shivered, remembering who he was dealing with. The fox felt a slight fear of his host, receiving some moral satisfaction. Don't worry, I won't hurt you as long as we find compromise solutions to our differences. As I promised, I won't touch people, but the forest game is mine, Kurama said. Okay, that sounds reasonable. But, are your tails really falling off? The blonde quickly steered the conversation in a different, less slippery direction. I didn't say, fall off, I said, disappear. Yes, they are getting smaller. All but one. I can't say it's that critical, but until I have 9 tails, I can forget about Biju bombs, the demon said, pleased that his well-being had finally been inquired about. So that's it. Well then, okay, we have no other choice anyway, the Jinchuriki agreed with his comrade's arguments, for which he was extremely grateful. Thank you for understanding. Then I think I'll go. There was a herd of deer grazing here recently. Kurama moved on the trail of the ungulates. Good luck. Naruto broke the mental connection with his Biju and found himself standing at the threshold of the academy. He chuckled in surprise and opened the gates to school life once again. The day at the academy went as usual, except that Kiba and his friends barely opened their mouths and often hissed in pain. Naruto did not hit them in the head, so it was difficult to tell from the guy's appearance that they were well beaten. After defeating the main bully, Naruto stopped being an object of ridicule. Uzumaki looked at Hinata with hope. Suddenly he had made an impression on her, but the girl was completely indifferent to him. All her attention was riveted to the well-known bully. The blonde sighed heavily and hung his head dejectedly. In that world he was one step away from proposing to her. It seemed that his fat really did not make him look good in the eyes of girls. Although, one fat woman with orange-red hair braided into disgusting pigtails, a pug face covered in freckles, and crooked yellow teeth was simply devouring him with her gaze. Okay, I give you permission to eat this one. The Jinchuriki sent the demon an image of the girl he didn't like. Kurama, who was gnawing on the second of the 10 deer he had gotten, widened his eyes and shook his head from side to side in protest. No, no and no again, my delicate stomach can't handle this. Kyuubi suppressed the urge to vomit with difficulty. Naruto shook with barely restrained laughter. as it turned out, stopping the Great Nine Tails is not so difficult. Stop looking at that crap. I'm eating. The kitsune begged. Okay, so be it. The Jinchuriki looked away from the beautiful flower that was able to successfully scare even the Kyuubi, and again fell into a healthy sleep during Iruka's lecture. The practical lesson involved throwing kunai and shuriken. Naruto smiled slightly and stroked the four-pointed stars. He had invented so many techniques based on the element of wind in this seemingly harmless weapon. The Jinchuriki could accelerate the weapon to the speed of sound, after which the shuriken would pierce a tree trunk a meter in diameter. He could arbitrarily change the trajectory of the star, giving it a rotation in several planes, which made the enemy think that the blonde had missed, but the weapon flew from the side, and the enemy did not have time to do anything. Finally, Naruto could throw them perfectly right on target, without any tricks. The wooden block stood 10 meters away, defiantly looking at the Jinchuriki with holes from hits by previous participants in the test. Naruto rolled the weapon between his fingers, twisted his hand, starting from the wrist, and abruptly straightened it, giving the iron thing a quick spin. With a whistle, the star flew right into the center of the target. The class began to whisper. The fat man despised by everyone became more and more wonderful and incredible. Further attempts returned the children's previous opinion of their classmate and trampled the Jinchuriki's self-esteem into the dirt. As it turned out, the blonde was just lucky. The rest of the stars flew as God put it into their soul. Out of 10 stars, only 4 hit the log. Nigai, as always, was at her best at this time. All her weapons hit the target. Neji and Sasuke were not far behind. The second Uchiha was slightly inferior to the 3 leaders, but at least he hit the log. Tenten, of course, put all the crowned heads to shame. Narrow specialization and persistent training easily put any talent on the shoulder blades. All her kunai hit the same place, knocking out the previous ones. Sasuke looked angrily at this upstart from under his brows, but said nothing. The incredibly gloomy blonde stepped aside and grabbed his head with his hands. Naruto, don't be so upset, it's all nonsense, you'll catch up with them. Kurama became worried. The guy's despair was washing over him in waves, reminding him of his lost tales. Yes, I'll catch up with you, for sure. The fat man narrowed his eyes angrily and went to Iruka. Iruka-sensei, can you lend me a dozen kunai and shuriken? I wanted to train on my own, but I don't have my own equipment. The blonde demonstratively turned out his pockets. Sure, here you go. The surprised Chunin handed the guy 2 pouches. He nodded gratefully and went to his training ground. Iruka scratched the top of his head. His little sister must have hit him hard. The blonde, mentioned in vain, caught up with the fat man who was moving away. Where are you going? The girl asked again with her usual tact. Train. Naruto muttered resentfully and demonstratively jingled his pouches, which looked extremely comical on his enormous butt. Ah, so that's it. Well then, good luck. Should I tell mom anything? Nigai asked. I'll be there at 8, so don't worry unnecessarily, the blonde replied. Okay, get out of here, chubby. The blonde lightly kicked Naruto in the butt with her knee. He just waved his hand at her and wandered away. Nigai wondered, why did he start to get so tense about his dismal success in the military field? Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Didn't hit the barrel with the kunai. But what a rich borscht my mom and I made, try it. Nigai, no one let you go. Iruka shouted. The blonde shrugged and returned to the group. Basically, the only thing I can still use and know how to use is shadow cloning. And, Shinigami take you, that's it. Uzumaki was outraged by the vicissitudes of fate. Well, that's not so little. With their help, you will quickly master the skills you lost, unlike me, the fox muttered resentfully. Yes, you're right about that. Forgive me for crying on your shoulder, there's no one else to do it for, Uzumaki replied, embarrassed. It's okay, that's what friends are for. The blood-smeared kitsune smiled warmly, although an outside observer would have taken his smile for a fierce grin. You asked to expand your SCH. I am doing it, but I think you can handle a faster pace. I will be able to return you to your previous chakra volume in just a year, the demon said. That's all. That's more than unacceptable. The blonde man was indignant. Then it's best to get started quickly. Lie down on the ground and put something in your teeth, the Biju instructed. Why? Naruto asked. It will be very painful, the kitsune answered, slightly hesitating. He didn't want to hurt his only friend, but there was no other way out. The Jinchuriki hesitated for a moment, but then rolled his shirt into a tight bundle and took it in his teeth. Ready? The kitsune asked. Let's go, the boy replied. Kurama, who had finished his meal and curled up in the middle of the bone-strewn clearing, transferred his consciousness to the part of his chakra that remained inside the seal and began to influence Naruto's chakra circulation system with its help. The blonde's blue eyes almost bulged from their sockets from the horrific pain. It felt like molten lead was flowing through his veins instead of blood, incinerating the surrounding flesh. The Jinchuriki filled the 13th training ground with a wild roar and rolled madly on the ground. Kurama looked down at the floor in embarrassment. Yes, at times he wanted to tear this little thing to pieces, but he had no desire to torture him. Should I continue? The demon inquired. Yes, the Jinchuriki roared. The procedure lasted a little over an hour, after which the fox decided that was enough for today. The boy convulsively squeezed clods of earth in his palms. The jaw-breaking pain was replaced by aching throughout his body. Now you can summon 2 clones, the fox encouraged his host. Naruto, swaying as if after 3 bottles of sake, stood up to check his friend's words. The Jinchuriki folded the seals and 2 copies appeared before him. Thank you. Despite the still quite noticeable pain, the Jinchuriki was as happy as a cat. You're welcome, the kitsune replied, breaking the mental connection and slowly falling asleep. Naruto, meanwhile, turned to his clones. Guys, here's the equipment, you know what to do, Uzumaki roared cheerfully. Yes sir. One clone took kunai, the second shuriken. The clearing was filled with the rhythmic sound of metal entering wood. Naruto sighed heavily, but gathered all his will into a fist and continued doing general physical training. After 2 hours, he was completely exhausted. The blonde called off the clones, gathered the kunai and shuriken and trudged home. Comment to 9. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 10. The fat man walked down the street, not noticing what was happening around him. His whole body was in terrible pain. The exhausted SCS reminded him of itself with an unpleasant itch deep in every muscle. The only good thing was that the clones had learned to send at least 6 out of 10 projectiles into a log. If the dynamics continued, then in a week or 2 Naruto would be able to compete with his little sister. Knocking on the door, the Jinchuriki met his mother with a pained look. Hi, Mom. Hi, come in, you must be really tired, Kushina stated the obvious. I have good news for you, Momoka promised to train you every evening. Hooray, the blonde said uncertainly. You're not too happy, I see. Kushina raised an eyebrow and narrowed her eyes unkindly. What are you saying? Of course I'm happy, I just don't have the strength for emotions, the blonde told the pure truth. The scarlet-haired girl changed her anger to mercy and smiled slightly. Okay, go eat noodles with meatballs for dinner tonight. Mommy will be late today and won't be able to set up a time for you to practice, so come home early tomorrow so she doesn't have to wait for you. Yes, yes, yes. The guy waved the kunoichi away, for which he was immediately grabbed by the ear. Don't be rude to your mother. Kushina was indignant. Forgive me, my beautiful mommy, I love you very, very much, don't punish me, but caress me and give me something to eat. Naruto himself laughed at his own words, not to mention his mother. After a quick evening walk, Naruto went to bed. Lying in bed, the Jinchuriki decided to consult with his comrade in misfortune. Kurama, there is a serious threat looming on the horizon, Naruto addressed his fellow sufferer. What happened? I'm actually sleeping, the fox muttered lazily in a drowsy voice. I'll be trained by my Anbu sister, the blonde replied. Aren't you smart and cunning enough to deceive some girl? The demon drawled sadly. Not just any girl, but a very beautiful girl. Besides, she's my sister, so please show some respect, the Jinchuriki was indignant. You've only been in this world for 3 days, and you're already defending her with such rage. Kyuubi was surprised, and after some thought, he came to a logical conclusion before Uzumaki could answer. Do you really want to mate with your little sister? He asked curiously. Go to hell, she saved me from serious physical injuries, I'm just grateful to her, you idiot. The blonde blushed like a ripe tomato from shame, which made it clear to the demon that he was close to the truth. Kitsune just shook his head and snorted in disgust. Okay, it doesn't concern me, the fox yawned and laid his head on his paws. After a hearty lunch, smoothly flowing into dinner, it was becoming more and more difficult to fight sleep. I believe in you. You know what the local Naruto was like, quiet and shy. Try to be just a little more relaxed at first. Then, over the course of a month, become more and more brazen, as if training with Momoka makes you more confident. If in 3 months you behave like you did in that world, then no one will suspect anything. The demon voiced the strategy he had come up with for integrating the alien into the local society. Wow, you're a great psychologist, Kurama. The blonde couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, causing the demon to puff up with pride. Of course, in order to catch dinner, you need to know what he's thinking, the fox drawled mockingly. Naruto winced in disgust, and then asked the Biju a tricky question. Kurama, I know you inside and out. I know you're a good guy to the tips of your tails. Who are you showing off to, pretending to be the bloodthirsty monster you once were? The demon froze with his eyes wide open, then looked at the ground, thinking hard about his comrade's words. I don't know. The demon answered honestly. Habit, I guess, he suggested uncertainly. Naruto smiled widely and sent the fox a wave of approval and affection that was worth 1,000 words, causing the demon to smile just as stupidly and naively. Naruto, thank you, it's only thanks to you that I became like this. You can't imagine how much easier my life has become, the fox said quietly. You're welcome, buddy. The Jinchuriki smiled broadly and, saying goodbye to the demon, broke the mental connection with him. The next day, right after the academy, the blonde ran home. Since he couldn't use clones, he should at least take care of his body. Naturally, neither Momoka nor even his mother were home. Kushina, as it turned out, was one of the strongest demonologists, so sometimes she was called to the Uzumaki clan's scientific complex to solve some difficult problem. If Kyuubi knew what kind of problem it was, he would have definitely razed the entire village to the ground, despite the protests of his Jinchuriki. The blonde just shrugged and started pacing around the mansion. The area was not small. 600 square meters of fenced territory with a path around the perimeter could easily pass for a small stadium. This time Naruto managed to run 1 kilometer, after which fatigue knocked him to the ground. It was absolutely clear that an alien would not become an athlete no matter how hard he wanted to. He could lose weight, but was it necessary? He was a shinobi, after all, not a ballerina. And if he left everything as is, his heart simply could not cope with the load. Naruto decided that for now it would be better to focus on strength training. A horizontal bar would be great. The blonde looked around in search of something suitable and noticed an apple tree with a thick branch growing not far from the ground. Naruto approached it, puffed up and jumped, clinging to the branch. With a heartbreaking creak, the apple tree leaned over, and its roots on the opposite side from the blonde appeared from the ground. The Jinchuriki's feet touched the neatly trimmed lawn. Naruto let go of the tree, and it immediately straightened up, bringing down a rain of unripe fruits on the guy. Well, this is a thin tree. The blonde realized that only Mother Earth could support his horse weight, so with a sour expression he began to squat, do push-ups, and do crunches. An hour later, Momoka arrived at the training ground. Hey, little brother, a voice said behind Naruto. The blonde jumped as if he had been stung. The elite kunoichi moved absolutely silently. Hello, Naruto replied. Are you warmed up yet? Well done. I want to teach you a few ninjutsu, the kunoichi said, smiling mysteriously. Cool. The Jinchuriki muttered uncertainly. So much enthusiasm. Okay. Here you go. The girl, slightly upset by her brother's reaction, handed the fat man an ordinary-looking white piece of paper. Press it between your index and middle fingers and send chakra through them, she asked. Naruto followed his sister's instructions, not doubting his elements for a second, Kaden and futon, and no bread needed. A second later, the Jinchuriki's jaw dropped to the ground, followed by rotten flakes of paper. Doden, the blonde stammered in disbelief. Momoka was puzzled, but did not see a big problem in this. At least the element of earth was subservient to her. The red-haired girl took another piece of paper from the bins of her vest, a slightly yellowish tint. Here, let's determine the second element. Squeeze this paper between your palms, the same with chakra. The blonde convulsively snatched the paper from his sister's hands and squeezed it between his palms. If only futon. Shinigami, don't punish me, these are all my techniques. The Jinchuriki prayed silently. Naruto unclenched his palms, rotten dust lay in them. The blonde's eye twitched, his nostrils flared, cold sweat ran down his forehead. The circumstances simply could not get any worse. Well, this is the first time I've seen a person with one element. Momoka frowned thoughtfully. Nightmare, Naruto muttered under his breath, shaking nervously. The red-haired girl fell silent in surprise, seeing her brother's face expressing universal sorrow. Naruto, the earth element is no worse than the others, why are you so dissatisfied? The red-haired girl asked. The Jinchuriki looked sadly at his puzzled sister, answering very quietly. I won't be able to accelerate the weapon, I won't be able to sharpen it, I won't be able to quickly and effectively attack the enemy, all I can do is throw dirt and build fences out of it, and you ask me what I'm unhappy with. The Jinchuriki uttered heavily, as if each word weighed a ton, and sat down on the ground, putting his head on his knees and clasping it with his hands. All the plans he had made were destroyed, he had almost no chakra, his body was unable to withstand serious physical exertion, dozens of techniques based on FUNN, hundreds based on kaden, rasengan, enhanced bijudama, all this was left in the past, forever. The kunoichi frowned and stamped her foot without making seals, a meter-high earthen column grew under the Jinchuriki's butt. The boy waved his arms convulsively, but held on to the support and looked at his sister with an accusing look. Now listen to me, hysterical. Yes, Doden has almost no offensive techniques, but even the simplest defensive ones can stop almost any ninjutsu. Momoka began the presentation of the most underestimated element. To win, you need to neutralize the enemy, you can't win a fight with defense alone, the blonde drawled sadly. The kunoichi raised an eyebrow in surprise, she hadn't noticed the slightest tactical streak in her brother before. Most likely, the reason was the almost complete lack of communication with him. Momoka disappeared on missions from dawn to dusk, only now there was a temporary lull at work. You're right about that, if you had a second element, there wouldn't be a problem. But it is what it is, you only have Doden at your disposal. Nevertheless, you have a very pronounced talent for this element, if you have only one. In the near future, you will have to carry out missions in a team, so you can leave the attack to your comrades and mentor. Attacking ninjutsu will not be required at the exams. I don't argue, I will be irreplaceable for the team, increasing the survivability of my comrades with the help of defensive techniques. But what should I do in a duel with the enemy? The Jinchuriki asked a little more cheerfully. Taijutsu, throwing weapons, explosives and other seals, senbons, poison, traps, and who knows what else. With the help of fuinjutsu, you can seal any technique and then use it at the right moment. The kunoichi took a tiny scroll, the size of a finger, from her vest and poked it into the sky. A huge fire dragon flew off the end of the scroll and flew into the sky. The hieroglyphs on the paper disappeared. The Jinchuriki opened his mouth in amazement, in his world there was nothing like this. Apparently, here the Uzumaki really do not eat their bread for nothing, and in the 30 years by which they outlived their clansmen from his world, they were able to significantly advance in fuinjutsu. Moreover, I master 3 elements. Although I was given only FUNN and kaden at birth, Doden was mastered through long and persistent training, so gather your snot into a fist and go train. The kunoichi once again tried to inspire her pessimistic brother. The blonde shuddered, remembering that Kakashi mastered 4 elements. Moreover, as a Jinchuriki, it will be much easier for him to master kaden. Kyuubi was its incarnation. FUNN, of course, will be a serious problem, but patience and hard work will grind everything down. Yes sir. The beaming Jinchuriki jumped off the pole, dusted off his butt and followed his sister. Momoka snapped her fingers and the earthen pole fell down, returning the patch of grass to its place. Now Naruto had a lot more work to do than he had expected. Comment to 10. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 11. Momoka took her brother to a small training ground outside the mansion. The blonde hesitated the whole way, trying to make a difficult choice. Should he show his knowledge of shadow cloning to his sister right away, or should he wait? Luckily for him, the kunoichi turned out to be much smarter than most teachers and immediately wanted to give her student a legal cheat. Naruto, to start, I will teach you the shadow clone jutsu. It will allow you to speed up your training many times. The pace will increase with the number of clones, but not linearly. To learn complex techniques, you need knowledge of the previous stages, and it often turns out that different clones study the same thing at the same time. The jutsu has only one seal, but it requires extreme concentration. Its main difficulty is also the reason why its multiple version is included in the category of forbidden techniques. After death, clones transfer all their fatigue to the creator, as a result of which an inexperienced shinobi can die. Also, the technique is very chakra consuming. I can only create 50 clones, and I am an Uzumaki and one of the strongest kunoichi of Konoha. Thank you for agreeing to be my sensei. Naruto looked at his sister with gratitude, she smiled kindly and put her hand on his head. I haven't taught you anything yet, so it's too early to thank me. I hope that you will be grateful not only in words, but also in deeds, so please make every possible effort. I have little free time, and I would like to leave at least a small part of it for myself. The girl's gaze became extremely serious, letting Naruto understand that at the first sign of sloppy work he would have to look for a new sensei. Of course, little sister. He answered cheerfully. The kunoichi nodded with satisfaction, took a step back and made a seal that was painfully familiar to Naruto and that he loved with all his heart. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, said the kunoichi. Her exact copy appeared next to the girl and smiled widely at the fat man. The boy grinned slyly and repeated all his sister's actions, after which his copy appeared behind him. Naruto decided to save his chakra and not show off too much, so as not to arouse suspicion and save energy for, in fact, training. Mom looked at the grinning fatties in amazement and scratched her head. Either her brother had real talent, or a large supply of chakra, there was no third, he simply could not learn this technique on his own. All information about it is classified, since it is a national treasure of Hai no Kuni in general and Konoha in particular, therefore it is protected from foreign spies by all means. Well done. I hope you'll master the other techniques just as quickly, the red-haired girl said, grinning crookedly. I hope so too, the blonde said wearily, realizing that he would never be able to do that. Well then, let's start with the simplest thing, a wall of mud. Momoka made 3 seals and slapped her hands on the ground. With a quiet crunch, a small wall 3 meters wide, a meter high, and about 20 centimeters thick rose up in front of the kunoichi. The blonde and his clone had already clasped their hands when they were unceremoniously interrupted. Before you start getting indignant, allow me to make a small lyrical digression. Naruto's face lengthened in surprise, but the chubby guy lowered his hands. So, why is Doden good? The kunoichi jumped over the wall and stood next to her brother's clone. First of all, it is completely invulnerable to basic, non-explosive fire techniques. The kunoichi threw the protesting copy over the wall, then folded her seals and exhaled a cone of flame. The clone, who had poked his head out over the barrier, squealed and hid back. Secondly, it is absolutely invulnerable to ordinary throwing weapons. The kunoichi threw 2 kunai, 6 shurikens and 12 senbons at the wall, all of them got stuck in the scorched ground. The clone, crouching in single file, quickly retreated from the firing zone. What if the defense gives in? Momoka frowned disapprovingly and sent her copy to take his place. Thirdly, it holds weak water and wind techniques very well. I won't show you the water, but the wind, you're welcome. The girl folded 4 seals and sharply waved her hands, sending forward 2 blades of compressed air. A pair of deep trenches appeared on the wall, half, and in some places 2/3 of the thickness, but the defense held. The copy of Momoka showed a thumbs up, after which she ducked again. Naruto, like the little child he was now, watched with delight the demonstration of the element he had so viciously rejected. No futon or Kaden technique could give even a close similar effect. The blonde had always envied Gaara and his smart little sand. How much of his own and his friend's blood could have been saved? But, of course, the protection is not absolute. Momoka imbued the kunai with wind chakra and threw it at the wall. The weapon seemed not to notice the obstacle and pierced the ground along with the clone, whistling further into the forest. The copy disintegrated into a cloud of white smoke, but the torment of the long-suffering wall did not end there. And powerful fire techniques can easily blow it to hell. The kunoichi made 5 seals, then formed a ring with her fingers and blew through it. A fireball the size of a watermelon flew 15 meters in a second and crashed into the ground. There was a deafening explosion, and all that was left of the wall were memories and a pile of clods of earth. Impressive. I've seen the seals, we'll try, the Jinchuriki replied. The battered clone nodded and began to make seals together with the creator. The kunoichi stepped aside and made herself a small earthen stool, watching her brother closely. The guys strained, and finally, after an hour, they strained enough. The clone managed first and summoned a quite suitable, quite extensive, but still thin wall. Naruto snorted indignantly and kicked the creation of his copy. Hey, I'm helping you, just in case. The copy muttered resentfully and folded her arms across her chest. Sorry, emotions, envy and all that. The blonde scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Momoka put away the book on Irieninjutsu for beginners and smirked. Yes, the shadow clones were very, very willful. Well, Naruto, I'm saying goodbye to you for today. I have to go to work tomorrow at 5 in the morning. I understand, he said sadly. He really liked this sensei. Don't be so sad. We'll continue tomorrow. Besides, No one is stopping you from practicing without me. The kunoichi lightly ruffled the blonde hedgehog hair and ran away. Naruto grunted and turned to his clone, who brazenly lay down on the wall and threw his hands behind his head. What do you think? Are we in serious trouble, or not? The blonde asked himself. Honestly, I'm still shocked by how well such a flimsy-looking wall protects. I don't give a damn about Genin. A joke, of course, but there's some truth in it, the clone replied. We should make a circular wall and put a lid on top. It would be a cocoon like Gaara's, the original suggested. Yeah, and the earth will immediately fall on your head. No, you won't get far on this loose soil, you need to try to compact it, the copy answered. Good idea. Then we can make stakes out of the ground and grow them right between the enemy's legs. The blonde pointed his finger at the sky and grinned bloodthirstily. Here it is, Doden's attack technique. You're evil, creator. The clone chuckled and jumped off the wall. The blonde fell silent for a moment. The clone looked at him in bewilderment. I miss the rasengan, the Jinchuriki answered the silent question. What's so difficult about it? When you first came to this world, you needed 10 times more chakra. Now you have 3 times more chakra. Accordingly, a couple more sessions of expanding the SCC with the fox's help and you will be able to charge our favorite bone crusher, the clone encouraged him. Then let you take care of the chakra, and I'll take care of Doden, the blonde suggested. You're a rascal, you've grabbed the most interesting things for yourself. Oh well, I'm not greedy, the copy replied. Naruto smirked, placed his hands on the wall erected by his copy, and tried to squeeze it with his chakra. The clone sat in the lotus position and began to vigorously drive the remaining spiritual energy through the narrow channels. An hour later, the Jinchuriki was exhausted, and the wall had become thinner by only a third. And yet, this is progress. The clone roared encouragingly and patted his creator on the shoulder. Yes, progress. The Jinchuriki called the copy back and trudged home. He was met by the entire family having dinner. So, how was the training? Kushina asked with keen interest. Minato bit into his baguette angrily, glaring at his daughter who was wasting Anbu's precious time. Wonderful. I taught him shadow clones and how to set up a mud wall, the kunoichi answered for her brother. Wow, not bad for a first day. Kushina looked at her son in surprise, even Minato deigned to raise an eyebrow, but nothing more. Well done, brother. Nigai hit the fat girl on the shoulder so hard that she almost knocked her arm out of its socket, but Naruto only smiled. This was how his little sister expressed warm feelings. Thank you very much, Momoka. You really helped me a lot. The alien did not forget to thank his benefactress. Don't flatter yourself, we'll continue tomorrow. The kunoichi winked slyly and got up from the table. As she had already mentioned, tomorrow at dawn I have to go to work. Minato came out after her, and then the kids took off. The blonde stayed for a while. Mom, I'm sorry I don't help you cook. I'd be happy to. The Jinchuriki began to justify himself, but was interrupted mid-sentence. Nonsense, son. I am much happier to know that you are spending this time studying, and with such success. She answered with a broad smile. And yet, the blonde made a seal and summoned a clone. He immediately went to the sink and started washing the dishes. Thank you, Naruto, this will help me a lot. Kushina kissed her son on the forehead and went to check the door. The Jinchuriki washed off a bucket of dirt and collapsed into bed. Naruto wanted to contact Kyuubi, but changed his mind. Let him at least rest a little from him. After all, he is a free Biju, not his mother. Kurama, who had been busy eating the forest inhabitants and fertilizing the soil with waste products, was surprised to note that Naruto had not contacted him once during the entire day. The fox curled up in the same place, noting with pleasure that he had become a couple of meters longer. Maybe something happened to Naruto. No, it's impossible, he would have told me right away. Most likely, he was very tired after training, or did not want to bother me, the demon reassured himself. However, his peace did not last long. Another inspection of the tails revealed that all of them, except one, were dead from the tips to the very base. The fox, shedding a lonely tear, bit them off and, despite the overwhelming wild melancholy, fell asleep. Comment to 11. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade, Naruto, where would we be without it? 12. The next week went by as planned. a sound sleep at the academy, a delicious lunch at home and a hard training session at the training ground. Naruto was so carried away that he completely forgot about his furry lodger, enjoying the absence of someone else's consciousness in his head and the complete freedom of thought, without the fear of being heard. However, at times melancholy overcame the Jinchuriki, and he exchanged a couple of positive emotions with his Biju. The relations in the class were neutral. The blonde was no longer mocked, but no one was in a hurry to become his friend, with the exception of the lovesick red-haired monster, the sight of whom made the blonde's sweat run down his back. Another test in taijutsu and cold weapon mastery was approaching, so the Jinchuriki increasingly asked to leave Iruka's lectures, handing in the material externally. It cannot be said that Yumino was happy about this, but since the effectiveness of the training did not fall, but only increased, it was a sin to complain. Naruto quickly pulled up his tails in the theoretical material. For an Anbu captain, a test at the academy is a piece of cake, and in particularly difficult moments he could always count on the help of Kyuubi, which, however, he never needed. His mother and sisters couldn't be happier with the changes in their plump relative. He became even more positive than usual, and gradually became less and less timid, saying that training with Momoka made him more confident. Kangen was blackly jealous of his brother. No one paid attention to him, but the kid didn't complain for nothing. The gifted pony and panda compensated for this unpleasant moment. Minato, as usual, was dissatisfied. In fact, his son could only gather dirt into a pile, while Yellow Lightning at 13 years old owned Fuden at such a level that he could give any Jonin a hard time and chop him into pieces even on the approach. Physical training was in full swing. Naruto could already run 3 kilometers without stopping and do 50 push-ups. Naruto lost 2 kilos, not too much, but losing weight was not the blonde's main goal, so he was satisfied. The fat was extremely reluctant to go away, but muscles began to be felt under its thick layer. Training in throwing senbons, kunais and shurikens was pushed into the background, but not forgotten, so by the end of the week he could hit a log from 10 meters with all the projectiles without any problems. This finally set the Jinchuriki in a new mood. Nothing is impossible, everything will come back to normal, with time. Momoka taught her brother an effective method for expanding the SCH. It consisted of seemingly banal meditation, but with the only difference that all the energy was concentrated in the hearth. This allowed the total supply of chakra to be increased, although the capacity of the channels did not change. However, this was not a problem. The channels expanded on their own, over time, under the influence of spiritual energy flowing at a normal pace. Of course, this method was so far from the speed of the fox's method. An hour of torment replaced a week of 2-hour meditations. This did not bother him at all. No one forbade him to combine both methods. Naruto was bothered by the fact that the fox was becoming sadder every day. He thought that the reason for this was the demon's attachment to its host because of the seal, but he could not remove it. The situation was becoming a stalemate, but the Uzumaki clan survived in this world and came up with such seals that it was becoming scary. It was quite possible that they had invented something to release the Biju without the death of the Jinchuriki. This meant that if you were skilled enough in Fuinjutsu, you could satisfy both your own and the fox's needs. Still, Naruto considered the Nine Tails even more than a friend. At one time it replaced his entire family, and until now he perceived it as nothing less than an older brother, strong, wise and caring. Kyuubi was very flattered by such an attitude, so the fox made all sorts of concessions to its host, intending to spend his entire life with him, because the demon did not doubt for a second that he would never find another such person, not in 100, not even in 1,000 years. But Naruto was unaware of the true reasons for the Nine Tails' bad mood and his attitude towards the seal until he himself told him about them. On the 7th day, Naruto was learning a simple attack technique from his rather meager arsenal of earth element attack jutsu. "Mom, where were we?" the Jinchuriki asked. "You have to throw the stone with chakra," the kunoichi replied, slightly bored. "Do I know what kind of seals are needed?" "For you, none. You have a real talent, develop it, don't take the easy way." Momoka drawled in a didactic tone. Naruto grumbled resentfully and summoned 3 copies. All the guys put a stone in front of them, the size of a brick, and began to puff themselves up with all their might. Doden really came very easily to Naruto. Momoka learned to build a wall for about a week, despite the cooperation with 50 clones. The nine-tailed fox didn't waste any time either. The Biju managed to catch almost 100 hares, 50 wild boars, a couple dozen deer and 5 bears. Such intensive feeding allowed the fox to stretch another 3 meters. Now from nose to tail he was about 10 meters, and weighed about 10 tons. Kurama got bored. Who wouldn't get bored of doing nothing but eating and sleeping for 2 weeks? Rakuto didn't give his brainchild any companions, and the fox's fine motor skills and spatial thinking were only enough to build a fence from fallen trees around the demon's favorite sunny clearing. Is Naruto really that busy that he only talks to me for 5 minutes every 2 days? Or is he tired of me? The demon shuddered. But I have no one to talk to except him, and without communication I will quickly become the same monster, especially considering what I am forced to do all day long. He looked longingly around the clearing littered with animal bones. It took him a huge effort to keep himself in his paws and not enjoy the salty taste of blood in his mouth and the pleasant heaviness in his stomach from the swallowed and torn to pieces bodies. Naruto, how are you doing? The demon asked a classic nonsensical question, wanting to start a conversation. Naruto, who was holding the stone in the air with his chakra, flinched in surprise and dropped the weight on his foot. The Jinchuriki grabbed the injured limb and began to jump on one leg around the frowning Kunoichi, spewing curses and unprintable expressions. Naruto, one more curse word and I'll hit you. Momoka promised, cracking her knuckles. The blonde howled like a dog scalded with boiling water. Naruto, the worried demon said, feeling a strong pain in his left hind leg. I almost lost my leg because of you. He exclaimed in his heart. I didn't do it on purpose. Kyuubi muttered, embarrassed. Mom, wait a second, I need to rest a little, Naruto hissed through his teeth. Okay, but you're stealing time from yourself. The Kunoichi shrugged and began reading the book on Irionanjutsu again, this time for amateurs. Progress was going very quickly. Her brother trained like crazy and often injured himself, which gave the girl a lot of opportunities to practice. Stepping into the shade under the spreading crown of a tree, Naruto resumed the dialogue, intending to tell Kyuubi about his plans. Kurama, I have a serious conversation with you. The fox perked up and interrupted the boy, much to his surprise. Are you okay? You've barely talked to me for a week. The concerned fox asked. Naruto, despite the pain that was still not subsiding, caused by his interlocutor, could not help but smile affectionately. No, Kurama, I'm fine, I just have a few minutes of free time, and you didn't express any dissatisfaction with the rarity of our conversations, from which I concluded that you want to be alone, merge with nature, return to your roots, so to speak. Naruto explained. It was as if a weight had been lifted from the demon's soul, and he hurried to point out to the Jinchuriki that he was wrong. Naruto, I can't stay away from human society for long, much less live in the forest. The Jinchuriki's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, but the tirade that followed completely threw him off track. The first 3 days were really good for me. Sleep as much and where you want, breathe fresh air, eat your fill of fresh meat and dream about your future strength. But then it got worse. A thirst for blood appeared. My old habits began to return to me. I again liked torturing my victims before death, to feel their horror with my whole being. If this continues, in 2 weeks my worldview may change, and in a month I may want to kill you, the demon said very quietly. Naruto shivered. He had no idea how serious it was, because in recent years the fox had behaved more adequately than most of his human acquaintances, with the exception of that incident on their first day in this world, and he was used to thinking that the fox was in complete control of himself. It turned out that this was not entirely true. Naruto, I don't want to become an animal again, I don't want to lose myself again. Please, take me away from here, the demon said barely audibly, shedding a single tear. Naruto felt such melancholy that his heart felt like it was being squeezed by a hand. Okay, Kurama, I recall you. The Jinchuriki made a seal so that Momoka couldn't see him. And then he felt like an outside observer had appeared in his mind again, but the emotions that came from him were so warm that Naruto forgot about the fact that he would once again have no personal life. Be patient for another half hour, please, I need to finish training. The Jinchuriki noticed that Momoka had already become very sour and was impatiently tapping her foot. No problem, buddy, the fox replied. Naruto quickly broke the mental connection and got back to business. Naruto smiled, as if a weight had been lifted from his soul. In the literal sense of the word, the Jinchuriki ran up to his bored sister, picked up the load and made it levitate again. You didn't waste any time. The demon commented. That's just the tip of the iceberg, Uzumaki replied. He abruptly straightened his arms, and the stone flew into the forest, knocking down a couple of young trees along the way. Well done, Naruto. That's enough for today. Momoka smiled at her proudly puffing brother and put the book behind her belt, heading off on her way, leaving the Jinchuriki alone with the demon. Uzumaki immediately sat down under a tree and was transported to his subconscious. As soon as he appeared, he was knocked off his feet by the nine-tailed fox, which had shrunk to the size of a dog. Naruto was scared at first, but when the fox started licking him, the blonde couldn't hold back his cheerful laughter, patting the demon on the furry scruff of the neck. Okay, enough, I understand that you missed me, the Jinchuriki grumbled, pushing the fox away from him. It came up to him again and snuggled up to Uzumaki's neck. He hugged him and began to slowly stroke his back. His gaze fell on the demon's tail. The only tail. Kurama, so your tail's really disappeared? Naruto's eyes widened. Yes, the fox told him about it, but the blonde took his words as a metaphor. Yes, they died and I had to tear them off, the kitsune answered in a trembling voice, looking at his butt with boundless longing. What kind of Kyuubi am I now? The fox said very quietly. The Jinchuriki immediately moved closer to him and put his hand on his shoulder. Kurama, it doesn't matter how many tails you have. You are still the same Kyuubi no Yoko, the great demon, the natural disaster of Konoha, the terror of all humanity. These are temporary difficulties, we will soon overcome them and return to our former power, the demon's host encouraged him. Kyuubi looked at him with a heavy gaze. He did not share the blonde's optimism. It's much easier for you, I think in a year or two you'll reach your previous level, but I'll most likely never be the same. I'd so like to go back to that world. But it's impossible. Our bodies are destroyed, and I don't want to move into someone else's, it will become even worse than it is now, the demon sighed sadly and hung his head. The Jinchuriki sympathetically hugged him and pressed the sad fox to himself, cursing himself for his laziness, because of which the Biju fell into depression from lack of communication. Don't worry, I'll help you. I'll probably have to kill on missions, and I think you'll be able to capture the souls of defeated opponents. Will that speed up the process? The Jinchuriki suggested. It will speed up, even if not by much. But still, thank you for your support, Naruto, the fox replied, smiling slightly. That's what friends are for. Kurama, the blonde let go of the demon and sat down next to him. I suppose you wouldn't be too happy if I told you that in this world it's possible to remove the seal without my death. The Jinchuriki asked. The fox's face stretched out in surprise, but then he shook his head decisively from side to side. No, I won't be happy. If I wanted to do it, I wouldn't have stopped you when you wanted to kill yourself, the fox said, causing Naruto to look away in embarrassment. As I said, freedom has a bad effect on me. With you, I learned to have fun without hurting others, and you have no idea how light my soul becomes from this. I need you, do you understand? If I am left to my own devices, I will go crazy like Shukaku and become a stupid monster again. Is that really what you want? Asked the Biju, looking at Naruto. He swallowed convulsively and shook his head. Of course not. Besides, I'm mortal now, and the only place I can feel safe is your seal. Do you really think that once I'm free, your relatives won't catch me and seal me into another Jinchuriki, much less compliant, or even cut me into pieces for their experiments? The demon asked. Naruto was horrified, imagining the dismembered Kyuubi, and immediately grabbed it in his arms. I understand everything. I swear to you, as long as I live, I will not let anyone hurt you, he said quietly, hugging the fox to himself, stroking his ears and the top of his head. His mood quickly climbed, and after half a minute he could not control his vanity. Naruto, do you want to see me in my true form? The fox asked casually. The Jinchuriki looked at him and couldn't help but smile widely. Okay. Go ahead and brag, Naruto replied. The fox immediately jumped to its paws and ran away, after which, with a quiet hiss, it grew to the size of an elephant. Uzumaki whistled in amazement and walked around the Biju. In this form, he was quite capable of dealing with a couple of Jonin. Kyuubi felt his friend's silent admiration and quietly purred with pleasure, making Naruto laugh. Oh, you vain little fox, don't feed me bread, give me a reason to be proud of myself, he muttered with feigned reproach in his voice, making the demon laugh, causing him to laugh cheerfully for the first time in 2 weeks. The Jinchuriki approached him and hugged the furry paw tightly. Don't worry, Kurama, we'll be fine, he said quietly. The demon lowered his head and buried his nose in the blonde's golden hair, continuing to purr softly from the warm emotions that washed over him. He believed Naruto's every word. Having said goodbye to the fox, Uzumaki moved to reality and ran home. It was already late evening, there was no point in making his family worry. Comment to 12. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade, Naruto, where would we be without it? 13. The exam. It's like a sloth. It seems like it won't come soon, but Armageddon is inevitable. There were only 2 months left. By this time, Naruto had lost another 5 kilos. He no longer resembled a sack of cellulite, a significant part of the fat deposits had already turned into muscles. Nevertheless, he was still very plump, so the school and home nickname was in no hurry to come off. The clones had already learned to knock down stones in flight with other stones, and the Jinchuriki preferred to finish the exercises in this simple ninjutsu. It was necessary to move on. In a week, Momoka taught Naruto how to create earth clones, but he didn't like them too much. The copies were very dumb and slow, although it was very difficult to kill them, the damage received was restored. However, they did not transmit any information after death and were not even able to act together. The shadow clones, meanwhile, faithfully and truly practiced their old skills, bringing them to perfection. Another feature of Doden is that you can use it to influence your body. The red-haired Kunoichi began to lecture again. How is Raiden's lightning cover? The fat man asked with hope in his voice, remembering how I only rode out on lightning cover. No, the blonde managed to produce an almost standard, megasta. Kurama cackled with laughter. Naruto had fed him more than one portion of his mother's cooking, which put the demon in an excellent mood, which could not be said about his host. Raiden accelerates the body, bringing the muscles to the limit, and creates a protective layer of plasma, which perfectly repels ninjutsu, but with the help of Doden you can strengthen your bones with the strongest minerals. Another disappointment. The Jinchuriki spat and, in anger, threw a stone lying nearby into the forest with the power of his mind. Don't be a hooligan. Mom shook her fist at her brother, who immediately stood at attention, although what kind of attention, with a belly circumference of 120. I know, it doesn't sound very impressive, but it's a passive effect that doesn't require chakra to maintain. You'll always be ready to fight back against the enemy, and it will be much harder to break anything. Okay, what should we do? The boy muttered without any enthusiasm. Summon the clones first. Okay. The blonde made a seal, and 6 copies appeared behind his back. Kyuubi was still helping him expand the SCC. Naruto had already gotten used to that wild pain and learned to endure it without screaming, which significantly reduced the visibility of the masochistic training for those around him. You must feel the minerals in your body and direct them to your bones. Just don't think about using all the resources, no more than 10% of the total, otherwise you will disrupt the functioning of the body, Momoka said in a didactic tone. Hi. The blonde sent a couple of clones to meditate to avert suspicions about the too rapid growth of the chakra reserve. The rest did what the sister said to do, and the original again began to run and do push-ups. Mom frowned disapprovingly. Naruto, stop messing around, or I'll leave a clone in my place too. The Jinchuriki stumbled in indignation and plowed the ground with his face. Do you think I'm idle? The fat man barked, jumping to his feet. Exactly. You can do physical training without me, but in a month I won't be able to devote any more time to you, said the sister, who was already losing her temper. Naruto fell silent, shocked. But who will help me, except you? The blonde could not remember a single sensei with whom he would progress so quickly in a completely unknown element. Naruto drooped and looked at the ground. Without a mentor, the speed of learning would drop significantly. I hope I'll have time to train you so that the exam won't be a problem for you. From now on, your team will have a specially assigned mentor who will be able to devote much more time to you. The blonde almost slapped himself on the forehead. How could he forget about such a wonderful person as Kakashi? Naruto kept forgetting that he was a 13-year-old child who had yet to begin training, and not an oligophrenic who was being trained by his own sister out of pity. Okay, what do you want to offer me? The blonde asked. Fuinjutsu, the sister answered briefly. Just try it, and I swear by Shinigami, I'll swallow you and not let you go all day. Kurama growled angrily. I agree. The blonde grinned enthusiastically, hearing the angry tirade of his biju. Mama raised an eyebrow in surprise. He spits at Doden, but he wants Fuinjutsu. It's strange that you show such enthusiasm for the most part, non-combat techniques, the Kunoichi voiced her thoughts. I'm Uzumaki, I'm supposed to, the blonde retorted. Just don't even think about saying that in front of your father. He's already trembling because all his daughters took their mother's last name, the Kunoichi interrupted the guy. Why did you do that? Naruto even missed his mistake. He was too intrigued by Momoka. To enjoy the privileges of our clan, of course, the Kunoichi answered like a stupid child. So I'm not entitled to them. Naruto was indignant. No, you're Namikaze, Momoka answered. Wonderful, I'm a member of a clan with 1.5 people. The Jinchuriki exclaimed indignantly. Congratulations, time is up, the kunoichi sighed heavily, looking at the sun approaching sunset, and went home. Sis, where are you going? What about Fuinjutsu? Tomorrow, all tomorrow, Naruto. The kunoichi smiled. Still, she was pleased that the little cook decided to change his profession and worked harder than she did in her younger years. The Jinchuriki sighed heavily and returned to his sheep, that is, the fox. Naruto entered the subconscious and measured the puffing demon with a suspicious look. Kurama, why do you get so mad whenever you hear anything about Fuinjutsu, Uzumaki or Uchiha? The Jinchuriki asked. Habit is a great power, the demon answered his host, smiling widely. Naruto walked up to him and sat on his soft paw. And yet, you've grown quite a bit, Uzumaki gave into surprise again, flattering the vain Biju with this. Of course, all I did was eat, my stomach still hurts. Complained the Nine Tails, the Jinchuriki chuckled, but said nothing. Do you want to go for a walk? Naruto asked. A stupid question, of course. The fox replied, wagging his tail playfully. Naruto returned to reality and summoned a tiny fox, the size of a sandal. The Jinchuriki couldn't resist, grabbed Kurama in his arms and began to squeeze him. To his surprise, the demon didn't try to break free, on the contrary, he purred with pleasure, looking at the Jinchuriki with a devoted look. Naruto smiled and, stroking the velvety ears one last time, put the fox on the ground. The Jinchuriki walked out to the center of the training ground, the clones were still doing their thing. He took off his shoes, trying to get as close to his element as possible. He had one idea that he wanted to test for a long time. Naruto, don't be offended, but your feet stink terribly. The fox cub was indignant, holding his nose with his paw. Be patient, it has to be this way, the somewhat embarrassed Jinchuriki replied. But why? You'll see. Naruto concentrated, closed his eyes and felt the ground around him. It was a very special feeling. The wind was weightless and short-lived, the fire was destructive and cruel. The earth, however, was calm and stable. It had been here long before shinobi had ever appeared. It would still be here long after they had all disappeared and turned to dust. It was not easy to make the earth submit to one's will. Mamoka had still not advanced beyond simply throwing stones, moving underground, digging holes, building walls and cloning, despite training until she was exhausted. With Naruto, the situation was completely different. The earth itself wanted him to control it. He did not remember this with either fire or air, although he considered himself a true master in these areas. Apparently, a predisposition to one element really does give more advantages than he previously thought. Naruto exhaled sharply and jerked his arms upward. With a loud crunch, 50 spikes of compacted soil, each as thick as an arm, jumped out of the ground. The Jinchuriki fell to one knee and began breathing heavily. He had overestimated his strength. Naruto caught his breath and walked over to the stakes. After pounding them with his fist, the boy was convinced that they were not toys at all. The ground was as hard as wood. Only a powerful kick using chakra was able to break the spike, and 100 pounds of turf fell to the ground, retaining its original shape. Now this looks more like military equipment, exclaimed the fox. Thank you, I tried. The blonde put on his boots, and the fox decided to come closer. You clearly need to do something about it, that stench is not normal. The Biju was indignant. Your sense of smell is too good, everything is within normal limits, the blonde retorted. The fox shrugged and looked at the forest of thorns with an appraising glance again. Now he understood why Naruto had spent a whole week learning to compress the earth. Kurama, if you want, you can go hunting again, Naruto suggested. Naruto, we already discussed that I shouldn't disappear into the forest for too long, otherwise I might disappear there forever, the demon reminded him. But no one is asking you to leave for a long time. Make 3 to 5 day forays, and then I will recall you, and you will tell me what interesting things you saw in the vicinity of the village. Maybe it will work. In any case, it's definitely worth a try, since I'm still unacceptably weak, the Biju muttered thoughtfully. You can rely on me, I will contact you regularly. I understand that you, like me, need strength, so I dare not hinder you, Uzumaki replied, scratching the fox's muzzle with his finger. Thank you for understanding. Let's hope that I can cope with the dark part of myself. The fox disappeared into the forest thicket. Naruto dispelled the clones and went home. Tomorrow there was a series of sparring at the academy, and after that, training in Fuinjutsu with his sister. Comment to 13. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 14. Finally, the Jinchuriki had the chance to show off their accomplishments once more. The boys had already begun to chuckle as Naruto took up a position to throw projectiles at the deck. He took the kunai and threw them one after another at the target. 3 hit the target, the rest were evenly distributed a little further away. The children fell silent in amazement, along with their sensei. No one had shown such progress in a week. The blonde was only slightly behind his sister, which amazed her to the depths of her soul. With the look of a winner, the fat man walked over to his little sister and gave her a high five. Well done, Naruto, keep it up. The kunoichi was very happy for her brother, now he really had a chance to pass the exam. The girl was a little jealous that her older sister was not devoting her precious time to her, but she made an effort. Naruto needed help much more. Sparring followed. Naruto was unlucky, he had to fight Lee. The Jinchuriki respected the thick-browed man even in that world, not everyone could handle such persistent training. The lack of talent did not stop the boy, thanks to which he achieved great heights in taijutsu. In this world, the situation has not changed. Give up, Naruto, you can't defeat me. The boy was dead serious, he didn't want to harm the Hokage's son, but if a fight was declared, then little depended on him. Let's check. The blonde stood in a fighting stance and beckoned his opponent with his hand. Lee shrugged and took off like a bullet. Naruto wasn't too surprised by the thick-browed man's speed, he weighed barely more than 50 kilos, so his blows would hardly be too painful. Chakra was completely beyond his control, and muscle power alone would not be enough. The Jinchuriki missed 2 blows to the head and 3 to the body, but managed to get the agile brunette, who grabbed his stomach, into which a pood-sized fist flew. Naruto shook his head, driving away the white dots flashing before his eyes, and beckoned to his opponent again. Lee quickly came to his senses and rushed to attack, his trained body had survived worse. Naruto caught the leg flying at his head and, moving his whole body, threw his opponent aside. Lee rolled on the ground several times and crashed into a tree. The enraged boy immediately jumped to his feet and thoughtlessly rushed at his opponent. The Jinchuriki abruptly closed the distance and squeezed the thick-browed man tightly in his hands. Lee screamed and began to beat the Jinchuriki's head with his hands, his ribs were about to give up their lives. Naruto hissed in pain, but endured, his head was strong, he had proven it more than once. After a few seconds, Lee gave up. The winner is Namikaze Naruto. Iruka scribbled in the magazine and chased the fat man and his battered thick-browed head out of the ring. You're stronger than you look. Lee squeezed out. What's the point? If you hadn't been stupid, I would never have caught you, Naruto complained, slightly dissatisfied with himself. But you caught him, right? That's the main thing. The victory was fair. The thick-browed man extended his hand to the plump one, who shook it in surprise, after which Lee smiled and walked away. He needed to train even more so as not to fall into such a stupid trap next time. Brother, you surprise me more and more. Nigai slapped the plump one on the shoulder, heading to the ring. Haruno Sakura fought against her. The fight was very short. Nigai walked towards her opponent with a firm step. She tried to hit her in the head with a loud scream, but the blonde simply caught her arm and twisted it behind her back. The pink-haired girl whined from pain and resentment. Give up, Uzumaki said emotionlessly, she didn't even consider Haruno a person. No, Sakura roared. Nigai pulled her opponent's hand towards herself without any mercy, and she howled loudly. I give up. The pink-haired girl howled through her tears. The winner is Uzumaki Nigai. Yumino announced hastily, not wanting his student to get hurt. You will never become a good shinobi, the blonde literally spat, throwing her opponent to the ground. You're so mean, the Jinchuriki grumbled as his sister approached him. I feel sick just thinking that such a worthless person will be a shinobi. She will definitely let her team down and they will be killed on the first missions. The blonde glared angrily at the surprised guy, who only chuckled. Yes, as an experienced fighter, Naruto understood that such a person could really let him down at a crucial moment. In that world, Sakura had become a real headache more than once. Nigai, but she's still a newbie, you can't take away her only chance. The Jinchuriki was indignant. Why are you defending her? You better think about yourself. The sister grabbed the plump one by the chest. Your boobs are bigger than hers. Nigai pushed the fat man away, to the laughter of those around her. Naruto just waved his hand at her and stepped aside. His sister's temperament sometimes really hurt his ego. Half an hour later, There were 4 leaders left: Neji, Sasuke, Nigai, and, what surprised everyone to the core, Naruto. If Iruka had wanted to expel the chubby one for poor academic performance before, now those thoughts had disappeared without a trace. Over the past 2 weeks, he had managed to get from being an outsider to the semifinals. Neji and Sasuke fought first. Both were representatives of legendary clans, both possessed extraordinary physical strength and unique styles of close combat. This time, the contemptuous smirks disappeared from the faces of both guys, each recognized his opponent as an equal. Neji took a defensive position. Sasuke circled around him like a fox around a rabbit hole, trying to choose the moment to attack. The Uchiha did not expect Hyuga to rush into the attack, so he missed a couple of blows with an open palm, paralyzing part of the tenketsu on his stomach. Sasuke hissed like an alarmed cobra and ducked under Neji's arm, delivering 3 blows to the ribs, after which he jumped away, fearing a counterattack. Hyuga noticeably slowed down. Although the Uchiha's attacks were only physical, the pain from them, spreading like boiling water along his entire side, constrained his movements no worse than that same gentle palm. Sasuke grinned evilly. Victory was in his pocket. But Neji did not agree with this, so he used Byakugan. Hey, that's not fair. Uchiha barked indignantly. His dojutsu still hadn't awakened. Using dojutsu is allowed by the rules, so shut your mouth and get to work. Neji easily repelled all of his opponent's attacks and used 32 Heaven's Touches. Sasuke couldn't keep up with his opponent's movements, each of which covered such vital tenketsu. However, Uchiha wasn't going to give up so easily, so for each series of lightning-fast strikes from his opponent, he hit him in the butt. A couple of seconds later, Uchiha collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, and Hyuga was pouring blood from a broken nose, swaying like a drunkard from a slight concussion, clearly unable to continue the fight. Draw. Iruka called the Chunin assistant, who led the boys to the hospital. Both urgently needed medical attention. The crowd of children was chattering excitedly. They had not seen such a spectacular battle for a long time, although it lasted only a few moments, but the opponents were really the strongest and deserved each other. Uzumaki Nigai versus Namikaze Naruto. The chubby one sighed heavily and looked into his sister's blue eyes. He saw that she was not thrilled with what was happening, but without any compunction she would fight at full strength. Iruka-sensei, I give up, the blonde exhaled, raising his hand. This is the final battle. No surrender will be accepted here, the sensei said as if cutting off and kicked the plump one after his sister. I promise I'll try not to hurt you, Nigai whispered quietly and got into a fighting stance. Likewise, the Jinchuriki prepared to remember everything he had been taught in Anbu. It was one thing to win, and quite another to not harm the opponent in the process. Naru, wow, what are you planning to do? The Biju asked. Fight, Naruto replied tiredly. That means I managed to see the most exciting spectacle of my entire new life. Kurama, sitting in the forest thicket, scratched his ear with his paw and puffed up his chest in concentration. Nigai closed the distance and tried to punch her brother in the jaw, but he managed to dodge and catch her hand, after which he abruptly pulled the girl towards himself and tried to throw her, as in the duel with Lee. But this trick did not work with the Hokage's daughter. She hit Naruto in the head with her knee in midair. A sheaf of sparks flashed before the Jinchuriki's eyes, replaced by pulsating dark and light spots, but he remained conscious and remained on his feet. Nigai turned over in the air and landed on her haunches, sliding half a meter along the ground. Naruto was still a little nauseous, but he covered his head with his hands and resolutely moved into the attack. His sister was surprised. Usually after such a blow the hapless opponent was taken to the hospital, but, as Lee had already said, the chubby one was stronger than it seemed at first glance. Naruto tried to get his nimble sister with his feet a couple of times. Naruto, you'll never get into it like that, run into a clinch. Kyuubi was ashamed of his protege. He was always a little weak in taijutsu, focusing on elemental techniques, but bending over for a 13-year-old girl was completely unacceptable. The blonde listened to the furry commentator and tried to get closer to Nigai, but she already saw perfectly well what pleasant hugs this could end with, so she simply jumped away from the fat man, simultaneously striking him in the body. Naruto growled. The pain from his sister's blows was quite noticeable, despite her modest weight. When Nigai weakened her pressure for a second out of pity for her brother, he took advantage of this and grabbed her hand, after which he slammed the kunoichi with his whole body to the ground. Uzumaki curled up into a fetal position and began to cry. Nigai. Naruto's battle frenzy vanished and he rushed towards his sister. Suddenly, she straightened up sharply and punched her brother in the jaw with all her might, after which he fell to the ground unconscious. The winner is Uzumaki Nigai. Iruka again put a checkmark next to the Hokage's daughter. Despite this, he was again amazed. The weakest student almost won, but fell for the enemy's trick. The guys were hooting in disappointment. Namikaze did not live up to their expectations again. The girls were squealing happily. Nigai showed the guys their place again. But the winner herself felt hurt and disgusted. She had meanly played on brotherly love. Comment to 14. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 15. Naruto flew into his subconscious, where a ghostly silhouette of a fox was waiting for him. His body at that time was digesting more victims. I'm disappointed in you. The nine-tailed fox roared and slapped the blonde with his paw, but fortunately the limb simply passed through him. She tricked me, Naruto said quietly, bitterly. Kurama immediately stopped his tantrum and stretched out on the floor, laying his muzzle in front of the boy. It was a fight, although not a real one. In a fight, all means are good, you know that very well yourself, the fox explained. But, we are family. You would never do that to me, so why does my own sister take advantage of the fact that I care about her so brazenly? Kyuubi was glad that his friend thought so highly of him, so he finally stopped being angry with him. It was very important for her to win this competition. You hit her self-esteem hard, having risen from the worst to the top in a couple of weeks. She simply could not allow you to win. It would have been a disgrace for her. The fox demonstrated his miracles of deduction again. You're probably right. She's just a child, let's be lenient with her. Of course, I won't throw myself at her. Such behavior is unacceptable, Naruto whispered toward the end, with resentment in his voice. I support. If there are any problems, call me, I will quickly teach her good manners. The fox licked his lips carnivorously. The Jinchuriki winced and shook his head, remembering Kurama's stomach, with which he taught everyone he met. Naruto walked up to the ghostly silhouette and gave it an appraising look. Do you think you could kill Kakashi now? Why do you ask? The fox twitched his ears in surprise and widened his eyes, looking at his carrier. For me, he is the standard of a strong shinobi. The blonde spread his hands. PFFFFF, let's also measure the power of a ninja in poop, the fox replied. The Jinchuriki burst out laughing and sighed with relief. This world was still alien to him, but a piece of his native universe was now with him. Next to the fox, the boy felt like he was in his place. Everything was as it should be. I think I could, but I'd have to sweat a lot, the fox said and yawned widely. Forgive me for neglecting you for so long. Your support has saved my life, more than once. Forget it. Okay, it's time for you to go. Grateful Kurama helped the blonde return to reality and followed there himself. Naruto woke up on a stretcher while his body was being transported from the training ground to the hospital. Stop. The fat man barked. In surprise, the pair of muscular orderlies, moving such a heavy load, slammed it to the ground. The boy almost returned to his subconscious, after which he rose to his feet with a hiss. You idiots, you're not carrying firewood. Uzumaki barked. Forgive us, Naruto-sama. The orderlies quickly disavowed the scolding in the Hokage's office. The boy raised an eyebrow skeptically, shook his head sadly and headed home. His face was turning blue again. Nigai's hand was heavy. Kurama, is no one bothering you? The blonde asked. Well, one bear tried, the fox replied. And, Naruto already knew the answer, but still decided to make sure. I ate it, the Biju replied with satisfaction. You're hopeless. The blonde burst out laughing and, already in high spirits, knocked on the door. Mom opened it. Naruto, you're supposed to be in the hospital. Nigai said you had a concussion. Kushina rushed to examine and feel the fat boy's battered face, growing gloomier with each passing second. I've already punished this little brat, but it seems that it's not enough. The mother growled angrily. I support her. Although she can be understood, I almost beat her, and she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the guys. The blonde said a few words in defense of his sister. That's no reason to turn you into a cutlet. You didn't give her a single bruise, and she beat you up again. Kushina threw up her hands. You were just looking for bruises in the wrong place, the blonde drawled mysteriously, sitting down at the table. He had no doubt that his sister's entire back and butt were sparkling blue like the July sky. Naruto, did you really make it to the finals? Despite her son's shabby appearance, Kushina was seriously intrigued by this news. Yes. I managed to defeat Lee and some Uchiha, after which I was put to fight my sister. I didn't want that. Girls, and especially sisters, are not needed to be beaten. Kushina sighed sadly, but smiled warmly. Her son was a real man, although in the world of shinobi this was not the best help. I'm proud of you, son, the kunoichi said, gently stroking Naruto's cheek. Thank you, Mom, the blonde hugged Kushina. She gently kissed him on the forehead and brought a tray with mashed potatoes and chicken fillet. Her son deserved it. Naruto thanked his mother and sent a couple of clones to help her. Kushina swore to herself that she would overcome her pride and ask her son to teach her this technique. It was simply irreplaceable in the household. Afterwards, she handed the guy an ointment for bruises and sent him upstairs. Going up to his room, Naruto put some ointment on his face and lay down on the bed. He had been beaten too much today to do anything useful. Nigai heard the door slam and, gathering her will into a fist, overcoming her pride hurt by the blows from Kushina, went to apologize. Quickly reaching her brother's door, she knocked and entered without asking. Naruto, forgive me, the girl shuddered, seeing a face smeared with brown cream, sparkling with bruises. Nigai, I was really scared for you. I love you, and you used that to win some idiotic fight. Naruto was indignant. It was the finale. She tried to justify herself. It's all nonsense. You could have just asked me, and I would have given in to you. But I wanted you to fight at full strength. The kunoichi was indignant. Then why did you cheat? I would have won if everything had been fair. The kunoichi flushed, but then looked down at the floor in embarrassment. She herself didn't know why she had done that. It's just, I've always been the best. I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of my friends. Naruto sighed heavily and shook his head. These are not friends, these are fans. They will forget about you as soon as you screw up. They will not help you in difficult times. I am your brother. I will never abandon you and will always come to your aid. I am very upset that you do not value this at all. Nigai hung her head dejectedly. Her brother's words exactly repeated her mother's, which made her soul ache. Brother, this won't happen again, I promise, she muttered quietly and embarrassedly. Well, that's fine. I forgive you, but my patience is not limitless either. You shouldn't abuse it, her brother answered. Hi. The kunoichi left Naruto's room, sighing with relief. She ran into her older sister, who was not yet aware of what was happening. Hello, Nigai. What were you doing at Naruto's? Momoka asked. It doesn't matter. The blonde quickly slipped away, not intending to involve Momoka in this matter yet. The kunoichi became worried, remembering what the little monster had done to her little brother last time, so she immediately burst into the Jinchuriki's room. He jumped up on the bed from the sharp sound and covered himself with a blanket. He was going to take a little nap. The red-haired girl noticed that his plump face, covered in ointment, was turning blue again, so she growled angrily and clenched her fists. I'll beat this fool myself right now. The girl growled. Stop. Don't. Mom, it was a duel at the academy, everything was done honorably, and it wasn't just Nigai who punched my jug. The Jinchuriki stood up to defend his wayward sister. Well, since you insist, I won't, the kunoichi muttered and approached her brother. How did it all go? The girl asked. Not bad at all. I made it to the finals, Naruto replied with a happy tone in his voice. The final. You fully justify the hopes I had for you. It's a pity that this is not enough for your father, kunoichi snorted angrily. Minato worked too much, which is why even at home he behaved like a pragmatic pig, that is, Hokage. Not only did he force his son to take his worthless and useless last name, but he also let his education slide. And that's not enough. He put a spoke in her wheel, although his daughter performed his direct duties and taught and raised her son instead of him. Kushina is also good. She comes home late, cooks dinner and goes to bed. She leaves early and does not appear until the evening, picking at all sorts of demons in the Uzumaki labs. The children were left to their own devices, and she, as the eldest, had to sort everything out, and she has an irregular work schedule and a very active personal life. But, as usual, no one cares. It's okay, I think that with time even he will recognize me. The main thing is that you and Mom support me, it's very important to me. Momoka smiled, at least Naruto understood and appreciated it, which couldn't help but make her happy. Okay, I didn't come to you empty-handed. The kunoichi took off her backpack and pulled out a weighty volume in a red leather cover with bronze embossing in the shape of a spiral. Naruto's eyes widened in amazement. The book looked very impressive. Since you wanted to study Fuinjutsu with such enthusiasm, I got a copy of all the common techniques of the Uzumaki clan for you. Yes, not all the jutsu are here. powerful and complex techniques are strictly classified. Besides, you are unlikely to learn anything on your own. But if you read it and remember it well, then our training will become many times more productive. Momoka explained the training plan for the near future. Arigato, Momoka. Naruto took the gift reverently and put it under the pillow, after which he wanted to hug his sister, but remembered his smeared face in time and sighed heavily. To which Momoka smiled and carefully hugged the fat man herself, after which she got out of bed and went to the exit. Since things are so bad, I'm canceling today's lesson, but tomorrow you'll know the first 10 chapters by heart. The kunoichi barked, frozen in the passage. Hearing the feedback in the form of a disgruntled grumble, the girl smiled and closed the door behind her. Something told her that her brother would bend over backwards to follow her instructions. Comment to 15. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 16. Naruto read the 10 chapters mentioned. They told about the types of seals, what paints are used to draw them, what is the best place to put a particular seal, and some other little things. As it turned out, each seal has a strict structure, and if it is violated, the consequences can be very diverse, from the loss of the sealed object to a powerful explosion. Each seal was suitable for a certain type of content, the simplest of which allowed you to seal an inanimate object into a scroll. It was a little more difficult to seal a technique. For example, storing a cloud of flame for a long time was very difficult, but if you wanted to, you could learn this in a month or two. The pinnacle of Fuinjutsu was sealing a living creature so that it would not die from hunger, thirst or suffocation. In such techniques, the victim's body was plunged into suspended animation. All vital processes in the cells seemed to be frozen, hair and nail growth stopped, sweating ceased, the body no longer needed oxygen and nutrients. The soul at this time existed separately in an artificially created world of the seal. An entire chapter was dedicated to this matter, which Naruto read every other line. He already knew how to change the inner world of his seal, and this was not much different from what was described in the text. It took years of practice to create a structure like that. Sure, shadow clones could speed things up considerably, but Naruto didn't have the chakra he had in that world, so it wasn't worth worrying about anytime soon. However, he already had one such seal at his disposal, and managing it was much simpler and more economical than creating a new one. How are you? Naruto asked curiously. I'm sleeping. An indignant howl sounded in the blonde's head. Oh, forgive me. I'm bothering you for a reason. I was given a book on Fuinjutsu. The Jinchuriki continued the dialogue. Where? I'll burn her to the ground. The Biju roared. Chill. I found some very interesting information about print management here. And what did you find? The fox asked without any enthusiasm. I'll be able to put new things in it. You know what that means. Uzumaki whispered conspiratorially. Are you going to feed me Nukenin? The demon said with timid hope in his voice. Exactly. The blonde replied, smiling broadly. Hooray! When shall we start? The demon asked in a businesslike tone. When I graduate from the academy, Uzumaki replied. Why the hell are you poisoning my soul, you fat bastard? The enraged Kurama knocked down 5 trees with a blow of his tail. I thought you'd be pleased to hear something good. Go back to sleep, rude man. He replied with a slight resentment in his voice. The demon closed his eyes without any explanation, breaking the mental connection and quietly snoring, returning to such an unceremoniously interrupted sleep. Naruto grumbled a little for the sake of order, but then unexpectedly for himself discovered that it was already deep night outside the window, and he had long since exceeded the plan of 10 chapters. He felt ashamed in front of the Kyuubi. They woke him up in the middle of the night, showed him a gingerbread and immediately hid it in the safe. How could he not be offended? Tomorrow I'll definitely have to apologize to him, the Jinchuriki thought. Having turned off the light and adjusted the pillow, the guy turned on his side and quietly snored. The next day, the bruises had already disappeared. Naruto was surprised to find that people began to respect him and stopped teasing him. After all, he almost won the tournament. Sasuke and Neji were discharged from the hospital only a day later. The doctors did an amazing job. There was no trace of brutal beatings on the boys. Naruto came to the training ground that had become his home and, as usual, sent the clones to perform a bunch of exercises with his element and throwing weapons. Kurama obligingly fried the boys' SCS, in revenge for yesterday's wake-up call, despite his protégé's apologies, after which, with a sense of duty fulfilled, he left the subconscious. So he continued to do general physical training at a rapid pace until Momoka arrived. Sis. Hello. The Jinchuriki immediately ran up to the kunoichi and stared at her with a puppy dog look, as if hinting at the fuinjutsu training promised yesterday. Well, hello there, brother. Where would you like to start? The red-haired girl asked. Teach me how to seal things in a scroll. Well, here's the finished seal. She took a small scroll out of her vest, folded a couple of seals with one hand, surprising her little brother with such a rare skill, and poked her fingers at the back of the scroll. Several kilos of various military equipment flew out of the black drawing, which Momoka handed to her clone. The copy went home, and the kunoichi handed the empty seal to her brother. Now, together with the clones, try to seal this kunai here using these seals. The kunoichi slowly formed 3 symbols with her fingers. Naruto nodded and called the clones. The 6 blondes sat in a circle around the scroll. The guys began to perform the indicated manipulations and poke the piece of iron with open palms. An hour later, the operation was successful, and the kunai disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. The original called off the clones to get their knowledge, and headed towards his sister. It's done, the Jinchuriki boasted with some pride in his voice. Well done, Naruto. Mom even clapped her hands, progress was lightning fast. The kunoichi showed her brother the reverse manipulations, after which he sent the kunai flying, poking his fingers into the back of the scroll. This is just super, Mom. Naruto was happy as a child. You could hide anything in this piece of paper, from grandma's pies to a wad of money. I'm glad you liked it. Your task for tomorrow is to make 5 of these scrolls for me. Forgive me for exploiting child labor, but I have absolutely no time for this, and the thing is simply necessary in everyday life. Of course, little sister, you can rely on me. Naruto saluted pompously, causing his teacher to smile slightly before she quickly left. So, in various trainings and sisterly tasks, 2 months passed. Kurama had gained weight up to 50 tons of live weight, from nose to tail now making up about 20 meters. In order to avoid losing his self-awareness, the fox returned to his Jinchuriki every 2 days for several hours, and he told him about his successes and asked the demon about what he had seen, comfortably located on the crook of the elbow of a powerful fox paw, exchanging with the Biju a variety of memories and emotions, helping him fight bloodthirstiness and madness. Naruto lost as many as 15 kilos, after which the mark on the scale stopped at 85 kg. No matter how hard the blonde tried, no matter how much he ran, the mass did not go away. The fat turned into powerful muscles, which still lacked definition, but it was impossible to call the Hokage's son plump, no matter how hard he tried. The chakra reserve was now quite adequate for a genin from the Uzumaki clan, which allowed him to use many techniques before the SCC was empty. Unfortunately, he still couldn't master the rasengan. He didn't have enough practice, so he couldn't surprise his dad with his own technique. Whether it was the complicated foreign policy situation that threatened to escalate into the Fourth World War, or the raging Uchihas, Minato still remained cold to his son and his family in general. The fox, of course, took pity on his Jinchuriki and did not eat him, in order to fulfill the bet made on the day he met the Hokage. Kushina, unlike her husband, reverently supported her son in all his endeavors, unable to rejoice enough at his successes. The fact that Naruto had finally gotten his figure in order did not please his grandmother too much, but everyone else was absolutely delighted. Some of the girls at the academy switched their attention to the muscular blonde, thereby infuriating Sasuke, but he was too proud to show it. Naruto managed to become friends with Choji, although he had previously treated his fellow obese loyally. Kiba and Lee were filled with respect for Naruto, who had changed so quickly, turning from a downtrodden quiet man into a real big guy. Fuinjutsu training yielded very serious results. Naruto finally learned how to seal techniques. He learned to copy seals exactly according to the sample and became a real supplier of equipment for his older sister. Naruto went out of his way to repay Mama for her hellish work with at least such a trifle. Having drawn as many as 10 neat seals on small scrolls, the size of a paper bill, he brought them to his sister so that she would share her most powerful techniques with him. Despite the fact that the kunoichi had finished her brother's training a month ago, she could not refuse him such a trifle, especially since it could one day save his life. Mom, I really need 5 fireballs, at least 1 fire dragon, and the rest to be killed with wind blades. Help me, please. No problem, little brother, but it would be better if your clones did it. I don't want you to get fried by my technique. Momoka shuddered, imagining this picture, and shook her head, driving away the obsession. Naruto nodded and summoned one copy, which he filled to the brim with his chakra, sealing attacking ninjutsu required twice as much chakra as their creation. Naruto decided that he should eat the fattest frog first, so Momoka started with the fire dragon. The clone was so scared that he almost built a wall of bricks without using his hands or doden, but he managed to activate the seal in time, and it sucked in the huge fire beast. "You're a cheater." Kyuubi, currently in Naruto's subconscious, was indignant. The fox had eaten everything alive within a 50-mile radius of his hideout, so he decided he needed to take a break for a while, otherwise he would completely lose his mind, and the Konoha hunters might have questions. They sometimes wandered very far from home and could very well end up in the Nine Tails' entertainment territory. "Oh, are you awake, big brother? Tomorrow is the exam, and we will be assigned to teams, and in just a week we will go on our first mission." The Jinchuriki encouraged the demon. Well, finally. The fox watched with delight as the fireballs one by one disappeared into the scrolls, which the clone put into his pocket. A couple of minutes later the work was finished. The wildly tired clone handed the ammunition to the creator and relaxed. Naruto swayed from fatigue, but immediately came to his senses and approached his sister. Naruto hugged his sister tightly. "Arigato, Momoka. I will never forget what you did for me. You gave me a chance to become the pride of my family. You instilled in me confidence in my abilities. You taught me how to stand up for myself. I will use the knowledge I received all my life, and it is priceless." The girl was deeply touched by such a speech and shed a single tear of emotion. "Brother, I do not regret the time spent on your training. You gave 120% every day, which even I did not do at your age. If you have any problems, you can always count on my help," Momoka said with a slight smile on her face, ruffling her brother's hair. Naruto smiled widely and, taking his sister by the hand, went home. Tomorrow he had the final push, after which he would have every right to wear the protector of his village and proudly call himself a shinobi. "Naruto, when you called me away last time, I noticed something strange in the forest in the south of Konoha, but I didn't pay it much attention." The fox's voice sounded somewhat confused in Naruto's head. "Yes, and what?" he asked with undisguised curiosity in his voice. "I sensed a faint background of demonic chakra, very similar to a mixture of my own and the chakra of the Ama no Hoku. I think its source was several miles away, so its influence was barely noticeable. I would like to check what it is, if you do not mind taking me to the edge of the forest again," the fox said. The Jinchuriki sighed heavily, but then smiled. How could he refuse his best, albeit insanely impudent friend? "Okay, I'm on my way." Naruto quickly covered the distance to the village wall, near which the Hokage's mansion was located, and through a secret passage that only his family knew about, he crossed to the other side, with difficulty opening an indestructible steel door, hidden from everyone by the most powerful spatial fuinjutsu, through which even the Byakugan of Hiashi and Hazashi could not break through. This was how he had been letting the fox out for a walk lately, when he stopped going to the training grounds behind the wall. After all, their own was much better. Having called the fox and stroked him goodbye, Naruto watched for a few more seconds after the red lightning disappeared among the thick foliage, after which he closed the door and went home. About half an hour later, the demon's puzzled voice was heard in the blonde's mind. "Naruto, you have to see this with your own eyes," the fox said, sending his Jinchuriki the memories of the anomaly he had studied. Intrigued, he latched the door to his room and settled into his chair, preparing to be in the fox's body. Closing his eyes and allowing the demon to connect to his mind, Naruto fell into darkness, gradually filling with bright colors, sounds, and smells. Already from afar, the brightly lit soil baked into a monolith was visible between the dense bushes. The demon made his way through the dense greenery and froze in shock. A cyclopean trench, about 50 meters wide and deep at its narrowest point, diverged like a cone towards a distant mountain range. The forest around the beginning of the trench was sparse. The thin trees were clearly no more than 20 years old. The fox cub perked up and, climbing back into the bushes so as not to be seen in the open space, ran towards the beginning of the trench. The soil was loosened in some places. Getting closer, the demon saw a grassy, but still clearly visible trace of a huge clawed paw, no less than 15 meters in diameter. Biju swallowed convulsively, imagining the size of the creature that left it. It was larger than Shinju himself. The trail itself emitted a very noticeable background of demonic chakra. Having entered the center of the trail, the fox felt an incredible surge of strength and, having looked around and monitored the emophone surrounding him, increased to his maximum size, curled up inside the trail and shaking his head in amazement. The demon closed his eyes and relaxed. He felt how the unfamiliar chakra flowed into his body and increased its size, although not by much. The fox winced in disgust, feeling an itch in the tailbone area. Looking at his rear, he discovered a small bump next to his surviving tail and his eyes bulged in amazement. The received strength became the drop that allowed him to move to a new level of development. Having absorbed the energy surrounding him to the last drop, he rose to his paws and headed for another trail, along the way marking deep narrow furrows on the ground, as if it was being cut into pieces by a huge sword. What happened here anyway? The demon asked himself, fitting into another source of power, of which there were more than several dozen around. It is logical to assume that there was a fight, and that someone very, very big was fighting. But who? Could it really be Shinju? That can't be. I heard with my own ears how Kushina was called a Jinchuriki, which means that in this world there are at least several Biju. The option with the local Kyuubi is immediately discarded. It is absolutely impossible to get fat like that, there simply isn't enough organic matter on the continent. A riddle. Well, a riddle is a riddle, but we need to gather power. The fox rose to his paws again and moved to another trail, noticing more and more interesting details on the supposed battlefield. 7 more trenches fanned out from one point, significantly inferior in depth and size to the first one, which, as it turned out after thoughtful study, stretched more than 10 miles to the mountain range itself, leaving a wide gap in it. It seems he put all his power into this attack, but it didn't help, so he had to hit again and again. The fox thoughtfully sniffed the center of the huge wasteland, about a mile in diameter, and scratched his ear with his paw. It was obvious that someone had been here before him, and not just once. Even the chakra in the tracks had already been collected by someone before him, therefore, there was absolutely insufficient evidence to form a complete picture of what was happening. However, the fox was not discouraged. Having walked around all 50 tracks, he managed to collect enough chakra to grow a second tail and gain another 10 tons of live weight. At this point the memory stopped, leaving the Jinchuriki blinking in confusion as he sat on the bed. Well, what do you think about it? The fox asked. Honestly, nothing new beyond what you thought, Naruto replied, puzzled. Kurama smiled indulgently and sent a wave of warm emotions to the Jinchuriki. Even though he was dim-witted, it was impossible to imagine a better comrade. Congratulations on your new tail, my friend. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, immediately forgetting about the problem and smiling widely. The fox laughed cheerfully and the blonde almost choked from the gratitude that washed over him from the now two-tailed demon. Thank you, Naruto. I'll probably hang around here for a bit longer, but stay in touch, I may need your help at any time. Of course, you can rely on me. He replied and broke the mental connection. The fox smiled and shook his head, wandering around the area, hoping to find traces of the shinobi that had not yet been destroyed. Comment to 16. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade, Naruto, where would we be without it? 17. The fox didn't find anything useful, and hurried back to his Jinchuriki's company that same day. Awakened in the middle of the night, Naruto barely held back the curses that were bursting out. The embarrassed fox didn't make a single sound until the morning, for which the Jinchuriki was very grateful. Tomorrow was the genin exam, and he needed all his strength not to screw up. Despite the night awakening, Naruto woke up in a fighting mood, did a good workout and ran like a bullet through the shower's toilets. Kushina was on a business trip, Minato was stuck at a night meeting, or said he was, so Momoka, who had long since taken the current situation for granted, was left in charge of the house again. The kunoichi glanced lazily at her younger sister and brother who had entered the kitchen. Kangen had been sleeping in today. Because of the exam at the academy, classes had been cancelled for all the younger grades. Hello, sister. The blonde greeted first, smiling broadly. And you too, little brother. Momoka smiled back. Naruto was always so soft and incredibly polite, it was simply impossible not to love him, although Nigai often managed to. And here she is, by the way. Hello, Nigai, Momoka said coldly. And you too. The girl with 2 golden ponytails answered, pursing her lips. The blonde shuddered. His younger sister was a real bitch, the likes of which the world had never seen. Momoka brought food, they quickly ate it, after which the kunoichi followed them to the academy. Don't you have to go to work? Nigai said through her teeth, looking irritably at her unloved sister. I do, but my little brother is more important to me. I want to see him pass the exam, she replied, smiling slightly and looking at the blonde. Nigai growled angrily, but said nothing. Why does this idiot get everything? The attention of his parents, training with Momoka, and even his grandmother brings him more pies than her. Thank you, Momoka. The grateful Jinchuriki settled closer to his older sister, meanwhile mentally preparing for the exam. I'll beat everyone. The best sister in the world trained with me, I have the best and most caring mother, and I have the coolest friend in the world, Kurama. I just can't fail. Kyuubi snorted in surprise. Naruto had never been so inspired. Even in the musty dungeon of his subconscious it became warmer and somehow drier. At the academy, the first thing that awaited the genin candidates was a written exam, which was supposed to determine the quality of their knowledge. The blonde broke out in a cold sweat. He did not remember a single thing that Iruka muttered during his boring lectures. Well, break a leg. Momoka encouraged her younger ones, clapping them on the shoulder at the door to the classroom where the testing was taking place. To hell, the brother and sister answered in unison, turning their backs on Momoka, which immediately made the latter realize that they were in no mood for conversation, and she quickly retreated to the buffet, which was filled to capacity with the same expectant relatives as herself. Sitting down at the table closest to the window, Momoka took out a book on Irionanjutsu and immersed herself in reading. Naruto and Nigai, meanwhile, had already been called and seated in their assigned places, away from each other and from the teacher. No one could have imagined that clan shinobi would cheat. It was believed that the knowledge taught at the academy was in their blood, but the hacks from the ranks of the clanless were in full view, under the supervision of Iruka, Mizuki and a couple of other chunin, circling around the students like vultures, with a keen eye noticing all suspicious movements towards hypothetical cheat sheets that the young people could hide in their sleeves, pockets, boots and completely unexpected places. Naruto got seriously nervous. The fox immediately felt it and hurried to help. Naruto, calm down, I'll help you. I think it will be incomparably easier than the Jonin exam, and in 20 minutes you'll be able to leave this snake pit with the highest score, the fox said mockingly. Thank you, Kurama, the Jinchuriki replied quietly, but the emotions that washed over the fox were more eloquent than 1,000 words. The demon puffed up with pleasure and became like a large fur ball, that feeling when someone really needs you, nothing can replace. The teachers handed out the assignment to the students, blank sheets of paper for answers and pens. Naruto swallowed convulsively when he saw the assignment, but the fox only laughed. KH, only a complete idiot wouldn't solve this nonsense. A voice rang out in the blonde's head. The Jinchuriki flushed with resentment. The demon immediately bit his tongue. Forgive me, Naruto, I didn't mean to offend you. The fox lowered his muzzle in embarrassment. Okay, what can you do? No one takes offense at the truth. The blonde smiled sadly, and the fox hastened to distract him from his sad thoughts. Put a check mark. In the first question, A. In the second, B. In the third, D. The 9 tails rattled off so quickly that Naruto could hardly keep up with him. In just 5 minutes, the 90-question test was solved, and the Jinchuriki had to sit idle for a quarter of an hour and pretend to be thinking hard, picking at the draft with a pen so as not to arouse the suspicions of the teachers. Naruto himself did not notice how, from under his hand, came out, albeit caricatured, but quite recognizable portraits of Hinata, Sakura and Tsunade. The Jinchuriki sighed heavily. After all, he loved them with all his heart, and really missed the endless lectures of his granny, the languid sighs of the white-eyed modest girl and the painful slaps of the pink-haired kunoichi. They exist in this world too, the fox reminded him, wanting to distract him from his sad thoughts. As similar as they may be, they are completely different people, the Jinchuriki answered gloomily. Kyuubi sadly pressed his ears back and fell silent. Naruto was right. You know, Jiraiya said, a person comes into this world alone, and leaves alone. Uzumaki said quietly, drawn to philosophy out of sadness. Kurama whined softly. He, of all people, knew everything about loneliness, and even a little more. But he was wrong, the blonde said louder. The demon shuddered in surprise and listened, feeling a sea of positive emotions. I came to that world with you, and left with you. You were always there, all my life. I hope that in this world, too, everything will remain the same, Naruto said, smiling widely. Touched by such words, the fox sobbed and shed a single tear. Of course it will, Naruto, the demon replied quietly. The Jinchuriki and his Biju remained silent for a few minutes, charging each other with resonating emotions. Well, shall we go? Nigai has already finished, the demon said, feeling that he was about to pass out from emotion. Naruto nodded silently, smiling slightly, handed the work to Iruka and left the classroom. So, how is it? Asked Nigai, who was waiting for her brother in the buffet with her sister. Easy. I think it'll be a 5, Uzumaki replied, grinning with all 32 teeth. We'll see, the blonde answered gloomily. The results will be known in an hour. I have no doubt that you did well, Momoka answered much more cheerfully, ruffling her sister and brother's hair. After sitting and chatting about this and that, the royal family went to find out the results. As it turned out, Momoka was right, Nigai had 87 correct answers, and Naruto 84. What? The blonde barked, pointing the sheet of paper with the excellent rating at Naruto's face. Oh, calm down. Uzumaki looked around, and then took out a cheat sheet he had prepared in advance from his back pocket. I cheated, are you happy? He asked. Momoka smiled slyly, and Nigai bit her lip contemptuously. I had no doubt, the blonde snorted, handing her brother his work and heading to the practical part of the exam. Well done, Naruto. The main thing is the result, and it doesn't matter how it's achieved, Momoka said, ruffling her brother's hair and heading for the exit. Uzumaki sighed with relief and tore up the cheat sheet, which he hadn't needed, throwing its remains in the trash. Thank you again, Kurama-kun, the Jinchuriki said to his Biju as he followed after his sisters. You're welcome. If anything happens, just ask, just don't stress yourself out over trifles, the fox replied, pleased with himself. The practical part of the exam took place outdoors. All the guys gathered at the training ground. There was a deafening noise, many parents came to morally support their children, so the crowd was not small. Naruto was not too surprised to learn that in this world the exam was held in 6 stages instead of 3, for each of which a separate site was prepared. He had enough of Neji and Lee, who were in their stream, who were a year older in his world. For each test, the student received a certain number of points out of 10. At the end of the exam, they were added up, and if the final score exceeded 30, then the neophyte became a shinobi. That is, everyone had a chance to become a ninja, even Sakura, who was not adapted to life, but additional stages made it possible to identify truly gifted students even before they were distributed among teams, because the banal observation of teachers at the academy did not provide complete data on the potential of each student, especially for representatives of the great clans, many of whom reached the level of a weak chunin even before the first stage of training, and only the lack of combat experience did not allow them to receive this title externally. In Naruto's home world, such a system was not relevant. There were too few clan shinobi in Konoha to look for truly gifted ones among them. Only Neji and Sasuke could be called such, but here the situation was completely different. The first round was everyone's favorite kunai and shuriken throwing. Nigai scored 9 points, Naruto scored 7. Sasuke, who was trained in this craft by Itachi himself, scored 10 out of 10. The second stage was henge. The Jinchuriki grinned wickedly and used his favorite seduction jutsu. The boy immediately got hit on the head by Nigai, and a little later by Momoka, but a solid 10 and the admiring whistles of the guys were worth it. Nigai turned into Iruka, for which she also received a 10, but the audience award still went to her brother. Sasuke did the same. The third stage was the creation of mirage clones. Here Naruto screwed up a bit. Well, he didn't use this jutsu, what can you do? A quick improvisation created a clumsy copy, which was easy to distinguish from the original by its blurred facial features and empty eyes. Nevertheless, the blonde earned his 6. Nigai scored 9 points. The only drawback of her copies was their fragility. Sasuke was at his best. His clones did not even think of dissipating, and it was unrealistic to distinguish them from the original without dojutsu. The brunette got a 10. The fourth stage was the creation of any material clones. Here Naruto was head and shoulders above his competitors. He summoned 1 earth clone and 3 shadow ones, after which he pitted them against each other and arranged a small spectacle for the board examiners. He had a solid 10 in his pocket. His sister quickly copied her brother's actions and summoned a loose, but still a clone, for which she received 5 points. Uchiha surprised everyone again by summoning a shadow clone. It seems that in his clan people did not eat their bread in vain. The brunette was given 8 points. Naruto set a high bar. The fifth stage was the use of a remote jutsu of his element. Naruto closed his eyes and, under the astonished gaze of everyone present, with a slight movement of his hand picked up a brown spear about 1.5 meters long that jumped out of the ground. Immediately opening his eyes, he launched a dart at a wooden target using chakra. The spike pierced it through and went deep into the tree behind. The amazed examiners gave him an 8. The technique was extremely entertaining and did not require the user to perform any seals, but the effect was only on a single target. Nigai exhaled a fireball the size of a beach ball, and then sent a gust of wind after it, inflating the technique to the size of Ichiraku. The blonde received a solid 10. Sasuke imbued a pack of shurikens with lightning chakra and turned the target into dust with their help, scoring 9 points. The sixth stage was a demonstration of a technique he had created himself, which was not available anywhere else. Here Naruto had a chance to show off his talent. He went to the middle of the clearing, closed his eyes and made 3 seals. The ground around the boy began to move and began to crawl up his body. A few seconds later, the Jinchuriki was covered with a palm-thick layer of soil. The examiners simultaneously raised an eyebrow skeptically when the earth covering the boy compressed into a rather thin plate armor with the sound of cracking ice. Everyone present froze in surprise. Even Momoka was not in the know. Apparently, her brother had invented this technique quite recently. Naruto summoned a shadow clone, who grabbed a pack of kunai and sent it at the original. With a dull thud, the weapons bounced off the dense earthen crust. The examiners whispered animatedly and unanimously gave the blonde a 10. It was an incredibly original and unique technique. Naruto stretched his arms out at his sides and mentally ordered the earth to leave him, after which the armor fell to the ground in a pile of broken shards. Nigai growled angrily and summoned some kind of rasengan based on wind blades. Naturally, such a fake was no match for the original, but for her efforts the girl got a 7. Sasuke mixed fire chakra with lightning chakra and exhaled a sparkling yellow ball of rather cold and unstable, but still plasma, which flew 10 meters and dissipated, leaving behind a tart smell of ozone. The final scores were as follows: Uzumaki Nigai 50, Uchiha Sasuke 57, Namikaze Naruto 51, Haruno Sakura 35. Naruto walked up to Mamaka, who smiled widely and hugged him tightly. Well done, brother, I'm proud of you. And I'm proud of you, Naruto. The Nine Tails hastened to put in his 2 cents. Of course, he didn't doubt for a second that the Anbu captain, even a former one, would be able to pass the Genin exam, but considering the material he had to create his own body from, this seemingly ridiculous achievement still deserved respect. And I'm proud of you. Nigai trampled her pride, but she had plenty of willpower. The blonde shook her surprised brother's hand. Naruto received the forehead protector from Iruka and smiled widely. Finally he took what was rightfully his. It was a pity that sensei would not understand if the local Naruto suddenly threw himself on his neck. All these exams awakened in the heart of the Jinchuriki a real nostalgia for his difficult, but such a dear childhood. Nigai also took her headband, after which the Hokage family headed away from the training ground. Mama got generous and took the brats to a restaurant, where she bought several portions of rolls and sushi for each. Nigai didn't show any enthusiasm, but Naruto was crazy about the pieces of fish wrapped in rice and seaweed. Well, congratulations, now you are a shinobi. The kunoichi smiled widely at both of her relatives, receiving in return a signature beaming smile with all 32 teeth from the blonde and a sour grin from Nigai. Well, the younger sister was not happy that her brother, even if by 1 point, was better than her. Yes, she understood that he had been working like an ox for the last 2 months, but she, unlike him, had studied diligently for all 5 years, and not just messed around. Kushina was already waiting for the newly minted genin at home. Of course, she decided to show off her culinary talents in all their glory and made sushi. Of course, Nigai howled indignantly and went to her room. Of course, Naruto ate her portion too. Son, I'm so glad you passed. The kunoichi hugged Naruto, who was wolfing down the fish delicacy, and he immediately dropped the sushi and hugged his mother back. It's all thanks to Momoka. If it weren't for her, I would never have passed. He nodded gratefully towards his benefactress. Kushina looked at her smiling eldest daughter and smiled back. Someone would get an unscheduled promotion in the clan hierarchy. Suddenly the door swung open and Minato stepped in. He looked so pompous in his hat and cloak that Naruto felt uneasy. Son, congratulations on graduating from the academy, he said with exaggerated cheerfulness. Comment to 17. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise, but then looked at his father no less coldly. Thank you, anything else? He felt absolutely no joy from this news. He did not feel Minato as his relative. It took him too long to win his attention. His own father treated him too coldly. Even Kurama did not dare to make a sarcastic remark about a long-standing bet. Minato was shocked by the restraint and indifference with which Naruto greeted him. I just wanted to add that I'm proud of you, the Hokage continued. You didn't say that just yesterday. Kushina and Momoka tensely waited for the dialogue to develop. Sitting to the left and right of the blonde, the head of the family took a seat opposite his entire family. Only today you proved that you are capable of something. Minato did not feel any remorse. He believed that it was thanks to his strictness that his son came to his senses. Father, you're wrong. He's always been like this, but no one has tried to realize his potential. Mamoka intervened in the conversation, seeing that Kushina was gradually boiling over. At his age, I realized myself independently. If he needs nannies for that, then I don't intend to be one, Minato retorted. Naruto was finally disappointed in his father and did what Mamoka asked him not to do. Father, I want to change my last name to Uzumaki, the blonde said coldly. Kushina and Mamoka shuddered in shock and looked from Naruto to Minato, who was turning pale with anger. No, that won't happen, the Hokage answered, trying his best to remain calm. Minato, Kushina stood up for her son, secretly rejoicing in his decision. No, and that's not up for discussion. The Hokage barked and stood up from the table, intending to leave the kitchen. You have done nothing for me, Naruto said quietly. His father froze in the doorway. Family members should help each other. Mamoka, Mom, and even Nigai supported me. You never cared about me, you only showed interest when I became a shinobi. You don't need a son, you only need the revival of your clan. I'm not going to give up my family for you, the blonde emphasized the last word. Minato slowly turned around and looked at the family with a withering look. You're not my son anymore, Minato barked and walked out into the corridor, slamming the door loudly. Kushina sighed with relief. It seemed to her that her husband might not be able to restrain himself and start a fight. You shouldn't do that to him, Naruto, Mamoka said quietly. Do you think I don't understand anything? Steel rang in the blonde's voice. The relative stared at him in amazement. Do you think I don't see how he treats all of us? Mom, Nigai, Kangen, you. He sees us only as a weapon for the village and a means to achieve his own goals. Yes, he is an excellent Hokage, but I don't need a father like that. The Jinchuriki spat out contemptuously. Naruto, don't you dare talk about your father like that. Despite the fact that Kushina completely shared her son's point of view, she couldn't allow him to talk about his beloved like that. I just said what I thought. If I get punished for it, then so be it, but I think I did the right thing. Naruto stood up from the table and went to his room, leaving his bewildered sister and mother to play a staring contest. You're a bad influence on him, Kushina said indignantly. I just taught him ninjutsu, that's all, Mamoka retorted. Kushina couldn't find anything to say in response, so she just sighed heavily and looked down at the floor. Now Minato will think that it was me who put him up to this, the kunoichi said bitterly. Mom, you make your own choice every day. If I were you, I would have left him long ago, the girl answered coldly. I love him, Mamoka. Despite all his quirks, before he became Hokage, he was completely different. Kushina sighed heavily, remembering all those countless romantic evenings and hot nights in the farthest corners of the world. Work gradually killed everything that Kushina loved in her husband, but a sense of duty and warm memories did not allow her to do what her daughter suggested. I won't argue, I'm not an expert in these matters. I'm more concerned that Naruto is now a clanless shinobi. Will you talk to the elders to get him accepted? Mamoka asked. Naturally, how could it be otherwise? Kushina flared up indignantly. How could Mamoka think that she would leave her son to vegetate in disgrace? Then I think I'll go and talk to him. Mamoka headed upstairs, leaving her upset mother in proud solitude. You were too harsh, though. You've dreamed of having a father all your life, why did you reject him so abruptly? The fox asked quietly. I dreamed of my father. That Minato was completely different. This scumbag is no better than Danzo. I don't understand how my mother still tolerates him, the Jinchuriki barked, beside himself with anger. I won't argue with you, you're already 18, people at that age are already capable of thinking for themselves. Thanks for that, I'm not in the mood to continue this conversation, so let's just keep quiet. Naruto broke the mental connection and crumpled the pillow in his hands, burying his face in it. I hope I wasn't too reckless, I'll have to live under the same roof with him for a long time. And the Uzumaki might not accept me. Then I'm screwed. Naruto without a name, it sounds proud. The Jinchuriki thought sadly. At that moment there was a knock on the door, and Mamoka entered the room. The blonde immediately jumped up on the bed, preparing for the worst, but when he saw his sister, he smiled easily, no matter how funny it sounded, but it was she who replaced the father he dreamed of. Naruto, I hope this was a deliberate decision, there is no turning back for you. Completely. I hope I will be accepted into your clan. The Jinchuriki asked timidly. PFFFFF, of course, you have 3 relatives there, you don't have to worry about that. In general, I'm proud of you, you weren't afraid to be rude to the Hokage himself, which I've been dreaming of doing for a long time. Mamoka smiled slightly tilting her head. I wasn't rude to him. In any case, I don't want to talk about this anymore, the Jinchuriki muttered. As you say. Tomorrow there will be distribution into teams and a test of sensei. If you don't get Kakashi, then you don't have to worry, everything will be fine. Naruto laughed mentally, something told him that Kakashi would be the sensei of his team. And if it's him that gets caught? The blonde asked. Give it your all, use dirty tricks, but do everything in your power to win. No one has ever passed his test, the kunoichi said grimly. It's okay, we'll get through it, after all, my sister trained me. The blonde barked exaggeratedly cheerfully. Mama smiled, hugged her brother tightly and left the room. Naruto read a book on fuinjutsu and went to bed. Tomorrow he needed to make a good impression on sensei. Minato entered the bedroom, took off his coat and hat and sat on the bed, clutching his head. A few minutes later, Kushina followed and met the gaze of her husband, who was sitting on the bed. Did you put him up to this? He asked with quiet malice in his voice. No, no one talked him into it, he made this decision himself, Kushina answered calmly. You're lying, the shinobi growled. Minato, you don't trust me. After all the years we've lived together, you don't trust me. Kushina could barely hold back her tears, because she loved her husband with all her heart. I can't be sure of anything anymore. At home and at work, everyone is plotting against me. Why didn't you take my last name? Why did all my children turn away from me? Minato was gloomier than a cloud, his eyes were filled with heartbreaking melancholy and sparks of anger were flickering. You work too much and pay too little attention to your family, the kunoichi tried to appeal to her husband's conscience. But I'm the Hokage. I try to do everything I can to make Konoha prosper, I just don't have time. Is it really that hard to understand? Minato howled in despair. Can't you find time for your family? For the people who love you? The woman asked. But I'm trying for their own good. I'm doing everything I can to provide them with everything they need to live and develop. The Hokage exclaimed. Understand, the children don't care about all this. They just need you to be there. You have advisors, clan elders, dump some of the responsibility on them, because that's the only reason they exist. She tried to appeal to her husband's reason. Minato's eyes narrowed angrily, politics had reached even his family nest. So you're in cahoots with these schemers? The blonde growled. What, are you completely out of your mind with your politics, Minato? Kushina exclaimed. You took my son away from me, now you want to take my village away from me. The blonde man breathed heavily, his face turning red with anger. Minato, the woman barked. You snake in the grass. The Hokage hissed angrily, glaring at his wife. I hope that I could at least be sure of my family, but I was wrong, these senile people have even reached here. The shinobi looked down at the floor in dismay and took a whistling breath. Kushina opened and closed her mouth like a fish thrown ashore. Traitor, get out of here, I don't want to see you anymore. The Hokage shouted, raising his head sharply. Kushina froze in shock, tears of disbelief glistening in the corners of her eyes. This was not the reaction she expected, not at all. I love you too, Minato, Kushina answered quietly and left the room, leaving the seething Hokage alone with his hat. Traitors, traitors everywhere. Damned Uzumaki, they took away my last hope. Even my son turned away from me. Traitor. The Hokage collapsed on the bed and stared at the ceiling. He was ashamed in front of his ancestors, he was unable to revive his clan. No matter how much he worked, no matter how much effort he put in, he was still not loved either at home or at work. Maybe this is a sign that it's time to leave the post. But who should I leave it to? These damn decrepit old men will tear Konoha apart stone by stone. Everything that was created with incredible labor will be destroyed. No, the fate of the village is more important than his personal life. The Hokage nodded to himself and closed his eyes, he had a lot of work ahead of him tomorrow. Kushina sat down on the sofa in the living room and cried quietly. Momoko was right, he didn't love her anymore. He didn't need anyone except that stupid hat. Why did she let him become Hokage? Did she think it would be prestigious, to be the wife of the village head? Instead of respect, she received only envy from all the young women and brazen exploitation from her clan. How painful it was to admit that you are no longer a free being, created to simply live and enjoy life, but only a miserable cog, a screw in a merciless machine called politics. Momoka heard the sobs and went towards the noise. The daughter found her mother in tears. She sat down next to her and hugged Kushina tightly. He kicked me out. He said I was a traitor and he never wanted to see me again. The inconsolable mother howled through her tears. Don't take it too seriously. He's going through a very hard time right now. He's put the entire village on his shoulders, and his own family has turned away from him. Momoka said a few words in defense of her father. You are right, arigato, my daughter. Kushina kissed Momoka, wiped the salty tracks from her face and began to make her bed. The daughter watched her mother for a couple more minutes and went to her room. She would never tolerate such an attitude towards herself, but for now it is better not to get too excited. After all, any word from her could destroy the family happiness that was already held together by an honest word. Comment to 18. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 19. Naruto woke up from the bright sun rays hitting his face. Still in a slight apathy from yesterday's quarrel with his father, he got ready and headed to the kitchen, rubbing his sleepy eyes with his hands. He did not wake the fox. He can be very bad-tempered when he is half asleep. Once an enraged Biju swallowed Naruto alive, and only half a minute of apologies and persuasion saved the Jinchuriki from an inglorious end. Kushina and Minato left early today, each trying to drown their family problems in work. Momoka smiled sadly at the children, who came down almost simultaneously, and set the table. Mom, where are Mom and Dad? Kangen asked, looking around in surprise, blinking his eyes in bewilderment. They have a lot to do at work, so they had to leave early, the kunoichi answered in a tired voice. Why were they screaming yesterday? The boy asked. Naruto shuddered, it seemed he had slept through the most important thing again. We all argue sometimes, it's not like everyone is always happy. Everything will be fine, don't be afraid, eat your porridge instead, Momoka answered with a sweet smile. Kangen smiled slightly in response, his older sister always exuded unshakable calm and confidence. With her, he believed that everything would really be fine, no matter what kind of mess was going on around them. Nigai looked gloomily at her sister. There would be no fine. Mom and Dad had been squabbling like cats and dogs for 3 years now. Sooner or later, it would come to blows, and then Mom would leave. Nigai had long ago decided for herself that she would leave with her, so she wasn't too worried. Forewarned is forearmed. Naruto wasn't surprised either. In Minato's place, any self-respecting man would be furious if his wife and all his heirs, except for the youngest who didn't understand anything, chose to refuse your last name. And he would most likely change his last name when he grew up. The Namikaze clan was degenerating right before our eyes. It was really sad, but Minato himself was to blame for it. It was very stupid to marry a representative of one of the strongest clans and then expect that she would refuse all her privileges in favor of reviving her husband's obscure last name. Having said goodbye to Momoka, the children set off for the academy. The journey passed without incident. Kangen looked at his brother and sister with distrust. They had both already become shinobi. The boy was happy for them and at the same time a little envious. He would have to sit around in a dusty classroom for a long time and listen to boring lectures, while his brother and sister would carry out exciting missions, fight powerful enemies, spy behind enemy lines, and who knows what else. In any case, such was the work of a shinobi in the boy's mind, not even suspecting that at first the newly minted genin would have an exciting experience in hilling beds and catching cats. Naruto knew his fate very well. He had already walked the path of a shinobi to the very end and intended to do it again, without making a single mistake. He guessed that everything could be completely different here, but he preferred to hope for the best, although his short service in Anbu should have taught him to nip this hope in the bud. Arriving at the academy, the children split up. Kangen went to suffer through his teacher's lectures. Naruto and Nigai went to Iruka's classroom. Sensei was cheerful and fresh. He only had to announce the list of teams and hand over the brats to their senseis, after which he could go home with a calm soul on a long-awaited 2-week paid vacation. Kurama, are you sleeping? The Jinchuriki asked quietly and as politely as possible. In response, there was an indistinct dissatisfied grumbling, seasoned with the emotion of irritation and indignation. But, to the guy's surprise, the fox behaved rather restrainedly. I'm not sleeping anymore. What do you want? The demon asked. I have to meet my sensei. Do you remember my godfather's opus? Naruto asked with a barely perceptible plea in his voice. Let's say, I have perfect memory, the Biju boasted. Do you remember how it all ended? Preparing a super weapon against Kakashi. Smart. Listen and remember. The fox, grinning mischievously, began his short, but very entertaining monologue. While the Nine Tails was retelling the last chapters of the pornographic masterpiece to its host, Haruka was reciting the numbers and the composition of the teams, after which the sensei entered the classroom and took his charges. Since there were 33 students in this class, the Jinchuriki did not rush the demon, they were almost the very last. But he stole glances at Hinata. Two conflicting feelings fought in his soul. Naruto loved this modest girl with all his heart, who turned out to be the bravest kunoichi from his circle, who fearlessly threw herself at pain on that fateful day for the village. But Naruto was 5 years older than her. Yes, his body was biologically the same age as the girl, but his mind wanted more. The guy's desires were already quite carnal in nature, which made the blonde feel like a malicious pedophile. This is wrong, it shouldn't be like this. Naruto made an effort over himself and swore never to look at Hinata again, for her own good. She clearly wouldn't be ready for a serious relationship anytime soon, and the slightest pressure could drive her into hysterics, which he, of course, didn't want. Much to Naruto and his furry lodger's surprise, things took a completely unexpected turn. Team 7. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Namikaze Naruto. Your sensei should be Hatake Kakashi, but he was seriously injured on a mission and is now undergoing intensive treatment. The blonde tensed up. Who will be their mentor? Sasuke sat with the look of a sour jelly. He absolutely did not care who or what would become his sensei. Sakura sobbed sadly. Although she had never seen her teacher, the news that he was injured greatly touched her sensitive soul. Kakashi will be temporarily replaced by his best friend. His name is Uchiha Obito, Haruka said in a bored tone, twirling a pencil between his fingers. The lips of the former Anbu captain trembled traitorously, his eyes darted from side to side, his face turned pale. Naruto remembered all those killed by this scumbag. Thousands, tens of thousands of people died because of him. He brought back the greatest evil to that world, and only at an incredible cost was it possible to stop it. Hello, said a figure in a green vest and a spiraling orange mask, hanging upside down from the window behind the Jinchuriki. Naruto slowly turned his head and swallowed convulsively. Kurama, what the hell is going on here? The blonde turned to his fellow sufferer. I'm in shock myself, the fox answered quietly. Okay, let's calm down, inhale. Exhale. Naruto followed his own instructions and looked over his shoulder at his sensei. He seems quite harmless, he doesn't intend to kill everyone. But the mask, it's impossible to understand what he's really thinking. He thought frantically. So stop acting crazy and stop staring at him. Kyuubi said in a lecturing tone, having mastered his emotions much faster. Namikaze, now Uzumaki, looked away in embarrassment. The blonde made an effort and rose to his feet, heading towards the sensei. Sasuke and Sakura shrugged and followed the blonde. There was nothing unusual about this character except for the mask. So what of Uchiha, so what of Obito? Team 11. Uchiha Genkito, Uchiha Obu, Uzumaki Nigai. The aforementioned kunoichi glared angrily at the pompous brunettes, swearing to herself to beat every last drop of nonsense out of them. Your sensei will be Nohara Rin, Haruka announced in a bored tone. A pleasant-looking girl with dark hair and purple tattoos on her cheeks entered the classroom. Her huge brown eyes looked at her with a warm look and a slight, almost perceptible, slyness. Hello. The kunoichi waved her hand to her students in greeting. The 11th team rose to their feet and followed their sensei in full force. Haruka continued to distribute the rest of the teams in order. Meanwhile, the 7th team, in full force, jumped out the window and headed after their sensei. I hope everything turns out okay, Naruto said to his comrade with a slight tension in his voice. The fox only clenched his jaw tighter and sent a wave of calm to his friend. Stress wouldn't help them at all right now. Comment to 19. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 20. Naruto followed Obito, with Sakura bringing up the rear of their small caravan. Sensei looked incredibly relaxed, as if he had just gotten out of the bath, which made Naruto quite nervous. What do you think the test will be like? The guy asked, barely suppressing his excitement. Do I look like a clairvoyant? The fox asked, still irritated by the premature awakening and tense from the situation in which they could be exposed. You are a Biju, the great Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto drawled meaningfully. I am strong, but not omnipotent, the fox answered briefly, nevertheless quite flattered by the respectful address of his bearer. Oh my, how modest, are you by any chance sick? Naruto asked sarcastically, releasing the tension. Of course, I spent 18 years in the company of a blonde and got brain liquefaction, the demon answered sarcastically, grinning mischievously. Ha, ha, ha. Naruto drawled weakly and began to analyze the situation with concentration. He heard the story of the difficult relationships between the previous generation of Konoha shinobi from his teacher. Rin and Obito were alive, but the latter was still wearing a mask, which meant he had lost an eye, and probably had his face fixed too. If so, Kakashi had a borrowed Mangekyo Sharingan here too. Most likely, he had managed to find his own in return for his comrade, but Rin had already installed the eye. Obito, in gratitude, left a priceless gift in his friend's eye socket, because one way or another, one of them would have remained one-eyed. You see, you can think when you want, and come to complex conclusions without my help, the fox praised his host, sending him a wave of pride. Naruto smiled warmly, it was nice to be appreciated and your achievements noticed. The team led by Obito came to the same 13th training ground, painfully familiar to one alien. Well, is everyone here? The elder Uchiha glanced at his charges and collapsed right onto the grass, sitting cross-legged. Well then, introduce yourself and tell me what you love, your goals and dreams, the man said boredly. Start with yourself, sensei, Naruto interrupted Sakura, who had just opened her tireless jaw. Well, my name is Uchiha Obito, I like onigiri and dango, and also good literature. The sensei took a small book out of his back pocket, but, to Naruto's great regret, it was not everyone's favorite pornography, but a textbook on higher mathematics. The blonde jerked and almost ran away, like a demon who saw the Bible. Here it is, the weak spot of Uzumaki Naruto, the hero of the Fourth World War. If Obito had had this magical tome in our world, everything could have ended completely differently. The demon drawled mockingly. So what do I care about this mathematics? I have you, and against you, not even Shinju, not a single integral can stand up. The Jinchuriki answered with feigned pride, causing the fox to almost choke with laughter, with difficulty maintaining a stony calm expression on his face, so as not to attract the attention of his newly made comrades. Sakura looked around and saw that the boys were silent, so she continued the roll call. My name is Haruno Sakura, I love Sasuke, dango and marshmallows. Uchiha was shocked by the fact that he was put on the same level as marshmallows, and the fox in the Jinchuriki's subconscious, who had not yet recovered from the previous joke, once again burst into his signature, cough cough cough. I don't like Ino Yamanaka, long skirts and foul language. I dream of becoming the strongest kunoichi so that my parents can be proud of me, the pink-haired girl continued. Obito nodded lazily, resting his head on his hand. A sweet yawn came from under the orange mask. Obito-sensei, didn't you listen to me? The girl almost hit the teacher on the head, but realized in time that the punishment for such behavior could be something she had never dreamed of. What made you think that? Of course I listened to you. Sensei stood at attention, as if he had swallowed a yardstick. Naruto's eye was already twitching from suppressed laughter, and the fox was helplessly sprawled on the floor, giggling nervously. Sasuke sighed heavily and shook his head. Not only had he been pestered by this crazy mop for years, but their sensei was also a real clown in a mask. Sasuke, maybe you'll continue. Noticing his displeasure, the teacher did not miss the opportunity to take advantage of it. The brunette mentally sent the sensei to taste the genitals of each Biju in particular and Jubi in general, but still deigned to speak. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I love my family, my clan, silence and solitude, I hate tomatoes and annoying interlocutors. I dream of surpassing my brother Itachi. Oh, you are so evil, so pompous, you look, now you will rush to take revenge on everyone and everything just like that, because they exist, Naruto noted maliciously. Why the hell he had been chasing this half-wit all his life, it still remained a mystery to him. Obito mentally noted that he needed to pay special attention to his clansmen. Hidden aggression had never led to anything good, the Jonin knew from his own experience. And you? The sensei asked questioningly, looking at the blonde man who had remained silent until that moment. Don't you know who I am? I am Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Yondaime Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina. Sakura and Sasuke snorted in unison. He is a piece of fat, not the son of the Hokage. I love my family, my clan and my village. I dream of surpassing my father and taking his position. Sasuke almost choked on the bile that he was ready to spew on the head of the first person he met in incredible quantities at any second. Sakura quietly giggled into her fist. What a fool, Minato-sama is invincible. Obito chuckled in surprise, an interesting picture. He was told that the eldest son of the Hokage is worthless and useless. It seems that something has changed since then. Well then, I suggest, for the sake of variety, we undergo a small test. Kakashi suggested that I make you take these bells from me. Obito opened his palm and showed the metal balls to the genin. Or, you can pass the physical training standards for me, 100 push-ups, 200 squats and 50 pull-ups, and also demonstrate your strongest ninjutsu. Sakura felt sick after hearing the numbers, but Uchiha was simply too lazy. He thought that taking something away from this half-wit would be no more difficult than taking candy from a child. Offbeat. Naruto barked. Go to Shinigami, you idiot. Sasuke was indignant. The test of bells, he said gloomily. The Kyuubi in the subconscious, who now only needed to be shown a finger to make him laugh, giggled hysterically again, choking on his saliva. I see you like our new friends. Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly. The fox stopped giggling with difficulty and wiped away the tears that had formed in his eyes with his paw, still shaking nervously. Bells. The kunoichi supported her beloved. The end. Uzumaki exhaled and rose to his feet. The others followed him. Get started. Obito exhaled lazily and attached the bells to his belt. Sakura rushed into close combat with a scream and almost blew out her sensei's brains with a punch of her chakra-enhanced fist, but he only took a step to the side and the kunoichi fell to the ground with a squeal, plowing a couple of meters with her face and landing on her chest and knees, exposing her backside for all to see. Obito couldn't resist and gave her a kick, after which the girl squealed and stretched out as if she was stunned. Sasuke's lips curled in disdain, looking at his unlucky teammate like she was a pile of manure. Infuriated, Obito was behind the boy in less than a second and hit him in the spine with his knee. Idiot, in a real fight she would have been killed. The elder Uchiha hissed angrily through his teeth. Naruto was amazed at the changes in his sensei. There was no trace of his former cheerfulness, steel rang in his voice. Nevertheless, Uzumaki did not slack off in Anbu, but was engaged in the most difficult missions. It was not difficult for him to grab the bells when the enemy with a terrible view stood with his back to him. Imagine his surprise when the bells passed through his hand as if through air. Uzumaki groaned heavily. Obito-sensei, let's just avoid this. The blonde whined in the voice of a whining Kangen. Without what? The man who had raised his hand hung and stared questioningly at the student with his one eye. Just don't pretend to be Sakura. You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. Take away the kamui, give up the bells. Aren't you ashamed of yourself to play around with an S-rank technique with Genin? The Jinchuriki appealed to the conscience of his teacher. Obito began to indignantly gasp for air. How quickly the snotty boy figured him out, and even named the secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Yes, he clearly hadn't been told everything about the Hokage's son. You're an interesting young man, Naruto, the Uchiha muttered thoughtfully. Thank you. I know, the Jinchuriki continued to drag his feet while Sasuke snuck up on Obito from behind. Unfortunately, he was too vengeful, and instead of taking the bells, he tried to drive a kunai into his neck. Idiot. Naruto groaned and buried his face in his palm. An enraged Obito hit Sasuke on the shoulder from a helicopter, and he flew away towards Sakura writhing on the ground. Uzumaki tried to act stealthily again and stomped on the ground. A thin spike of compressed earth caught on Obito's belt and tore it off, but Sensei immediately noticed this obscenity, saving his pants from falling and his butt from being exposed. Naruto noted with satisfaction that Sensei really had stopped fooling around with Kamui. The Jinchuriki put all his strength into this jutsu and slammed his fist into the ground. Obito froze in place. There were more than 100 sharp earthen spikes a centimeter from his body, a couple of which were in front of his mask in the places where his eyes should be. Before Uchiha could do anything, Naruto, staggering from fatigue, tore the belt out of his hand and landed on his butt. Obito's pants finally fell to the ground, revealing his perky white pants with red polka dots to everyone present. The beaten Sakura burst out laughing, holding her stomach. Sasuke looked at Obito with open hatred. The damned sensei was simply unable to humiliate him even more. The teacher used Kamui and got out of the trap, hastily pulling up his pants. Obito stared in deep shock at Naruto, clutching his belt and bells in his palm, grinning playfully with all 32 teeth. Naruto, you could have killed me. You didn't even do the seals. Who taught you that technique? Uchiha asked eagerly. I created this technique myself, and my older sister, Momoka, taught me Doden. Obito shook his head in amazement. Created a B-rank technique myself. A genin? That can't be. Momoka is one of the strongest Anbu, on par with Itachi. Most likely, she taught me. I'll need to talk to the Hokage and Momoka herself about this. Every Konoha shinobi who owns Doden should know this technique. Interesting, the teacher drawled, watching the genin sluggishly rising from the ground. Well, the test has been passed. Naruto can go rest over there. Obito waved his hand towards a spreading deciduous tree standing on the outskirts of the 13th training ground. But what about us? The kunoichi was indignant. None of you except Naruto used ninjutsu. Rage clouded your mind, you did not cover your comrades and rushed into hand-to-hand combat. This is unacceptable even on the simplest missions, you will be killed by the first shinobi you meet. You will train additionally. Sasuke growled angrily, the kunoichi groaned, the blonde grinned contentedly and with the look of a winner paraded to the resting place. Obito performed hand seals and summoned a shadow clone, then followed Naruto. Obito-sensei, a shadow clone? Are you kidding me? Sasuke was indignant, after which he received a life-giving kick from a completely material illusion, and growled angrily. Now Obito's name was the first line on his blacklist. Sakura decided not to go through the same experience and began to listen to what the clone was telling them. The task was simple: use all the ninjutsu they knew until the chakra ran out, and then practice making seals. Obito felt that Naruto was significantly different from his teammates, both in physical characteristics and behavior. The best way to find out the reason for this was to talk face to face, and for now the guys had enough work to do. He turned around and saw the flash of a fireball released by the boy exploding from a collision with a tree. That was definitely enough. Comment to 20. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 21. Naruto sat on the grass, legs crossed and leaning back against the tree trunk. Unfortunately, his peace was not destined to last long. Obito walked towards him very quickly and decisively. No, don't come here, you don't have to, the tired Jinchuriki whispered quietly. Just don't panic, think 3 times about every word you say. If anything happens, I'll help you, the fox reassured him. Thank you, Kurama. The blonde sighed heavily and huddled up, looking at his sensei with a disintegrating gaze. Naruto, I wanted to ask you a few questions. Obito sat down in front of his student, peering at him through the only hole in his mask. Of course, but only within reason, Uzumaki answered in a faint bored tone. How did you know about Kamui? It's a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Shinobi who can use it can be counted on the fingers of one hand, Obito asked. I'll have to blame it all on my sister, she'll cover for me, but then there'll be an interrogation from her side, the Jinchuriki said sadly. It's not that bad, I don't think she'll turn you in even if she finds out the truth, the fox replied. Better not to check, Uzumaki shivered. Naruto scratched his eyebrow and made the dumbest face he could. My sister told me, she's a real genius and knows everything in the world, the Jinchuriki answered proudly. I see. Obito tilted his head forward slightly, trying to read at least something from his interlocutor's face, but the boy, intentionally or not, quite successfully resisted his efforts. I don't think he believed it, the fox muttered, tilting his muzzle skeptically. What will I do? Asked the Jinchuriki. The question, of course, remained unanswered. Okay, we'll chalk your training up to Momoka's genius, although I don't really believe it. Besides, trusting a genin with secret information is pretty reckless, Obito muttered contemptuously. I'm the son of the Hokage, not a simple genin at all, you know, the blonde sneered. Yes, I know, show off. What do you think of your new comrades? The mentor asked with lively interest. They're idiots, Naruto answered honestly, Sakura is useless ballast, and Sasuke. Why the hell is that idiot throwing his hands around instead of completing the mission? Are all your Uchiha youth reckless and ready to throw knives at members of their own clan? Naruto, you're going too far. The fox worried. Calm down, Kurama, it's all part of the plan. I'll play the part of a thug. No fear or respect, my father is the Hokage, I know more than anyone, the sea is knee-deep, the mountains are shoulder-deep, and anyway, go into the fog, Naruto said sarcastically. Watch out, don't get a spanking for this. Although, it really could work. The fox muttered thoughtfully, watching the teacher's reaction. Obito snorted angrily, and in the dark hole under his mask, the Mangekyo Sharingan flashed with an ominous scarlet light. You are an impudent young man, Naruto, the Uchiha said coldly. Not as bold as Sasuke, the blonde retorted. Unexpectedly for him, the Uchiha burst out laughing. You can't argue with that, Obito answered, much more cheerfully. Fucked. An amateur, and he still tried to take over the world. Naruto snorted contemptuously. Let's hope that's the case, the fox replied, not taking his eyes off Obito, who was tapping his toes on his sandal. Okay. Rest for now, I see you have very little chakra left. Obito's voice showed carefully hidden satisfaction. Having finished his speech, the Uchiha rose to his feet. I'll go and keep an eye on these blockheads, otherwise they'll kill each other, the sensei drawled with a false chuckle in his voice and stomped towards his students. Uzumaki, who had just relaxed, opened his eyes and exhaled convulsively. XO, he probably saw you with his filthy Sharingan. The blonde exclaimed in horror. Like hell, I hide well. Only the Byakugan can see my chakra, and not everyone can. You can understand that after using a new technique you are exhausted, even without any dojutsu, the fox explained the situation to his overly impressionable and narrow-minded friend. Phew, you're right, thanks, I almost had a heart attack, the Jinchuriki breathed a sigh of relief. And who advocated for peace? The fox grinned and scratched his long ear with his clawed paw. The relaxed blonde dozed off and fell into the subconscious of the nine-tailed lodger. Obito, meanwhile, made sure that his clone was functioning properly, then climbed a tree opposite the blonde and began to study him closely through the prism of the Sharingan. After 5 minutes, he got bored, and the Jonin picked up the abominable literature. The Anbu captain managed to fool the would-be ruler of the world. Naruto walked up to the proudly puffed-up Nine Tails. Kurama, have you ever felt like everything around you is unreal? The boy muttered thoughtfully, placing his hand on his furry paw, as if he doubted that the fox himself was real. What? Did you hit your head on a pipe on the way? Kyubi raised an eyebrow questioningly and tilted his muzzle to the side, closely studying his interlocutor. It's just, they're all kind of weird, too calm, too stupid. An elite Jonin can't see the Jinchuriki in me, and what can I say, Kushina can't understand that I'm not her son. This is just some kind of nonsense. At first, I had fun, I tried to fit in with this crowd, but the closer I get to know them, the deeper the gap between us becomes. Kurama snorted and wrinkled his forehead comically, voicing his point of view a few seconds later. It seems to me that everything is much simpler. You are used to seeing people who fought, lost relatives and friends, what can I say, you yourself are like that. Now you have ended up in a group of carefree and happy-go-lucky slackers, and this does not fit into your picture of the world, the Biju rumbled and lay down on his belly. The blonde blinked his eyes in amazement. You are a wise demon, Kurama, Uzumaki said with respect in his voice. Of course. The nine-tailed fox grinned smugly. Naruto ignored his words and muttered as if in a trance. I'm afraid of the day when I have to take off my mask. Me too, the Biju answered honestly and sighed heavily. After a few minutes of silence, Naruto got over his confusion and looked at the demon, smiling widely. Kurama, become smaller, please, you want to play with me and show off your new tail, right? Uzumaki asked. The fox immediately perked up and jumped to his paws, shrinking to the size of a simple fox and jumping on Uzumaki's chest. He managed to react, and this time the demon was unable to knock him off his feet. The blonde hugged the fox tightly and buried his nose in his shoulder, slowly stroking his back. I missed you so much, the boy said quietly, who, despite living in the same body as the nine-tailed fox, had last seen him more than a month ago. I miss you too, Naruto. The fox replied, clinging tighter to his Jinchuriki. Uzumaki stood like that for about half a minute, and then sat right in the water, placing the kitsune on his lap and starting to stroke his back. The fox purred softly and pressed his ears in pleasure, while the blonde took a pair of fluffy tails growing from the demon's tailbone in his other hand. Both had thick, healthy-looking red silky fur. Once again, congratulations, Kurama. I hope you are pleased with your newfound power. The Jinchuriki asked curiously, scratching the fox behind the ear. More than. In any case, I no longer want to lay hands on myself, thanks in large part to you, the demon answered, turning around and looking at his friend with a devoted look, smiling broadly. What did he care about the lost tails if he had such a wonderful Jinchuriki with him? Naruto tilted his head to the side with affection and began to scratch the fox with both hands, enjoying his confused purring. This went on for a little over an hour, after which Naruto was forced to leave such a hospitable abode, leaving the languid fox alone with his thoughts. Sasuke and Sakura, completely exhausted, trudged towards the teacher's clone, who was lazily looking in their direction. Obito. Sensei, we're out of chakra, the kunoichi babbled breathlessly. Well, you all worked hard today, Obito drawled with a slight mockery in his voice. Except for that bastard, Sasuke hissed through his teeth, pointing his finger at the dozing Uzumaki. In just a couple of hours, he hated the Hokage's son to the marrow of his bones. I can hear everything, Naruto muttered and opened his eyes. Ghoul, snorted the young Uchiha and wandered home. Sakura followed his example. Tomorrow here at 8 in the morning, and don't be late. The sensei shouted after them. Uzumaki sluggishly rose to his feet and trudged home, pausing for a second before leaving the training ground. Obito-sensei. I'm sorry I was rude to you, Uzumaki said quietly. Nonsense, I'm angry at this idiot myself, he's disgracing our entire clan. Naruto chuckled and jumped onto a tree branch, moving towards the house. Naruto was met in the kitchen by his entire family, except for his father. Nigai had already returned and was actively discussing her successes with her mother and older sister. Kangen sat at the table only out of solidarity and languidly chewed a cucumber. Rin-sensei doesn't know much about taijutsu, and that pisses me off. Nigai snapped, crossing her arms over her chest. You should be a support team, everything is thought out, Momoka said, meaningfully lifting a cutlet on her fork, to which Kushina snorted disapprovingly. Support? I didn't agree to that. The blonde stopped mid-sentence, noticing her brother grinning playfully in the doorway. Put this idiot in support, I want to be a security officer. Nigai pointed her finger at her brother. He came to the table and sat down opposite, continuing to irritate his wild sister with a wide smile from ear to ear. Hi all. Hello, Ni-san. Kangen was relieved to contribute to the conversation, even if it was just a pathetic greeting. Hello, son, what do you have to tell me? Kushina, surprised by the sudden appearance of her offspring, placed a full plate of vegetable stew in front of him. Vegetables. Poor thing, the fox said sympathetically. Yeah, I'm not having any luck today. The smile slid off Naruto's face, the guy sluggishly picked at the unappetizing brown-yellow mass. Mama looked expectantly at her little brother and coughed persistently. I passed his test alone, Uzumaki muttered, not embellishing the truth at all. Phew, who are you kidding, idiot? Nigai barked. Nigai. The girl received a powerful slap on the back of the head from her mother and almost fell face first into the food. Shish shish shish, the kunoichi hissed like an angry cobra, but did not dare to argue with her mother. We were tested using Kakashi's method, the Jinchuriki began his story. Bells, then, Momoka drawled with interest. She hadn't been too lazy to find out everything about both her brother's future sensei and his temporary replacement. I got Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura on my team, such. The blonde glanced at his mother, who was about to give him a mighty slap, and stopped mid-sentence. Morons, you have to look hard to find. Is it dad's doing? Let's assume so, but what's wrong with them? The older sister asked. Sakura was lying in the mud in 3 seconds, and this, Uchiha, instead of simply removing the bells from the enemy's belt while I was distracting him, tried to hit Obito in the neck with a kunai. Nigai burst out laughing. Momoka raised an eyebrow skeptically. And what about you? Nothing. I used my new technique and stuck earthen spikes on him from all sides. While he was thinking what to do, I was already grabbing the bells. The blonde reached across the table for the meatballs and threw them into his mouth. And that's it, the test is passed. The guy exclaimed joyfully, spreading his arms. Storyteller, Nigai snorted. You just don't know a lot about your brother, Momoka said mysteriously, covering her mouth with her clasped hands. You're doing great, Naruto. Kushina grabbed her son, who was chewing a meatball, in her arms, almost making him vomit the vegetables he'd eaten onto the table. The blonde puffed himself up with smug satisfaction, but he felt that something was missing in the room, something very important. Mom, where's Dad? The genin asked quietly. Everyone present immediately darkened. They remembered yesterday's scandal very well. He'll be late at work today, the kunoichi answered sadly. I see, Uzumaki muttered. Okay, I'm going to bed, I have to get up early tomorrow. The blonde got up from the table and hobbled upstairs. The female half of the family stayed to have dinner in silence. Comment to 21. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, Where would we be without it? 22. Still quite angry, the Hokage woke up at 5 in the morning, an hour earlier than usual. Quietly and quickly, without waking his household, he went outside and with a sad look walked around his village, shrouded in a veil of twilight, thinking about the situation. Minato's pav. Traitors, traitors everywhere. You can't trust anyone, not even your own family. Okay, calm down, Minato, you're the Hokage, a bastion of confidence and composure. Who am I kidding? I'm a human being like everyone else, and I have the right to have emotions. But still, you can't achieve much with blind anger, especially in family matters. Naruto. How? Oh, how was I supposed to know? I never thought my son had such potential. And now it's too late to say anything. But, is it really that hard for him to understand me? I'm the Hokage, the head of the village, and I have a huge responsibility for thousands of people. I can't neglect my duties, even for my family. Why did he go to those damned Uzumaki? I gave him shelter, the opportunity to study at the academy, despite his disgusting physical characteristics, and generally provided all the conditions for life and development. Me, exactly me, and not those damn demon worshippers. They have done nothing for our family, no thing. They only use Kushina's influence on me, despite the fact that she herself still carries that damned nine-tailed creature inside her, although they could have extracted it 100 times. This is a unique opportunity. We need to observe such a strong Jinchuriki, conduct a couple of experiments. She is my wife, not a lab rat. What the hell experiments? I love her, take me away, Shinigami. No matter what, she is a victim of circumstances, just like me, it is not her fault that hundreds of her kindred are hanging over her. And despite all this, I yelled at her like a total bastard. And not for the first time either. She is not made of iron, and sooner or later she will not be able to tolerate me anymore. Well, conscience, you are the last thing I need. Well, what can I do? I'm only human. When have I ever had a vacation? When? I can't even remember. Or even just plain sex. Last year, and after that, I'm supposed to go around pretending to be the happy head of the family. What a madhouse, not a village. Reforms are needed, reforms. What if I specifically appoint a person responsible for missions, another one for solving housing problems, and a third one for solving citizens' issues, and I'll only deal with foreign policy and clan relations? How beautiful, why didn't I think of this before? It's decided, today I'll quarrel with the elders and make peace with my family. End Pav Minato. The Hokage was deep in thought and didn't notice how it was already dawn. Cursing, the blonde rushed to his residence over the roofs of low village houses. Despite all his efforts, he was still late. The secretary chuckled. In her memory, this was the first time Minato didn't show up for work half an hour before the start of the working day and didn't nag her about unmade coffee. Henna, I'm scheduling an unscheduled council meeting in 2 hours, the blonde said briefly to his subordinate. The girl rolled her eyes and mentally sent the crowned ghoul to Kyuubi's ass. Hi, the secretary hissed, and crawled out from behind the desk so slowly, as if she had put down roots in it. Throwing an angry look at the man, the girl left the residence, clicking her wooden sandals on the stone floor. Minato ignored her displeasure and went to his office. The Hokage threw his head back in supplication, seeing 3 half-meter-high stacks of papers, and shed a stingy manly tear. I'm so sick of all this. The blonde slammed his fist on the table, causing the papers to tilt and start falling. No, the Hokage rushed to catch the stacks, but was too late. A pile of reports lay scattered across the floor. Minato was simply speechless. The man folded the seals and summoned 5 spears, which quickly collected the papers and stood like pillars of salt in front of the table. What are we standing there for? Who are we waiting for? Get to work. The Hokage barked at his copies, who sighed heavily as they laid the papers on the table and began filling them out. Their creator leaned back in his leather chair and rolled his eyes, it only seemed so easy. When the copies dissipated, all the mental stress and absolutely useless information accumulated during the work would turn his brain into pudding, so it was important to end the meeting as soon as possible. The Hokage took a dossier on his confidants and other notable residents of Konoha out of the drawer. The elders are out of the question right away. Dumping routine work on them is not only disrespectful, but also dangerous to your own health, because they don't forget grievances. Who should I give the position of responsible for missions? In fact, serious missions, rank B and higher, make up at most a quarter of their total number, and one person is remarkably knowledgeable in rank D and C missions, Maruboshi Kosuke, the oldest genin in the village. It's time to reward him for such long and faithful service, and since he lived to old age, he has enough brains. Excellent. One problem solved, Minato grinned. Who should we hang the decision of civil issues on? Let the Uchiha police do it. They have absolutely nothing to do now anyway. The last serious crime in my village was more than half a year ago. Excellent. The second problem is also solved. It remains to convince the elders of the expediency of the decision taken, but here little depends on me. Sighing heavily, the Hokage put the dossiers that were not needed in the desk drawer and, without noticing it, dozed off. The Hokage was woken up by his secretary, pale with anger. Not only had he sent her far and for a long time, but he had also unceremoniously slept at his workplace. And 5 clones rushing about like ants were no excuse. Minato-sama, the meeting is in 15 minutes, the elders and heads of the Uchiha, Hyuga and Uzumaki clans have already arrived. The man immediately jumped to his feet, hastily smoothed out his wrinkled coat and put on his hat, after which he strode out of the office, leaving the secretary in the company of his clones. Of course, why say thank you and goodbye? The girl silently protested, following the head of the village. The council lasted for about 2 hours, but in the end the parties came to a consensus, dumping the city management on the Uchiha police, and distributing low-ranking missions to the Hyuga. Entrusting such a task to one person, even an experienced and devoted one, was considered irresponsible. Danzo again raised the issue of transferring Kushina to the Uzumaki laboratory for long-term research on the Biju, and he was again met with fierce resistance from both the Hokage and, for some unknown reason, the Uchiha. The exhausted head of the village, looking like a walking corpse after the destruction of the clones, went home at midnight. Having fallen into bed fully clothed, and having been unceremoniously thrown off by his indignant wife, the languidly moaning Hokage prepared for sleep and hid under the covers. The next morning the couple reconciled. Forgive me for yesterday, it won't happen again, the Hokage muttered shamefacedly. Kushina sighed heavily and smiled wearily. At least he was really working, and not creating an appearance, and he could and should be understood, as her eldest daughter told her. Okay. Good for nothing, where will I go? Kushina asked rhetorically. Minato smiled slightly and kissed his wife tenderly, something he hadn't done for over a month. The woman finally melted and hugged her husband, who had worked himself to death. You know, I have good news, Minato drawled, twirling a lock of fiery red hair around his finger. Kushina raised an eyebrow questioningly. I took your advice and relieved myself of some of my responsibilities, namely responsibility for most of the missions and civil matters. Now I will have much less work. And you will be able to devote your free time to your children, the Hokage's wife finished for him, indignantly gasping for air, grinning smugly. Well, yes, Minato exhaled heavily, wanting to spend this time doing something else with his other half. I know what you're thinking, and you'll get it, but only after you teach Naruto your technique. Kushina watched with pleasure as her husband's face stretched into a narrow ellipse and his eyebrows crawled up the back of his head. What? But that would take forever. Besides, I told him that he was no longer my son. The blonde muttered. Uzumaki frowned angrily. She didn't like the fact that Minato still considered his child a fool, and even crossed him out from his sons based on clan affiliation. So you'll have an extra incentive to make peace with him, Kushina said mockingly, jumping out of bed and heading to the shower. Minato, grumbling with indignation, went to the second floor, but it was occupied too. Naruto closed the door with a latch, and the tiny nine-tailed fox sat in the corner of the bathroom, glaring at his tormentor. The fox resisted his Jinchuriki's persuasion for a long time, citing the fact that he was permanently in the water in his subconscious, but finally gave in when he said that he would not contact him until the fox washed himself with soap. In some places on his skin there were still dried blood stains from the forest animals that had fallen under the demon's hot paw at such an inopportune time. The blonde took the Biju, who had resigned himself to his fate, and sat him in the sink, carefully wetting the demon's thick fur. The fox snorted discontentedly, pressing his ears so that water would not get into them. The blonde poured a little shampoo on the back of his neck and began to carefully rub the bubbling foam into the demon's fur with his fingers. Meanwhile, he was doing his best to feign complete imperturbability, as if what was happening was a completely ordinary matter. Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly, upon seeing which the fox snorted contemptuously and turned his muzzle to the wall, proudly lifting his nose. The Jinchuriki burst out laughing and took the tiny paws in his hands, carefully soaping the soft pads, watching the fox, whose irritation was growing with each passing second. To his surprise, the demon stoically endured even the washing of his tails and patiently sat for half a minute under a stream of warm water. That's it? The fox asked, looking askance at his Jinchuriki with his scarlet eyes blazing unkindly. Naruto looked over the wet rat-like fox with a critical eye and thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Come on, breathe, the guy asked, approaching the kitsune's muzzle. He bared his teeth angrily and breathed a tiny cloud of flame into his face, but Uzumaki managed to react and put his palm in front of himself, forcing Kurama to choke on his own flame. Let's not play tricks. Don't waste our time, the blonde asked, shaking his completely uninjured palm. The fox moaned and did what was asked of him. Naruto winced in disgust and picked up his own toothbrush, smearing it with mint toothpaste. Kitsune's eyes bulged in horror and he began to frantically move his paws, trying to get out of the ceramic trap in which his tormentor had put him, but his efforts were in vain. Then the Biju growled viciously and aggressively bared his tiny, but no less toothy, mouth. Now I'll grow bigger and bite your head off, the demon promised, clicking his jaws meaningfully. As you say. Thank you for agreeing to wash yourself. The Jinchuriki sighed heavily and smiled sadly, shaking the toothpaste off the brush and putting it back in place. The fox snorted proudly and puffed up, warming his body with his own chakra, instantly evaporating the water. The Jinchuriki called the indignant Biju away and washed himself. Coming out of the shower in a white robe and fluffy slippers, Naruto came face to face with his father. Son, get ready, you'll be learning the rasengan this weekend. Minato said solemnly. Naruto threw his head back in a martyred manner and groaned quietly through his teeth. He was faced with the most difficult thing in the art of shinobi, to create the appearance that he did not know the technique. Comment to 22. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki. A lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 23. 9 o'clock in the evening. The red-haired girl stood on the Hokage mountain in proud solitude, watching the horizon turn crimson with the setting sun. Itachi had never been late before. Surely there was a serious reason for that. Mamoka hoped that he had not been sent on another mission, because they had not seen each other for over a month. What more could there be? Suddenly, a quiet rustle was heard behind her. Without wasting a second, the girl turned around in one movement, drawing her sword and running wind chakra through it. The uninvited guest turned out to be Obito, who immediately jumped back 10 steps. Good reaction, was all he said, breathing a sigh of relief. The blade passed just a few centimeters from his mask. Grinning darkly, the girl put away her weapon. She had already had a date with one of the Uchiha. It was just a pity it wasn't the one she wanted. How can I help you? The girl asked curiously. Obito relaxed and squatted under the tree. You trained Naruto? The Uchiha asked. The kunoichi rolled her eyes and shook her head, clicking her tongue. I thought even the birds knew about it. You're losing your grip, my dear friend. Uchiha's indignation was visible to the naked eye, despite his spiral mask. Uzumaki snorted contemptuously. The arrogance of a proud clan that refused to accept any criticism directed at them sometimes drove her crazy, and even Itachi was not without this annoying flaw. Why did you tell him about Kamui, one of the most secret techniques of our clan? The question stunned the girl, because she had never even mentioned the red-eyed one's techniques in her brother's presence. Fortunately, over the years of service in Anbu, she had learned to hide her emotions, and Obito did not notice her confusion. He is my brother, and the son of the Hokage. He should know everything about a possible enemy. The kunoichi emphasized the last word, hearing which the Uchiha snorted angrily. Watch your language, Obito growled softly. Do you want to sort things out? The girl pursed her lips and meaningfully placed her palm on the hilt of her sword, reaching with her other hand to her belt bag with scrolls. What are you talking about? I didn't even think about it. The Uchiha, who had instantly become embarrassed, put his palms out in front of him in a conciliatory gesture, although he was radiating carefully concealed rage. Is that all you wanted to know? The kunoichi asked, trying hard to remain unperturbed. The Uchiha nodded silently and disappeared into the black vortex with all the pathos inherent to his clan. Only after that did Uzumaki allow herself to breathe a sigh of relief. Gods, are they all crazy? The girl muttered darkly. The mood was completely ruined, and the kunoichi was about to leave when Itachi deigned to show up for the date he had arranged. Hello, Mamoka, sorry I'm late. The breathless boy's voice rang out from behind her. Turning around, Uzumaki couldn't help but smile slightly. The disheveled Uchiha was clearly running towards her at full speed. I'm glad to see you, the kunoichi replied, smiling sweetly. Itachi smiled wryly and approached her, holding his hand behind his back. Is he really ready to give me flowers? The girl, expectantly tilting her head to the side, looked closely at the guy. And so it turned out, the Uchiha handed her a tattered bouquet. Sorry. He hesitated a bit. The guy began to awkwardly make excuses, completely touching the girl. Oh, Itachi, that's so sweet. The kunoichi accepted the gift and gave the guy, who was looking at the floor with embarrassment, a light kiss. Uchiha's eyes widened in surprise. Usually Momoka behaved very reservedly, and today she decided to have such close contact for the first time. Although they had been dating for more than a month, things had not gone further than joint walks. Being Anbu had long ago taught them not to trust and become attached to people, and belonging to clans that were in active confrontation only worsened the situation. Stepping away, the guy took the kunoichi by the arm, and they went around Konoha, telling each other about everything except work. Itachi was very different from his relatives, who considered everyone who was not from their clan as third-class people, and they looked at peasants and ordinary townspeople as insects. He was not a blind follower of the beliefs and prejudices of the Uchiha, and had his own point of view on each event. It is not surprising that he and Momoka found each other. The commonality of characters did its job. Both often acted as a father in raising younger brothers, both were ready to do anything to carry out an order, both suffered from excessive attention from the opposite sex and misunderstanding from all acquaintances. That is why the couple, absolutely impossible from the point of view of both clans, had a wonderful time. Itachi decided to develop his success and took his companion to the Ichiraku Cafe. Not the best option, but dragging yourself to a restaurant with combat gear would be the height of cretinism, even in a shinobi village. Tsuki, as always, greeted the guests with a broad smile. He was always touched by lovers. He remembered those happy times when he himself was young and his wife was alive. Hello, Tsuki-san, we'll have 2 portions, please. Itachi handed the bill to the owner of the establishment and sat Momoka down on a chair. Just a minute, everything will be in the best possible condition. The cook hurried to the kitchen and together with his daughter began to prepare the most delicious noodles in Konoha, according to his many regular customers. The girl put the bouquet on the counter and looked at the guy, smiling slightly. What a handsome man he is. I just can't tear myself away from those bottomless eyes, and the Sharingan has nothing to do with it. The kunoichi thought, shuddering in surprise when the guy covered her palm with his. When Itachi approached the girl and hesitantly touched her lips with his, Momoka held her breath for a moment, but then responded to the guy's caresses. Itachi, having enjoyed the kiss with the most desirable kunoichi in Konoha, pulled away and ran his hand through a strand of long scarlet hair, still smiling. He did everything right. All that was left was to consolidate the success with a joint dinner and not make an idiot of himself. Momoka was famous for her inaccessibility and selectivity. Your order. Ayame put a couple of bowls of steaming ramen on the counter and, giving the guests a smile no less wide than her father, disappeared into the kitchen. Itachi and Momoka, looking intently at each other, ate their noodles with extreme care and, saying goodbye to the owner of the establishment and his daughter, went outside. Both were indecently pleased with the evening. Momoka hoped that Itachi would continue to be just as good. Almost half of all the guys in the village tried to flirt with her, but they either crawled on their knees before her, or tried to buy her expensive gifts, not caring about their own behavior, or already on the 3rd date tried to drag her into bed. In the girl's soul, a spark of hope was burning stronger and stronger that Itachi really felt something for her other than passion for the object of his libido. Having seen the kunoichi to the threshold of her mansion and giving her one more kiss and a wide smile, Itachi went home. Mom, you're finally back. I was starting to worry. Kushina squeezed her daughter in a bear hug. It was already past midnight, and Minato said that she should be back by 9. Mom, I'm 17, and I've been an Anbu captain for a year now. The kunoichi protested, trying to push her mother away. The Jinchuriki pulled away, grinning bitterly and hanging her head dejectedly. That's true. It's high time I came to terms with the fact that my daughter has grown up, the mother said sadly. Mom gave her a wide smile and hugged her tightly. And still, where have you been? Really with Itachi? Kushina's face became serious. Yeah, the kunoichi answered casually, approaching the stairs. Momoka. Kushina's voice darkened, which made Momoka freeze in place and turn around. I have nothing against you dating someone. After all, you're not a girl anymore. The kunoichi smiled again and nodded her head slightly. She was glad that at least her mother understood her, although if it were up to her father, she would have remained a virgin until her death. But it's hard to imagine guys worse than those from the Uchiha clan, especially if they are at least somehow better than their brothers. Kushina, gnashing her teeth, remembered Fugaku, who had screwed her and abandoned her. Moreover, this bastard had disgraced her in front of all her peers, telling them how she had pleased him. The memories appeared so vividly in the Jinchuriki's memory that she broke an innocent nightstand that was unlucky enough to be at hand. Momoka shuddered, but answered her mother. I know, Mom. Itachi is not like that, believe me. Kushina sighed sadly and shook her head. Be prepared for the worst, she said quietly and went to the kitchen. Momoka's mood, which had been bordering on jubilation just a few minutes ago, had finally deteriorated, which made her recall that unpleasant meeting with Obito and the question he had raised, how did Naruto know about Kamui? To be honest, Momoka herself didn't really know what kind of technique it was, so her brother's knowledge of the matter made her think. Having gone upstairs, the kunoichi knocked on the door and entered her brother's room. Naruto, as always at this time, was in bed with a book on fuinjutsu in his hands, causing his teacher to smile slightly. Seeing the guest, the blonde smiled affably and put the weighty volume aside, looking expectantly at his older sister. Naruto, Obito reported today that you are aware of his signature technique Kamui. I am dying of curiosity, where did you get information about it? The kunoichi asked, watching her brother's reaction. The blonde's face turned stony, he was clearly thinking hard about his words. Kurama, help me, the boy begged. Kitsune sighed heavily and, after a moment's silence, suggested a lousy, but very plausible excuse. Repeat after me, the fox said, and began to dictate the line to his Jinchuriki. You know these Uchiha, they are either cold-blooded killers or cocky arrogant people, ready to spit and swing their fists with or without reason. If Itachi belongs to the first type, then Obito-sensei, with all due respect, is a real clown, and in a very wide circle of initiates into the secrets of his clan, he cannot keep his mouth shut. The out-of-breath Uzumaki took a deep breath. Momoka, meanwhile, nodded her head with satisfaction. She herself did not perceive Obito as anything other than a clown, or did not want to perceive him. When I was returning from training at the 13th training ground, I was walking along the alley. Behind the hedge there were two Uchiha. One of them was Obito. I recognized him by his voice, and I don't know the other one, and I don't want to know him. His interlocutor reproached my good-for-nothing sensei for excessive abuse of Kamui with or without reason, saying that he even uses it to carry trash to the dump. Even a half-wit could have put two and two together and guessed what technique they were talking about, although I definitely should have watched my language, then I wouldn't have to grovel in front of you now. The blonde finished and tensed up slightly, looking at his sister. Momoka let out a lone, quiet laugh and shook her head. Even though it's stupid, it sounds quite plausible. Okay, you've satisfied my curiosity, but Itachi isn't as cold-blooded a killer as you say. Momoka switched to a topic that was much more interesting to her in light of today's events. Naruto sighed tiredly and shook his head. Momoka, to an outside observer you are an even more cold-blooded killer. I have no doubt that Itachi can be a wonderful guy and a big kind person at heart, but I have no desire to delve into his rich inner world. I have my own mouth full of worries. The Jinchuriki meaningfully shook a weighty book in front of his sister's nose. The kunoichi smiled indulgently and ruffled her brother's hair. After all, over the past 6 months he had become very observant and judicious. Then the even more cold-blooded killer wishes you good night, Momoka said affectionately, leaving the room. Naruto only shook his head mockingly. For years now he had been surrounded by nothing but robbers, murderers and maniacs, and one cannibal even lived with him in the same body. By the way, it would be nice to thank him too. Kurama, thank you very much for your help. Without you I would have fallen into a puddle, the Jinchuriki said, dousing the silent demon with a wave of gratitude. The fox only snorted softly, but then couldn't help but smile widely. You're welcome, bro. Well, now that I've done my job, can I finally get some sleep? He asked curiously, unable to hold back a wide yawn. For God's sake, I think I'll go to bed too. Naruto replied, turning off the light and putting the book aside. The Biju purred gratefully, and together with his Jinchuriki, he fell into the kingdom of Morpheus. Comment to 23. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 24. Naruto woke up earlier than everyone else. His service in Anbu had taught him to get up with the first rays of the sun, even on weekends. Having gotten out of bed, the Jinchuriki got himself in order, visiting all the morning attractions, namely the toilet and shower. Minato deigned to leave the bedroom only half an hour after his son. Having collided with him in the corridor, the sleepy Hokage almost knocked the guy off his feet. "Oh, Naruto, good morning." The village chief greeted his son, immediately perking up. "And you?" Naruto muttered, looking at Minato with apprehension. Today he had to walk on the razor's edge, which did not contribute to a good mood. The Hokage raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. He expected his son to be happy about the training, but it seemed he was wrong. "Well, it doesn't matter. If he can't, we'll teach him. If he doesn't want to, we'll force him." Having repeated Naruto's route, Minato went down to the dining room. His son was frying a banal omelet, which surprised his parent quite a bit. The careless shinobi had been fond of cooking all his life, and sometimes real battles were played out between him and Kushina for the right to use the stove, but this time, it seemed, he would not see any culinary delights. "How did you sleep?" Naruto asked a typical, nothing special, question, trying to look natural, then turned around and brought the Hokage a burnt fried egg and a steaming teapot of green tea. "Okay," Minato replied, picking at his breakfast with a fork in disgust. Either his son had forgotten how to cook, or he didn't understand something about this life. Naruto silently sat down opposite him and stared at his father tensely. "Naruto, stop staring at him, you're attracting attention," the awakened demon said. The blonde shuddered and turned his gaze to the scrambled eggs. "Are you nervous today? Did something happen?" asked the Hokage, sipping tea from a mug. "The day before yesterday you threw a tantrum and said that I am no longer your son, and today you suddenly called me to training. How else should I react?" Naruto counterattacked. The fox covered his muzzle with his paws and groaned muffledly. "Naruto will never be a politician, never in his life." Minato, almost choking on his tea, put the mug on the table and darkened. "You were my heir and you renounced your clan. Should I shower you with gifts after that?" The Hokage asked quietly. "Being the heir to a clan of 3 people is not very honorable or profitable, you know." The Jinchuriki retorted. The fox, who had been following the conversation with bated breath, stretched out his paws in front of him, groaned softly, grabbed his ears and hit his head on the bars. Minato clasped his hands together, covering the lower half of his face. Deep melancholy was visible in his blue eyes. "Isn't what I gave you enough?" the Hokage asked with a heavy sigh. Naruto hesitated for a second, but found something to say in response. "Not enough. You didn't want to train with me, giving all your attention to Nigai and Momoka." Minato chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You yourself didn't want to learn. You yourself drove away all the senseis that I found for you. You didn't need it, and now you suddenly came to your senses." "Why?" the man asked curiously. Naruto froze with his mouth open. "Have you jumped enough, clown?" The demon slammed his paw against the bars in resignation, causing the Jinchuriki to wince in pain. The blonde frantically thought, trying to find a way out of the dead end he had driven himself into. "You told your mother that you had a crush on Hinata," the demon prompted his host. "Well, I really like Hinata, but she doesn't even look at the weak and fat," the Jinchuriki said, putting on a maximally embarrassed look. "Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. No wonder she wasn't interested in you. It certainly won't be easy to win her over, but the choice is worthy, and the reason for your abnormal motivation is significant." Minato nodded with satisfaction, looking at his son who was hiding his eyes. He was clearly not lying. Having regained his previous composure, Minato got up from the table. "Let's go, we don't have much time," the Hokage said, heading for the door. Naruto followed his example, quickly dumping the dishes in the sink and heading off to catch up with his father. "Naruto, do you ever think before you speak?" the demon said, throwing his face back in pain. "It's hard to say," the Jinchuriki muttered, embarrassed. "Then I'll have to patch up your damn carcass, as if the expansion of your chakra channels wasn't enough to make me happy. You won't get away with just pies, you'll be giving me your dinner for a week. You're still suffering from excess weight, and losing a couple of kilos clearly won't hurt you." Nine-Tailed immediately put forward his draconian demands. "All right, glutton," the boy muttered resentfully. During this silent dialogue, Naruto didn't even notice how he found himself in the middle of the private training ground of the Hokage family, whose head was now standing 10 steps away from him and intently studying his son with his gaze. "Well then, show me what you can do." Minato got into a fighting stance and beckoned Naruto with his hand. The blonde grinned playfully and slowly approached his opponent. He did not need to hide his taijutsu skills, because Momoka had been officially teaching him for 3 months already. Considering the ligaments and bones constantly strengthened by the Earth's chakra, as well as considerable combat experience from the previous world, he has something to surprise his father with. "Just don't get cocky, or you'll burst from resentment when he beats you up," the kitsune knocked the arrogance out of his Jinchuriki, and for good reason, Minato attacked first. The Hokage's lightning-fast movements were barely noticeable to the eye, but each blow was met with a hard block that no fighter in his right mind would put up. The bones would simply break, but Naruto could afford it, and with each blow Minato's arms hurt more and more. To say that Namikaze was surprised is to say nothing, he was dumbfounded. All attempts to break through the defense and hit Naruto in the torso or head failed miserably. For his weight, the guy was incredibly agile. When Minato got too carried away with the attack, the Jinchuriki grabbed him by the wrist and hit him twice in the solar plexus, after which he bent down, letting the enemy's leg pass over him, and jumped back a few steps, maintaining a fighting stance. Namikaze took several deep breaths, wincing greatly in pain. Naruto's hand was heavy. Kurama clicked his jaws in amazement. He had already gotten used to the idea that in this world his Jinchuriki was only good for food, and despite all his training, he didn't take the guy seriously, but he was wrong, and judging by Minato's face, he was very wrong. Worthy, very worthy. The Hokage squeezed out of himself. He clearly underestimated his son, and his daughter too. If Momoka is capable of making such a strong fighter out of a cook in such a short time, then maybe it would be better for her to become a sensei and train Anbu special forces, rather than go on regular missions. However, she is irreplaceable as a captain too. Yes, Minato could be proud of his children. Naruto, hearing praise from his usually ice-cold father, could not help but smile slightly. They say it is true, to be friends with someone, you need to have a good fight with them. The fox grinned mischievously, hearing such a conclusion. That is how, after a fierce fight, his connection with the Jinchuriki was born. But isn't it too reckless to block elbow strikes at right angles? I hit half-heartedly, so there were no injuries, but in a real fight your arms would have been broken. The Hokage looked thoughtfully at the grinning boy. My ability to control the earth allows me not only to strengthen my body more effectively with chakra, but also to accumulate minerals in my bones. Now they have dolomite instead of calcium, and its amount is twice as high as normal. Minato chuckled in surprise. More and more surprises. I don't know what dolomite is, but it sounds impressive. Since you're so resistant to damage, you can fight at full strength. Minato cracked his knuckles meaningfully. Naruto only frowned. Just don't play with the Hiraishin, the Jinchuriki warned his opponent. The Hokage grimaced contemptuously. He never cheated, and was not going to start. However, the dash with which he overcame the 10 meters separating him from his son, an outside observer could consider it teleportation. The Hokage moved so quickly. Of course, Naruto could not resist such pressure for long, and after half a minute he began to miss very painful blows, and a minute later Minato managed to catch the guy under the arm and throw him to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Naruto wheezed, slowly getting to his feet, holding his outstretched shoulder. Kurama sighed sadly. After all, the 14-year-old boy was not destined to beat the Hokage. Nevertheless, Minato, on the contrary, was very, very pleased. Naruto, you defend yourself wonderfully and take a hit very well. You lasted even longer than Kakashi. Uzumaki snorted skeptically. The broom was probably just lazy, so he lost the fight quickly to get back to his favorite porn novel, Read to Pieces. Well, although you are not a master in taijutsu, you are clearly successful, so let's do what I originally planned. A rustling spheroid of chakra, painfully familiar to Naruto, appeared on Minato's palm. The Jinchuriki was often reproached for using only two techniques, shadow cloning and rasengan, but if this is more than enough to win the war, why do you need anything else? Rasengan. They say it's a fun thing. The blonde said with boredom in his voice. Minato frowned. He had expected much brighter emotions. Suddenly, the blue ball of chakra in his palm filled with a blue-purple glow, humming almost louder than the village substation. The clot of plasma, similar to Chidori, enclosed in an invisible shell, became denser and denser until tiny electric arcs began to burst out of it. At that moment, Minato pointed his palm at the ground, and the shimmering ball flew off his hand. Acrid smoke poured out of a deep hole with melted edges for 20 seconds, after which Naruto approached and looked into it. And, what is the depth? The blonde asked, hesitating. About 200 meters, Minato answered, watching his son's face stretch with undisguised pleasure. My mother Kagaya, this bastard will even burn my skin, and then give me such an electric shock that all my fur will fall out. Muttered the kitsune, shaking his head sadly. Don't be afraid, we'll definitely get along with him. Just later, Naruto was amazed at how the old, but not very kind Rasengan, charged with another elemental chakra besides wind, could surprise, and he was eager to find out what would happen if earth was added to it. Impressive. I want to learn this. The Jinchuriki roared with a greedy gleam in his eyes. Minato couldn't help but smile slightly. Well, finally, the Hokage said, creating a couple of clones and sending them into the house to get the balloons. Comment to 24. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 25. Lately, Kangen had become sad. Neither his parents, nor his sisters, nor even his brother, who was the reason for neglecting his modest person, paid attention to him anymore. The boy was surprised at how much Naruto had changed in the last few months. Before, he spent time with him all the time, they played games, cooked, walked, but now his brother did nothing but train like hell. He gave him his toys, which seemed simply unthinkable to the boy. The boy did not believe that his brother had come to his senses because of Nigai's beatings. She had bullied and beaten him almost from the cradle, and they were both afraid of her like fire and had long since come to terms with their own powerlessness. What had changed now? His parents did not notice anything, or did not want to notice. Both were too carried away by Naruto's successes in the military field, and Momoka only ruffled the boy's hair and smiled faintly, saying that everything was fine and he had nothing to worry about. And yet, worrying about his brother faded into the background, overshadowed by his resentment towards his family. His only outlet was his few friends, the best of whom were Konohamaru and Mizuchi. This explosive trio had found common ground from the very first days of the academy, and no wonder, the sons of the third and fourth Hokage and Mizuchi, the daughter of a pair of brilliant doctors, Tsunade and Orochimaru. Needless to say, for more than half a year now, these little devils had been responsible for a good half of all the most malicious pranks in Konoha. True, since Nigai had taken up the active upbringing of her younger brother, and Tsunade had deprived her daughter of sweets for a month, the number of pranks had sharply decreased, but in the circumstances, Kangen considered beatings an acceptable price for attracting attention, and who knows, maybe Mizuchi would get out of it too. After class, the boy approached Mizuchi, who was putting her textbooks in her bag, and winked at her conspiratorially, receiving a sly grin in return. Kangen nodded and similarly informed Konohamaru of his intention to pull another prank. The boy constantly glanced warily at Iruka. If the sensei figured them out, then all plans that were still in their infancy could be put to rest. Leaving the academy, Kangen said goodbye to his sister and brother under the pretext that he needed to go for a walk with his friends. Nigai meaningfully cracked her knuckles and grinned crookedly at the pale boy, but he still remained true to his decision, and Naruto didn't give a damn. He was again thinking about something of his own. Lately, this had been happening quite often. His brother simply fell out of reality for a few seconds, but those around him stubbornly did not notice. But Kangen's soul was scratched by cats. Naruto was his closest person in the family, whom he could always trust, and such changes frightened the boy. Having parted with his relatives, Kangen went to the secret meeting place of the three of them, although it was hardly possible to call the closet in Ichiraku a secret place, but they had never been caught there yet, and Tuki, out of the kindness of his heart, covered for the young pranksters in every possible way. So why did you gather us here? You won't offer anything serious anyway. You're afraid of getting your ass kicked by your little sister, Konohamaru said instead of greeting, with poorly concealed boredom in his voice. Mizuchi nodded silently, agreeing with the speaker. That's not true, the boy muttered resentfully, crossing his arms over his chest. Come on, what do you suggest? Asked the blonde girl with a predatory grin on her face. To dye the tap water red. Kangen answered proudly. Cool, the whole village will definitely remember this for a long time. Konohamaru admitted that his interlocutor was right. Mizuchi pursed her lips, but then grinned again. For something like that, you can go 2 months without sweets. The guys nodded in agreement and looked thoughtfully at the wall. The idea is certainly good, but how are we going to do it? Asked Konohamaru. Well, we all know where the pumping station is, but there will be problems with the paint. Kangen answered. Keep in mind that the dye must be harmless, otherwise someone will get poisoned and we will be killed. Mizuchi intervened in the conversation. If we wanted to dye the water yellow, everything would be much simpler. I don't care what color it is, as long as it's opaque. Kangen interrupted the reasoning girl. The latter grimaced contemptuously, but did not show her displeasure with the disgusting manners of her interlocutor. A boy, what can you expect from them? We could steal a bag of turmeric, wrap it in a silk pillowcase, and throw it down the drain, the blonde suggested. Brilliant. Why the pillowcase? Konohamaru's jubilation turned into bewilderment. So that the turmeric would slowly wash out of the bag and color as much water as possible, the girl explained, looking at the third son as if he were feeble-minded. Mizuchi, you are simply a miracle. Kangen gazed admiringly at the daughter of the great Sanin, who gave him a radiant smile. Mizuchi loved being praised, especially now there was a reason for it. She had always been the brain of their small team and coordinated the actions of both guys, and she did not let him down this time either. Go to the market square, find a spice shop and steal a big bag of turmeric. You won't confuse them with anything else, they're labeled. In the meantime, I'll go get a pillowcase. Seeing the sour expressions of the guys, the girl blinked her eyes sweetly and left the pantry. The guys followed her and froze in fear. Ayame stood in front of them, armed with a frying pan. The girl did not at all share the point of view of her father, who was ready to protect underage hooligans only because he himself was the same as a child. Ayame-san, we're here. Leaving already? Mizuchi muttered hesitantly, sideways approaching the exit to the hall. The girl bared her teeth angrily and hit Konohamaru on the head with a frying pan, after which the children ran away from the enraged cook with a squeal. And may your spirit never be here again. She shouted after them, shaking the instrument of freedom and justice, tightly clutched in her graceful hand. Daughter, why are you doing this? Tsuki said, turning around at the shout. Because last time they stole half of our dishes. I won't let those thieves in here again. Ayame answered in a tone that brooked no argument and returned to her duties. The old man sighed sadly. In some ways his daughter was right, but still, hitting children on the head with a frying pan was too much. Ow, that hurts, stop. Konohamaru groaned, standing in a dark corner. Mizuchi carefully felt the bruise, looked thoughtfully at the tearful boy, nodded to herself and made a chain of seals, after which she put her palms glowing with emerald chakra to the head of the third son. Kangen whistled in surprise. Medical techniques were not taught at the academy, nor even in the regular genin teams. A couple of minutes later, the unlucky boy's bump disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Mizuchi, Konohamaru said, still with a slight resentment in his voice. You're welcome, there's no such thing as too much practice, and with you I always have something to work on. The girl grinned and licked her lips. She picked up this bad habit from her father, and Tsunade regularly gave the old snake a dressing down for spoiling the child. Having split up, the children set off to fulfill their obligations. Konohamaru and Kangen quickly found the spice shop they needed, and stealing a bag from a merchant who was enthusiastically selling people all sorts of junk was not the slightest bit of trouble. The boys, grabbing the bag by the corners, headed along narrow winding streets to the pumping station located at the foot of Mount Hokage. The water supply system in Konoha was arranged rather ingeniously. Water was pumped into a reservoir located in the thickness of the stone at a certain elevation, and from there, under the force of gravity, it was supplied to each house, which allowed the station to be turned on once a day and gave the village the opportunity to save a decent amount on electricity. The next launch was supposed to be at noon. It was assumed that all citizens were at work. The pranksters reached the station entrance 10 minutes before launch, where Mizuchi was already waiting for them with a neat bundle in her hands. What are you taking so long to do? The future Kunoichi asked the out-of-breath guys grumpily. Konohamaru almost choked with indignation, but he was interrupted in the most impudent manner. The Chunin guard and the mechanic got drunk and are now fast asleep. Nothing should stop us except time, so get moving. The disgruntled guys dragged the bag inside, and the crookedly grinning girl, looking around once more, closed the door behind them. It was dark inside, the air was damp and musty, with a distinct smell of alcohol, and pipes of varying thickness with large red valves snaked along the walls. A pair of electric pumps, the size of a good shed, were mounted against the far wall, with a couple of thick pipes and power cables running to them. In the middle of all this splendor was a low wooden table with a single dim light bulb hanging above it. Two men were reclining on the table, one drunker than the other. The guys giggled obnoxiously, but Mizuchi gave them a couple of hefty slaps on the back of the head. Quiet, we don't have much time. The girl pointed her finger at the ticking alarm clock standing in the middle of the table. The bell was supposed to ring in 5 minutes. The blonde looked around the room for a filter that was supposed to clean the water of small debris like sand and gravel, and found it in the far corner of the room. A thick metal door with a rubber seal was cut into the pipe itself, and it was opened with a massive valve. Mizuchi tried to turn it, but nothing worked. Konohamaru, come on, you're the strongest one here. The boy puffed himself up proudly and threw the bag. It fell on Kangen's foot. The boy blushed from the suppressed scream and lifted the load with difficulty, silently covering the third's grandson with the dirtiest curses he had ever heard. Oops, sorry, Konohamaru noticed his comrade's anger and became embarrassed, hurrying to the valve. Having strained himself to the limit, the boy managed to turn the tightly screwed valve, after which a heart-rending creak filled the room. Chunin mumbled something unintelligible in his sleep, and the mechanic resolutely denied the very existence of any sounds other than the ringing of the alarm clock. Shish. Mizuchi hissed like a real cobra, looking at the guy with an incinerating gaze. He smiled guiltily and continued to turn the valve. Fortunately, the creaking became much quieter. After 5 turns, the door peeled off the pipe with a nasty smack, and the guy saw a filter made of fine metal mesh, brown with dirt. Get the bag here, quick. The girl hissed, unwrapping the bundle with the pillowcase. The boys lifted the bag into the air, after which Mizuchi pulled the pillowcase over it, and the children threw the dirty trick into the pipe. Having slammed the pipe shut, they began to quickly tighten the valve with 6 hands, after which they rushed to the exit as fast as possible. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the alarm clock rang. The children looked through the window and saw how the mechanic, unsteadily standing on his feet, pulled the power switch, after which the entire building of the pumping station trembled slightly. Well, here we go. Kangen exclaimed, saluting with his fist in the air, after which the 3 split up and ran home. Comment to 25. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade, Naruto, where would we be without it? 26. Minato, not hiding his sincere joy, pulled a box of marbles out of the pantry, summoned a couple of clones and sent them to fill both showers with water. A minute later, one of the copies dispersed and reported a very interesting fact to its creator. The Hokage immediately teleported to where his clone was and opened the tap. The water was dark yellow and smelled foul. If this is poison, then hundreds of civilians will die, Minato thought, freezing with horror. After sniffing, the ruler realized that it was not poison at all, but turmeric. The smell was exactly the same when Naruto prepared gyoza with this seasoning. The man sighed with relief and grinned crookedly. The Joker would definitely get what he deserved, but this prank also had a positive effect. It showed that the guard of the pumping station should be demoted to the rank of genin, or even take away his headband and replace the blockhead with at least a couple of chunin. After all, next time there could be something worse in the water. Despite the fact that the Uzumaki clan had placed a seal on the building, signaling the Anbu about the penetration of enemy shinobi, regardless of the camouflage techniques used, and the approaches to the village for a mile around were belted with signal contours, one of the locals could become disillusioned with life and arrange a mass murder of fellow villagers. Minato was distracted from his heavy thoughts by a sad clone who came down from the 2nd floor, who was beaten to it by Nigai, who had returned from training. The Hokage chuckled and, leaving the clone to carry out the task assigned to him, went to the stairs to warn his daughter about the trouble that awaited her. Nigai, pleased with herself, took off her dusty combat suit, let down her golden hair tied into ponytails and showed off in front of the mirror, and there was something to show off. The young Kunoichi's figure was like her mother's. Entering the shower, the girl opened the valve without any hesitation and stood under the water for a few seconds with her eyes closed, not noticing the catch. But when the yellow spicy liquid got on her tongue, the blonde immediately perked up and squealed, hastily closing the valve. She was absolutely yellow. Kangen, I'll kill you. A furious scream rang out a second before the shower door was nearly kicked down and an enraged canary-colored monster appeared on the bathroom threshold. Minato slowly walked out from around the corner, showing deep surprise as he looked at his youngest daughter. Nigai, is this your next skin mask, or have you already managed to get into the water? Minato asked curiously. No, it was my brother's doing. The bastard put seasoning in the shower. The Kunoichi growled angrily, flaring her nostrils. First of all, go back and dry yourself off, you'll ruin the carpet. And secondly, are you sure your brother is to blame? The same water flows from all the taps in the house. Most likely, the source of the pollution is at the pumping station, the blonde said thoughtfully. Then it's definitely him and his lackeys, no one else is stupid and brave enough. Nigai replied irritably, following her father's instructions and pulling on her bathrobe. The turmeric had soaked into her skin, and now it was a canary yellow shade, which did not please the girl at all. Minato nodded silently, agreeing with his daughter's arguments. Such jokes were exactly in the spirit of his son. I hope you won't interfere with me teaching him good manners. The Kunoichi asked in a businesslike tone. No, but only without physical violence. Minato upset his daughter. The girl snorted indignantly and left with her head held high, without saying goodbye to her father. The Hokage did not doubt for a second that his demand would be met, so he simply shrugged and headed to his office, sending a clone to notify his son about the early end of training due to the lack of equipment necessary for training. He was wrong. Naruto, meanwhile, just met up with the out-of-breath Kangen. Where are you running to? The blonde asked curiously. Home, the red-haired man answered briefly. I understand that, but why run? Uzumaki persisted. What's it to you? Do you want to pee? Are you happy? Asked the red-haired man and, without waiting for an answer, ran on. Naruto grunted, rubbing the numerous bruises left after the fight with the Hokage, and followed. His father had been gone for 20 minutes. In that time, even a legless and armless invalid can fill the balloons with water. Something unexpected must have happened, and there would be no continuation of the training today. And so it turned out. The clone who appeared in the clearing said that the water had run out, and his original needed to work, and he dispersed without saying goodbye. Kurama, since the training is over, will you heal me? The blonde asked. Already. Don't forget. You owe me a delicious dinner, the kitsune reminded. The blonde sighed heavily and went to his room, just in time to catch the start of Nigai and Kangen's showdown. It couldn't be called a showdown by any stretch of the imagination. The angry Kunoichi was holding the screaming child at arm's length and hitting him in the stomach. What a beast. Naruto, are you just going to stand there like a pillar? Do something. The fox's voice rang out in the blonde's head. Without clarifying the circumstances, the Jinchuriki immediately gave the girl a mighty slap, which made her drop her brother, who immediately disappeared behind the door of his room. Nigai hissed angrily and rushed at Naruto with her fists, but he quickly twisted her and pressed her back against the wall. Are you completely out of your mind? How could you even raise your hand against a baby? The blonde growled, looking into his sister's eyes. Idiot, open your eyes and look at me. This is his doing, he colored all the water in the village. Nigai hissed. Uzumaki himself was embarrassed, seeing his sister's yellowed face, but he had no intention of retreating. Still, that's no reason to beat him. He's not an animal, and he understands everything perfectly well without physical violence, said the blonde, letting go of his sister. The Kunoichi snorted contemptuously and stretched her crushed hands, involuntarily shuddering from her brother's strength. I'll remember this again, the girl said through her teeth, quickly walking away to her room. Vengeful bastard, the Jinchuriki growled angrily, turning towards his younger brother's room. Kangen, open up, it's Naruto, the boy knocked on the door. The click of the latch being pulled back sounded suspiciously fast. The boy was clearly eavesdropping on what was happening outside. The door creaked open and a little boy's face, flushed from tears, appeared from there. Thank you for standing up for me, Kangen said quietly, smiling timidly. Don't be afraid, as long as I'm around, no one will hurt you. Now tell me how you pulled it all off, the Jinchuriki said, smiling playfully, closing the door behind him. And then, as if nothing had happened, they turned on the pumps, and yellow water flowed into the storage facility. Kangen finished his story. Naruto whistled in surprise. At his age, he would never have thought of such a thing. Kangen, you're just a genius. The Jinchuriki said, shaking his head in admiration. It wasn't me who came up with it, it was Mizuchi, the red-haired man answered embarrassedly. Nonsense. The most important thing in life is to be able to surround yourself with the right people, and you coped with this task with flying colors. The blonde smiled broadly, ruffling his brother's hair. Kangen chuckled. He expected, at the very least, a lecture that this should not be done, but instead he received support and approval. Just be more careful next time and try to act more subtly so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. For example, the red-haired man asked. Well, the Jinchuriki thought for a moment, and from the brilliant plan that had formed in his head, the Nine-Tails only clicked its tongue in amazement and shook its head sadly. Why does its carrier only think when it's not necessary? You've seen the signs with exchange rates near pawnshops and local branches of the Konoha Bank, haven't you? The blonde asked. Go on, the red-haired man didn't yet understand the essence of the joke. In the first years of the academy, you should have been taught the simplest illusions, and Mizuchi probably already knows henge. Change the numbers on the signs unnoticed and arrange a total collapse of the Ryo against other currencies. Then your friend, disguised as an adult woman, will sneak into large stores and spread the rumor that food prices are going up. You'll see, among the buyers there will be those who saw the signs, and they will confirm her words. A real panic will begin, and the goods will start to be swept off the shelves. And when the illusion dissipates in a few hours, a real scandal will arise, which will not be forgotten any time soon, the blonde enthusiastically recited, out of breath at the end of his tirade. Kangen sat with his mouth open for a couple of seconds, after which he jumped up from his seat and rushed to the table, writing down a brilliant idea on the first scrap of paper he found. Just don't even think about doing this now, wait a month, or better yet, 2, then deal the decisive blow to the overfed citizens, the blonde chuckled, leaving his brother's room. Thank you, Naruto, Kangen called after him. The Jinchuriki grinned mischievously and walked into the kitchen with a victorious air. Uzumaki took one of the many cookbooks standing on the shelf next to the stove, sat down at the table and began to study it. And why do you need this? The kitsune asked curiously. So as not to arouse suspicion among my relatives. The local me was an excellent cook, while I myself could not cook anything except for ramen and burnt eggs. That's it, I should have guessed that. The kitsune fell silent for a moment, as if reproaching himself for his lack of intelligence, after which he spoke again. Will you cook me something tasty? The biju asked. Will you risk your health and try my cooking? The blonde asked. Where else would I go? I want to eat. Your treatment takes a lot of strength, complained the Nine Tails. Naruto was surprised to note that he no longer felt the slightest sign of the recent beating, and sent the fox a wave of gratitude, smiling warmly. I promise, I'll do my best to make it at least edible. Choose whatever you want, just not too complicated. Uzumaki began leafing through the cookbook, while the demon, meanwhile, studied the dishes depicted on the pages. His gaze was caught by a meatloaf, a simple-looking dish with the maximum content of the fox's favorite delicacy. Can you bake a roll? The demon asked with a hidden hope in his voice. I think I can do it, but you'll have to wait about an hour, the Jinchuriki warned his biju. Nonsense, for me this is not a term, the kitsune replied. Then let's get started. The blonde stood up from the table, reached into the refrigerator, took out half a kilo of frozen minced meat in a plastic bag and put it in the sink, filling it to the brim with hot water. Having poured flour into a deep bowl, following the recipe, he added a glass of warm water, 5 tablespoons of vegetable oil and a tablespoon of salt. Having kneaded the dough and seeing that it needed to be put in the refrigerator for half an hour, the blonde grimaced contemptuously and shoved it into the freezer for 5 minutes and called the clone responsible for further preparation of the roll shell. The minced meat, meanwhile, thawed. Having loaded it into a second deep bowl, Naruto added some white bread crumbs, a couple of eggs, 3 finely chopped cloves of garlic, half a finely chopped onion and a little salt and pepper. The clone, meanwhile, found a rolling pin and rolled half of the prepared dough into an oval pancake on the plastic-covered kitchen table, having first sprinkled it with flour, following the advice from the book. The original dumped the filling onto the dough, and, together with the clone, with 4 hands rolled up the clumsy roll, hastily pressed into a more or less digestible appearance. Having placed it on an oiled baking sheet, the blonde put his first ever roll in the oven and sat down at the table, while the clone cleaned up the mess they had made in the kitchen. Kurama, who had been watching the preparation of his dinner with considerable interest all this time, did not forget to praise his Jinchuriki for his efforts. You did pretty well, for a first time, of course. We don't know what it tastes like yet, Naruto warned him. That's true, the fox replied, but still beaming with pride for his carrier. He smiled gratefully and propped his head up with his hand, looking at the roll illuminated by tiny tongues of flame. After the 20 minutes specified in the recipe, the melodic trill of the timer was heard, and Naruto, armed with oven mitts, climbed into the oven. At that very moment, Kushina entered the kitchen with a couple of bags, Minato came down the stairs, and Kangen ran out of the living room. The easily smiling Jinchuriki turned around with a baking sheet in his hands and suddenly soured. Kurama would go without dinner today, and he would have to listen to reproaches for his clumsiness. Comment to 26. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 27. Naruto, did you finally bake something serious? I was starting to worry. Did you forget how to cook, devoting all your time to training? Kushina exclaimed, placing paper bags with groceries on the kitchen table and heading straight to her son to be the first to taste his cooking. Before he could object, She grabbed a spatula from the table and with a couple of deft movements cut off a small slice from the dish, examining it meticulously from all sides. The Jinchuriki tensely awaited what verdict would be made regarding his cooking. Having tried the roll, Kushina nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, but it used to be better. The long absence of practice is taking its toll, Kushina said. Naruto sighed with relief. His idea had worked, and now those around him noticed less and less of his strange behavior, some of which they themselves had to justify. Naruto, you attach too much importance to your disguise. For you, the inconsistencies in behavior are obvious, but it would never occur to others that in Naruto's place there could be an imposter from another world, grumbled a dissatisfied Kurama, with deep melancholy in his eyes, watching as his dinner was mercilessly chopped into small pieces and fed to a gluttonous family. The Jinchuriki just shrugged and joined the others. Very good, I'll try to snag a piece for you too, said the blonde, tasting his own roll. The fox smiled faintly and curled up, impatiently waiting for his turn. Ni-san, this is simply amazing, Kangen exclaimed, having finished his portion. Today, his brother was the hero of his day, and he was simply choking with admiration and gratitude that overwhelmed him. Hey, thanks, Naruto smiled sheepishly, closing his eyes and scratching the back of his head. Not bad, but I hope you understand that your first priority at the moment is training. Minato asked in a restrained tone, primly wiping his lips with a napkin. Of course I understand, Naruto answered. By the way, the training was ended today on your initiative. The Jinchuriki was indignant. No, it's not my fault, it's your brother's fault. Minato looked reproachfully at the youngest in the family. Kangen, who was drinking orange juice at the time, coughed and looked away in embarrassment. What did he do again? Kushina asked, a hidden threat in her voice. Kangen cowered and tried to slip away, but his mother, who had encountered such a trick more than once, immediately grabbed him by the ear, looking expectantly at her husband. He put turmeric in the water at the pumping station, and now it can't be used in everyday life, Minato replied with a reproachful voice. Little brat, hissed an enraged Kushina, squeezing the whining boy's ear tighter. Do you realize that you're going to get your father in trouble? I doubt it, Minato muttered phlegmatically, pouring juice into a glass. Are you saying that the council will turn a blind eye to a prank that has affected our entire village? Kushina asked in bewilderment, loosening her grip. Kangen did not miss the chance to take advantage of this and broke away from the execution site, rushing to his room faster than lightning. If you haven't forgotten, the daughter of the Sannin and the grandson of the third, who is on the council in addition to Danzo and the elders, help him in all his pranks. And no matter how much the latter are against it, as long as there are 5 of us on the council, we will always have parity, because I have the right to 2 votes. No, this prank, on the contrary, is to our advantage. We will make claims against the Uchiha en route, who are negligent in their duties to protect Konoha's strategically important facility, Minato recited enthusiastically, grinning crookedly. Finally he will be able to strike back at the arrogant old man. Kushina looked at her husband with distrust, and then waved her hand at him. It's your business, but this time I won't give him a break. She followed her youngest son, intending to please him with another house arrest and a month-long vegetable diet. Naruto, who had been trying to comprehend what was happening all this time, shook his head and blinked several times. His brain was overloaded with a flood of completely meaningless information that had rushed over him. Looking at his thoughtful father, the Jinchuriki cut off another slice of roll, placing it on a small saucer. I'm taking it away. Nigai and Momoka haven't tried it yet. Naruto picked up the remaining quarter of the roll. Of course. Thank you for dinner. Minato slowly rose from the table and headed for the door, pausing in the doorway. Naruto. The Jinchuriki, putting the dish in the refrigerator, almost dropped it in surprise. Yes. I ask you to think again about your decision to change your last name and not rush to answer, the Hokage said quietly and went out into the corridor without waiting for an answer. Naruto sighed heavily and closed the refrigerator door. So what should I do with him? The Jinchuriki asked in a weary voice. I told you not to rush with an answer. It would be better to take care of more pressing problems. I'm still hungry. The Biju was indignant. Naruto couldn't hold back a nervous laugh, summoned a clone, forcing him to wash the dirty dishes, and carried a plate with a treat for the 9 tails to his room. Having locked the door with a latch and tightly drawn the curtains, the Jinchuriki thoughtfully whispered, Bull goat rat. Goat. After which he nodded to himself and made a short chain of seals, placing a simple soundproofing jutsu on the room. Having placed the saucer on the table, the boy summoned the fox, piercing his finger with a specially prepared needle. Kyubi, barely larger than a cat, pounced on the slice of roll without any conversation and gobbled it up in less than half a minute, after which, licking his lips, he delivered his verdict. Of course, it's not up to the level of Grandma's pies, but for a first attempt, the result is amazing. The tiny demon squeaked. The Jinchuriki chuckled again in embarrassment and smiled, sitting down on the bed. The two-tailed fox covered the distance separating them in one jump and sat down on the pillow. Uzumaki wrinkled his forehead thoughtfully, and then his face stretched out in surprise. Kurama, tell me, why didn't you go hunting in the forest of death? There are tons of giant creatures there, and the whole village would be grateful to you for getting rid of them. Moreover, no one would even think of looking for anything suspicious there, even if they noticed a trace of your chakra. The boy began babbling out of breath. The fox cub listened to him attentively, and then snorted resentfully. Do you think I'm so stupid that I didn't think about it? There's such nasty stuff there that could eat me whole. Only now, with the acquisition of a second tail, can I feel safe there, and even then there's no guarantee. But, this way I'll restore my strength much faster, the fox muttered thoughtfully. That's right, by God, if they sent genin there in droves, then you definitely won't be lost. The Jinchuriki slapped the fox on the shoulder encouragingly, almost smearing him across the pillow. Kitsune winced in irritation, but didn't answer, thinking hard about his Jinchuriki's offer. You're right, it's time to hunt big game. The fox stood up on his paws and walked over to the window, accompanied by the Jinchuriki's puzzled look. What, right now? The blonde asked in disbelief. Why wait, it's late evening, pitch black, no one will notice me, and even if they do, they won't pay attention. From afar it's easy to mistake me for a mongrel, the fox replied, clinging to the latch with his paw and opening the window. Good luck. If anything happens, contact me, the Jinchuriki said with a serious expression. The fox nodded silently and jumped out into the street, instantly disappearing into the twilight. Naruto closed the window and, in order to cope with his anxiety for his friend, began to read a book on fuinjutsu for professionals, which his sister had lent him for a short time. Kurama rushed like a red lightning along the sides of the darkest alleys, unmistakably determining the direction to his goal. Despite the thousands of tiny lights of chakra accompanying each peaceful resident of the village, and hundreds of bright lights belonging to the shinobi, the huge black glow on the horizon was clearly the emanations of the otherworldly chakra of the forest of death, because of which the trees and animals in it mutated and grew to gigantic sizes. Kyubi was always curious. Would he be able to use this chakra to his advantage, or would it burn him no worse than his own chakra? Ordinary people. Peaceful citizens really did not care about him at all. At this time on the street there were only pretty drunk idle revelers who would not notice an elephant in front of their nose, let alone a tiny fox. But on the way to the cherished goal, patrols of the Uchiha, so hated by the demon, appeared every now and then, meetings with whom he avoided, moving along unthinkable broken trajectories, turning at full speed into alleys along the way. In just half an hour, the fox ran from one end of Konoha to the other, reaching the gates. Without the slightest effort, slipping past Katetsu and Izumo playing shogi, the little Biju disappeared into the dense forest, quietly rustling from light gusts of warm wind. The rest of the journey passed without incident, but the wire fence along the perimeter of the forest of death was supposedly guarded. Every kilometer there was a small booth hanging on a tree, in which the Chunins shamelessly dozed. The fox only snorted contemptuously. Naruto was right, the local shinobi were simply getting on the ground with their carelessness and sloppiness. Having approached the 10-meter metal fence, the fox looked around furtively, and then grew to the size of an elephant, without the slightest effort jumping over the fence and going in search of his first victim. In the morning the water in the taps was almost clean. After a couple of minutes it became completely transparent, as if nothing had happened, thanks to which Nigai finally managed to take a shower, and Mamoka, who after a hard day at work did not find the strength to do anything except crawl to bed, completely missed all the most interesting things. Kengan walked around puffed up like a turkey. Kushina kept the promise given to her husband, and now her son got nothing but stewed vegetables, and he could forget about walks for a very long time. Naruto left for training at dawn, not wanting to waste time. For Minato, the new day turned into an entirely expected pile of complaints from ordinary citizens, which he without a doubt threw into the trash can. Now it was the Uchiha's problem. Their new powers were publicly announced a week ago. At the council, everything was not so rosy, but what was happening was quite in line with the Hokage's expectations. Hiruzen made an impenetrable face and glanced at his comrade in misfortune every now and then. Danzo literally turned green with rage. The same could be said about the elders. In general, everything was as usual. Hokage-sama, this is going beyond all bounds. The head of Root hissed through his teeth. What exactly, Danzo? Minato asked, his hands clasped together on the table, looking completely unperturbed. Your son and your grandson have colored all the water in the village. The old man looked with disdain at the imperturbable pair of Konoha's strongest shinobi. And this is not the first time. The elder agreed. Do you have any proof that it was them? Minato asked casually. No, Danzo hissed after a short pause. The parent and grandfather of the erring brats looked at each other, exchanging barely noticeable grins. Hiruzen was openly making fun of his rival, who was ready to burst with anger. I believe we can close the matter. Instead, let's discuss the quality of the pumping station's security, the responsibility for which lies with the Uchiha clan police, monitoring which is one of the few tasks of your organization, the maintenance of which costs Konoha more than the services of all the clanless shinobi. What can you say in your defense? Minato asked with a hidden threat in his voice. Danzo's face became impenetrable, and his lips pressed into a narrow line. For the first time in many years he had slipped up, and on such a trifle that it became embarrassing. Monitoring the pumping station is not the direct responsibility of Root. We monitor the loyalty of the clans to the government of our village and catch enemy spies, nothing more and nothing less. Danzo retorted. Do you realize that if the Uchiha had not been loyal to the village, instead of seasoning, poison could have gotten into the water, and now you would have 5,000 corpses on your conscience? The Hokage asked, narrowing his eyes angrily. The elders, who had always been on the side of the head of Root and had never doubted his loyalty to the village, now looked at him with distrust. Root will tighten control over the clans so that this does not happen again, Hokage-sama, Danzo said in a dead voice, cursing Fugaku and his policemen with all his might. Minato grinned crookedly. Although this was not enough to expel Danzo from the council, now he had dirt on his main opponent. That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you. The Uchiha didn't live up to expectations, so I'd like to know how the Hyuga are handling their new responsibilities. Minato asked. All genin teams receive new assignments daily. My people have verified this more than once, Danzo answered dryly. Excellent. Well then, I propose that we end this meeting. Any objections? Minato asked, looking around at those present with a cold gaze. No, the elders, Danzo and Hiruzen answered in unison, rising from their seats and heading for the exit. The third Hokage lingered for a moment, looking at the yellow lightning of Konoha with a warm smile. You are doing a great job, Minato. I am glad that I handed over my post to you. Thank you. I'll try not to let you down in the future, the Hokage replied, smiling slightly and with a sense of accomplishment heading to his office to sort out dispatches from other villages and orders from important people for high-ranking missions. Before doing so, he raised a clenched fist in the air, and a man in a cat mask emerged from a dark corner. I'm listening to you, Hokage-sama, the shinobi said quietly. Find a couple of reliable people to secretly guard the pumping station. Yes, sir. The Anbu nodded and jumped out of the open window. Minato's soul immediately became calmer. Comment to 27. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade, Naruto, where would we be without it? 28. A bright ray of sunlight, which had secretly crept into the bedroom of the Hokage's eldest son through a narrow crack in the loosely drawn curtains, slowly but surely crept up to the face of the peacefully snoring Naruto. When the sparkling prankster climbed onto his eyes, the dozing Jinchuriki had no choice but to groan softly, toss and turn to the wall. But nature was seriously intent on getting the lazybones to his feet. A powerful gust of wind blew open the unlocked window and knocked down with its heavy frame a stack of textbooks resting on the edge of the table, waiting for the hour when the careless graduate would finally deign to return them to the Shinobi Academy library. The books fell to the floor with a crash, raising to their feet not only the Jinchuriki, but also the entire house of the royal family. Muttering a variety of unprintable curses under his breath, Naruto reluctantly crawled out of bed and looked at his textbooks with hostility. Even after re-graduating from the academy, the ghosts of the educational process continued to haunt him. Rubbing his eyes sleepily, Naruto wandered towards the wind-blown mayhem. Gathering the books into a pile, the Jinchuriki took a ball of twine from the bottom drawer of his desk and tightly tied the resulting tower of waste paper. Now you definitely won't be able to go anywhere, Naruto muttered, pushing the textbooks to the very center of the table. Opening the curtain fluttering in the wind all the way, the Jinchuriki looked out the window and instantly forgot about the emerging melancholy. The sight of a village living a quiet, measured life, which had not known the horrors of the Fourth World War, made the soul of the alien sing, a wide smile spread across his face, and sweet tears of joy came to his eyes. Yes, illuminated by the warm rays of the sun and untouched by the dirty hands of pain, Konoha was truly beautiful. The luxurious stone mansions of noble citizens, crowded in the center of the village, were unable to hide all the splendor of the riot of colors of the multicolored tiled roofs of low-rise houses, stretching into the distance to the very wall, reliably protecting the largest concentration of people in the world from an unfriendly environment. The countless number of ordinary people, hurrying about their business along the wide cobbled streets, occasionally diluted by dark-haired patrolmen from the Uchiha police, gave the impression of a real celebration of life. If there is a paradise in this world, then this is it. The Jinchuriki thought, with difficulty tearing his gaze away from his native village. Then his gaze was caught by the edge of an open book peeking out from under the massive nightstand next to the desk. Squatting down and picking up the find with his fingertips, Naruto pulled the dusty book out into the light of day. As it turned out, it was a history textbook, open to a page with a small black and white illustration that from afar resembled the outline of an unknown continent. Kurama, please tell me, why the hell haven't we had history at the academy in the last few months of study, and I myself didn't even think to go to the library or at least check the bookshelf? The Jinchuriki asked rhetorically. And good morning to you too, Naruto. The Biju sleepily grumbled instead of answering, to the Jinchuriki's surprise, not at all angry at being woken up so early. Sorry, I didn't think you might still be asleep, Naruto replied sheepishly. Nonsense. Well then, tell me and show me what awakens such a rare thirst for knowledge in you. The demon asked with a slight mockery. Well, here we go. Naruto picked up a history textbook from the floor, turned it over and froze in shock. What he had foolishly taken for a continent turned out to be nothing more than an engraving depicting the Nine Tails. Without exchanging another word, the Jinchuriki and his Biju began to eagerly read the small lines that vaguely described the exploits of the local version of the Kyuubi. Unfortunately, little attention was paid to the Nine Tails, and then only in the context of the mass migration of the once numerous Uzumaki clan to Konoha. But even those crumbs of information that were still present were enough to make the hair on the back of the necks of other worlders stand on end. In this world, the location of Uzushiogakure was no secret. After all, there had been a strong alliance between the hidden villages of the Leaf and Whirlpool for several centuries, reinforced by developed trade relations. The village of Hidden Whirlpool in its heyday numbered about 5,000 residents, a quarter of whom were high-class shinobi. Situated on a large archipelago in the middle of the ocean, bristling with stone fortifications reinforced with countless fuinjutsu, the village seemed impregnable. If not for one thing, trouble came from within. The Nine Tails broke free from the penultimate Jinchuriki and engaged in battle with its sworn enemies, sinking an archipelago larger than all the islands of the Land of Waves. Only a little over 100 members of the clan survived, including Naruto's mother, who became the new Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. This is where all information about the Nine Tails ends, and a rich history of Konoha's internal politics begins. After remaining silent for another half-minute, absorbing the information they had received, Naruto and Kurama began to discuss what they had read. Now I want to meet the local nine-tailed demon even less. In my best years, I wouldn't even be able to sink the island of Gado, let alone an entire archipelago the size of a good 100 Konohas. Kyuubi said with alarm in his voice. And this creature is sitting inside my mother. The Jinchuriki was indignant. It's better to let him stay there. If 1,000 Fuinjutsu masters couldn't handle him, then Konoha definitely won't survive, Kurama replied. Hell no. Have you seen my father's technique? One ball like that in the back of his head and he's finished. Naruto responded enthusiastically. Kyuubi sighed in agony and covered his face with his hand in a very human way. Naruto, we, the Biju, are made of chakra, and it doesn't make much difference to us where you hit us, in the ass or in the head. And even the complete destruction of the brain doesn't mean anything. In half a minute a new one will grow, Kurama said in a mentoring tone. So that's why you're always sealed and never killed? The Jinchuriki exclaimed in amazement. Just don't tell me that this was a revelation for you, Kyuubi asked plaintively, burning with shame for his own carrier. Sorry, you know, I'm not very smart. Naruto muttered embarrassedly. Kyuubi felt everything boiling inside him, how tired he was of this simple-minded excuse that he had been fed for decades. Have you tried to fix it? Now march to the library. I'll teach you the entire history of this world by heart, you bastard. The Biju barked so loudly that the Jinchuriki's ears popped. Okay, I'll learn, but why do I have to yell? Naruto asked, demonstratively picking his ear with his finger. Then it dawned on him that his interlocutor couldn't see him, which made the poser even more embarrassed. Don't relax. If you're not in the library in an hour, I'll come back and spank you like a foolish child. The Nine-Tails declared, not so loudly, but still in a raised voice. Naruto tried to imagine the miniature Nine-Tails throwing him over his knee and spanking his ass, and shivered. Yes, that's exactly it, the kitsune interrupted his thoughts, having been observing the Jinchuriki's thoughts through a mental link all this time. Horrible. Thanks for the motivation to become smarter, Kurama, Naruto replied, chuckling maliciously. Why are you laughing, Naruto? Do you think I'm joking? The Nine-Tails asked in an ominous voice. The Jinchuriki swallowed and without further ado stomped off to the shower. Kyuubi snorted with satisfaction and broke the mental connection. He also had something to do in the Forest of Death, since tails, and along with them the chakra supply, would not grow back on their own. Having set off on an exciting journey through the numerous bathrooms of the Hokage's mansion, Naruto discovered with annoyance that they were all occupied. Apparently, I wasn't imagining things, and the noise was so loud that it really woke up the whole house. It's just strange that no one came to check what happened to me. It's even a bit offensive. The Jinchuriki frowned with displeasure, looking at the locked toilet door. Before he could knock, the click of the lock was heard and a sleepy Kengan appeared from behind the door. Good morning, the kid muttered, barely suppressing a yawn. Did you fall out of bed again? Kengan asked casually. Good. Yes, collapsed. Naruto answered, smiling weakly and scratching his head guiltily. Apparently, before, there was often a rumble coming from his room at night, which is why the household got used to it and no longer perceived it as something out of the ordinary. You need to stop this. If you fall out of a tree on a mission and break your neck, who will protect me from Nigai then? The kid was indignant. Naruto burst out laughing and ruffled his brother's red hair. Don't worry, I won't fall, the Jinchuriki replied, giving Kengan a wide smile. The kid snorted proudly, pushed Naruto's hand aside and went away without even saying goodbye. With a puzzled grunt, Naruto continued his interrupted morning walk and hurried to get himself in order before the time allotted by the nine-tailed fox ran out. Moreover, he himself was terribly curious to learn more about the local Kyuubi and to see if he could establish contact with it. Of course, he could ask Kushina directly about this, but the last thing Naruto wanted in the world was to hurt his mother by forcing her to remember the destruction of her native village, and along with it, the entire hidden whirlpool country. Coming downstairs after a bracing cold shower, fortunately this time not supplemented with turmeric, Naruto found that the entire family, with the exception of Momoka, who was missing on another mission, was sitting at the table, and Kushina was running around the kitchen, putting omelette with bacon on the plates of the household. Naruto slapped himself on the forehead and rushed to help his mother, remembering that in this world it was his direct responsibility. Thank you. I thought you were going to oversleep again, Kushina greeted her son with a slight smile, which, coupled with the dark circles under her eyes, turned out to be forced and pitiful. Are you okay, Mom? Naruto asked worriedly, grabbing the pan from her hands and continuing to put food on plates. Yes, I'm fine. I just couldn't sleep today. Kushina answered haltingly, sitting down at the table and leaning back in her chair. Have you taken your medicine? Minato asked warily, putting the newspaper aside. The children immediately pricked up their ears. They were no less worried about their mother's health than their father. The clan gave me an experimental drug to replace the old one. It may be a side effect, but it will only become clear in a week, Kushina replied, smiling sadly. I see, Minato muttered darkly, but did not develop the topic that was unpleasant for the family. After all, his wife had a doctorate in Fuinjutsu, awarded by the now ocean-dead Uzushiogakure University of Demonology, and she knew exactly what she was doing and what would be best for her. Kushina nodded her gratitude slightly and began to eat, receiving a glass of orange juice from the caring hands of her clumsy son. Naruto sighed in disappointment. He still hadn't managed to find out what kind of medicine his mother was taking. But his conscience didn't allow him to ask about it directly. Since Minato himself was keeping quiet, the illness was clearly not an easy one. But it was quite reasonable and logical to stay after breakfast and ask his father about it. Unfortunately, this time Providence was not kind to the otherworlder. The Hokage finished eating before everyone else and, throwing out a short, thank you for breakfast, with a soft pop disappeared into thin air, immediately transported to his residence. Kushina snorted indignantly, adjusting her hair that was about to fall into her plate, and winced in irritation. She didn't even remember how many times she asked her husband not to disappear like that, right from the table, but all her persuasions were like peas against a wall, until the bloody habanero threw a real scandal. Naruto made an almost identical sour face. Again all his plans were going down the drain. Glancing at the peacefully ticking clock on the wall, The Jinchuriki almost jumped up. 40 minutes had already passed since his conversation with the Nine Tails, and he should hurry to get to the library in time. Mommy, thank you very much, it was very tasty, Naruto said, getting up from the table. Where are you going? Kushina looked at her son with suspicion. And who's going to wash the dishes? She asked, gesturing around the mess on the table. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed quietly. All he could do was hope for his mother's love and generosity. I need to return my textbooks to the library before I forget and they close for lunch. I'm already a week late, I hope they don't make me pay a fine. The Jinchuriki came up with 1,001 reasons to go to the library that very second. Kushina pursed her lips skeptically, then waved her hand. Okay. Go, Nigai will help me. Right, daughter? Asked the mother, looking at Nigai, who was desperately snorting and choking on her juice from such a verdict. Thank you, little sister, you're the best. Naruto exclaimed happily, kissing his sister on the cheek and deftly dodging her smashing fist. Running into his room, the Jinchuriki grabbed a tied-up stack of books and a history textbook lying forlornly on the corner of the table and ran downstairs. Bye everyone, Naruto shouted, running out into the street and quickly heading towards the academy. There were just over 15 minutes left before the Biju's visit. It was a real rush hour on the roads. It seemed that every villager that morning considered it their duty to go out into the street to prevent the timely arrival of the alien to his destination. But Naruto was no pushover either. He jumped onto the nearest roof of a one-story house and was gone, leaving the endless crowd of people below. Accustomed to this method of movement from the other world, the Jinchuriki covered almost 3 kilometers in just 5 minutes. Having stumbled into the library, the heavily breathing graduate slapped a stack of textbooks on the librarian's desk and looked at his watch. There were still 10 whole minutes left, but it seemed like there was no one at the workplace, which made the seasoned warrior quite nervous. Young man, you are behaving like a complete boor. A creaky voice came from behind a stack of textbooks. Leaning to the side, the Jinchuriki was surprised to find a tiny old woman sitting on a low chair at the high table. Excuse me, I wanted to hand in my 5th-year textbooks. Naruto nodded at the tall stack of books and smiled affably. The old lady looked with hostility at the loafer who had violated all conceivable and inconceivable deadlines, but remained silent. She would never see him again anyway. Last name, first name, teacher. The librarian grumbled, opening a thick leather-bound journal and running her gnarled finger over the names of the current graduates. Uzumaki Naruto, teacher Yumino Iruka, the Jinchuriki answered automatically. The old woman wrinkled her forehead even more, although it seemed that there was no way she could. Time dragged on painfully slowly. The minute hand was creeping closer and closer to the fatal number, which made Naruto more and more nervous. There is no such thing. There is only Namikaze Naruto, the old woman interrupted the minute's silence. Yes, it's me, Naruto chattered, untying the string and laying out the textbooks on the table. Well, the son of the Hokage himself, and he can't hand in his books on time. You should be ashamed, Naruto. The old woman grumbled grumpily, deliberately slowly checking each textbook for blots in the margins. Fortunately, the latter were not found. The local Naruto most often went to the academy without any textbooks at all, which is why they, almost the only ones in the entire graduating class, retained their original appearance. Your punctuality is certainly weak on both legs, but you have no shortage of neatness. Okay, we'll do without a fine. Run off to your first mission already. The old woman smiled with the corners of her lips and carefully folded her textbooks under the table. Thank you, of course, but I would like to stay with you for a little while, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head, embarrassed by the unexpected praise. Yes, and why? The old woman was surprised. The visitor looked the least like a bookworm. Well, here's the thing. Do you have anything about world history in general and the Kyuubi in particular, something more substantial? The Jinchuriki asked, hesitating a bit. The librarian raised a gray eyebrow in bewilderment, but then shrugged, deciding that the Jinchuriki's son would be more interested in the monster sealed in his mother than anyone else. We'll find it, but don't count on it being rich in content. After all, this is the academy library, not a village archive, said the old woman, disappearing into the labyrinth of bookshelves. Naruto began to watch the second hand tensely, mentally hurrying the librarian with all his might. Fortunately, this time the decrepit-looking old woman turned out to be surprisingly agile, and 2 minutes later a massive volume with a world map embossed on the leather binding landed on the table. Here, The History of the Shinobi World by Miyazaki Toshiro. The only copy, so don't even hope that I'll give it to you at home. A menacing light flashed in the old woman's gray eyes, hidden behind thick glasses. It seemed that she really treasured this book. Thank you very much, the Jinchuriki exclaimed, accepting the precious reading material with dramatic trepidation. Having climbed into the far corner of the reading room, Naruto had just sat down on the bench and opened the book when the thunderous roar of the nine tails sounded in his head. Yeah, got you. The Biju stopped mid-sentence, seeing the even lines of printed text in front of the Jinchuriki's eyes. You're a watch to watch, Kurama, Naruto chuckled wryly. Well done, Naruto. I didn't believe until the very end that you would listen to me. The Biju exclaimed, literally beaming with pride for his protege. Of course I would listen, with such a prospect. The Jinchuriki let out another nervous laugh. I hope you didn't believe that I would dare to humiliate you like that. The fox asked worriedly. Of course not, but that doesn't mean I won't listen to you, Kurama, Naruto replied with warmth in his voice. Well, that's great, now let's read. Kyuubi settled down comfortably in the hole dug under the tree and turned into a silent companion to his Jinchuriki on literary matters. Both expected to learn a lot of interesting things about the new world, but they couldn't even imagine how much. Comment to 28. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 29. The book was big, very big, but it covered almost all aspects of the history of this world for a very long period, starting from the day Konoha was founded. True, the information, as the librarian warned, was not distinguished by details, but Naruto was glad for that. Having leafed through useless pages about the domestic and foreign policy of Senju Hashirama, which was no different from that in his world, Naruto discovered that in this world, too, there was a close relationship between the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Only Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade's grandmother, never became the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. During the battle between Hashirama and Madara in the Valley of the End, the Nine Tails broke free from the control of the legendary Uchiha and disappeared in an unknown direction. Well done, that's how they are, the Sharingan bastards. The Biju exclaimed, sincerely happy for his kinsman who had thrown off the yoke of the damned clan. He ran away with his tail between his legs, what kind of a guy is he? Naruto was indignant. But he stayed alive and free. You remember what it was like to fight Madara. One Biju didn't stand a chance against him, let alone fight Hashirama. Kyuubi retorted. Naruto thought about it, but then snorted contemptuously. For him, any escape was a disgrace. What a fool. Read on, maybe you'll become smarter. The kitsune roared. Naruto winced, but obeyed. He himself was interested. The history of Konoha then developed in the same way as in his home world, except that Uzushiogakure did not perish during the world wars, thanks to the support of Konohagakure. But with the other villages, a real nightmare was happening. In just 2 decades, the Nine Tails, left unchecked, wiped out 2 of the 5 great villages from the face of the earth. Yes, that's what they get. They'll learn not to keep our brothers in captivity. Kurama exclaimed, saluting with his fist in the air. Kurama, but he ate them, the Jinchuriki answered in a dead voice, not believing his eyes. Who? The Biju asked, looking at the lines of text. Brothers, Uzumaki answered weakly, pointing his finger at the beginning of the next paragraph. What? That can't be. That's a lie, the kitsune howled, refusing to believe the Jinchuriki's words. But the indifferent text left no room for doubt. The local Nine Tails was a cannibal and a fratricide. No, how could that be? They were my only friends. Not just friends, but family. How could he do that? The kitsune asked, shaking his head in confusion. What makes you think that everything was the same here? Maybe they, on the contrary, bullied him as a child. The Jinchuriki asked a reasonable question. But that's no reason to kill and eat them. The Biju howled, smashing a thick tree trunk with a blow from its mighty paw. Maybe he went mad like Shukaku. Uzumaki suggested. Yes, that's probably true. But then we'd better stay away from him. We won't be able to establish contact, but we could easily die. The Biju said with alarming notes in his voice. It's in my mother, Kurama. We have no choice, the Jinchuriki replied in a tone that brooked no argument. I'm not asking you to run away from Konoha. Just don't mess with the seal and there won't be any problems, the kitsune explained. Well, that goes without saying, don't take me for an idiot. The Jinchuriki was indignant. Okay, enough chatter, read on. The fox barked, trying to quickly end the empty dialogue. Naruto muttered something inarticulate, but complied, returning to studying the book. Suna was first in line. The demon, contrary to the assumption of the aliens about a mental disorder, acted surprisingly cold-bloodedly and calculatingly. Having waited until the Jinchuriki was sent on a mission, the Biju, in a way known only to itself, found a tiny squad of shinobi in the endless sands of the desert of the Land of Wind and attacked them. Of course, the Jinchuriki, no matter how skilled he was no match for the raw power of the Biju, but he delayed it long enough for one of his comrades to escape. Based on his words, most of the assumptions about the goals and motives of the Nine Tails were based. The second Cage decided to do nothing, fearing a possible attack from the other great countries in the event that they learned of the death of the Jinchuriki of the Ikibi. The price for inaction was terrible. 6 months later, when all the inhabitants of the desert had already forgotten about the tragic incident, the Nine Tails treacherously attacked Suna, sparing no one. The village, with a population of just over 20,000 people, only a fifth of whom were shinobi, could do nothing to resist the power of 2 Biju contained in one. A handful of survivors, miraculously escaping through underground passages, told the world that the Nine Tails did not kill people just like that, for pleasure or revenge. He methodically drank their souls by the hundreds, thousands, trying not to miss a single one. The allied shinobi who arrived in Suna a week later were horrified. All that remained of the once great village was a pile of stone rubble mixed with countless half-decomposed corpses, over which scavengers were in charge. Your double is completely crazy, Kurama. The Jinchuriki was indignant, leafing through the pages. That's the word. I have no idea what he was guided by, the kitsune muttered, lost. Well, how is that possible? A month ago, you were completely out of your mind due to your lack of strength. So he got offended by Madara and Hashirama and decided to become stronger so that no one could control him anymore. And at the same time, to exterminate potential managers. Uzumaki answered gloomily. Kitsune was embarrassed and thought that if he had been a little more decisive, he would have probably done the same, only he would not have raised his paw against his brothers. It makes sense, but doesn't he understand that by absorbing the other Biju, he will revive Jubi and die? The Kitsune asked. How should I know? Do I look like Shikamaru? The Jinchuriki replied irritably, his mood dropping to the floor. It was hard to imagine how many memories from his previous life were connected to Suna. And to realize that Suna was gone, even if not the same Suna that he and Gaara had turned themselves inside out to save, was bitter and offensive. You know, I don't even want to read about Kurigakure. It's all clear anyway. He ate Isobu and Seiken, and then he went after Kiri like he did Suna, Kurama muttered, looking at the book through Naruto's eyes with disgust. That's right, Naruto replied irritably, running his eyes over the next chapter. And your relatives have been trying unsuccessfully to track him down all this time, homegrown demon hunters. The fox grinned crookedly. You have to be alternatively gifted to not notice a beast the size of a mountain in more than 15 years. It's good that in Kumo, with the support of Uzumaki, he was given a worthy rebuff and sealed, Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically. But Matabi's Jinchuriki and several thousand shinobi were still lost, the Biju noted. Yeah, you've managed to cause some trouble here, Kurama, Naruto muttered, closing the book. He was very lucky that he hadn't started talking to anyone about other villages that hadn't existed for almost a century. Just don't compare me to him. We have no more in common than you and the local Naruto, a name and hair color. The Kitsune was indignant. Naruto chuckled sadly and headed to the librarian's desk, looking at his watch in surprise. It was almost 5 in the evening. Well, how is it? Did you find what you were looking for? The old woman asked good-naturedly. Yes, thank you very much. Naruto smiled weakly, handing her the book. Well, that's great, because there's less than half an hour until closing, the librarian pointed at her watch. Yes, sorry, I've been sitting here for a while, the Jinchuriki replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Oh, come on, I'm glad you came here at least once during your studies. The librarian smiled broadly. Okay, then I guess I'll be going. Uzumaki asked, looking towards the door. Of course, if anything happens, drop in, I won't kick you out, even though you're no longer a student at the academy, the old woman answered, hiding behind the rows of bookshelves. Naruto muttered sullenly as he walked out into the street. The reality turned out to be much more terrifying than his worst assumptions. Kurama, experiencing similar feelings, broke the mental connection and sank into heavy thoughts about the future prospects of their life in the new world. Arriving home, the Jinchuriki was almost knocked down by his indignant sister. Where the hell are you? We have a scheduled general cleaning, and you're just chilling. Nigai, wearing a dirty apron and rubber gloves, was indignant. Sorry, I was out for a bit. Naruto smiled sheepishly. I don't need your excuses. Here's a rag, here's some polish, now go dust. The kunoichi barked, practically kicking the loafer into the living room. Where are Mom, Dad and Kangen? The Jinchuriki asked casually. Mom's in the clan's lab, Dad's at a meeting, Kangen scrubbing the toilet upstairs. If you ask too many questions, you'll join him, the girl grinned ominously, poking her plump brother in the ribs with her fist, quite painfully. Yes, alright, I'm on my way, stop waving your fists. The Jinchuriki was indignant, getting down to work. Well, that's great. Nigai grinned crookedly and headed to the bathroom on the first floor, where, apparently, she had been before her brother arrived. The Jinchuriki looked at the polish with a puzzled look, unknowingly pointed it at his face and pressed the button. The Jinchuriki howled from the pain in his eyes, throwing the innocent can at the wall and frantically rubbing his eyes. Having achieved only an increase in pain, Naruto rushed into the bathroom and almost knocked Nigai off his feet, darting to the sink. Hey, what are you doing, idiot? The girl said indignantly, punching her brother in the ribs. Oof, get away from me. Can't you see? My eyes are going to get eaten away. Naruto howled, desperately pouring water into his eyes. Nigai raised an eyebrow in confusion, and then it dawned on her what had happened. Did you spray polish in your eyes? Nigai asked, not believing her own words. The Jinchuriki muttered, feeling the long-awaited relief. Have you completely lost your mind? His sister exclaimed, looking worriedly at her brother's eyes, which were as red as a pair of ripe tomatoes. It was an accident, Uzumaki groaned, trying to blink. What a blockhead. Let's go, we need to take you to the doctor, Nigai said, pulling the Jinchuriki out from under the life-giving stream of water and turning off the tap. I can get there myself, I'm not a little kid. Naruto said indignantly, breaking free from his sister's arms. Really? Nigai asked doubtfully, watching the Jinchuriki's unsteady gait. Yes, Naruto replied, going out into the corridor. Thank you for your concern, but in this case it is unnecessary. The Jinchuriki forced a weak smile out of himself, looking at the worried Nigai. Now he understood that all her mischief and indifference were just a clumsy mask, under which a truly loving sister was hidden. Well, as you wish, the kunoichi replied, pouting and turning away towards the sink, demonstrating with her whole appearance that she didn't need anyone's help either. The Jinchuriki smiled even wider and made his favorite seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed, summoning 3 clones. His sister almost jumped up to the ceiling from surprise and glared at her brother, but when she saw the spears arming themselves with rags and sponges, she instantly softened. You didn't think that I would leave you and Kangen alone with this brawler, did you? Naruto asked rhetorically, smiling broadly and narrowing his damaged eyes. Thank you. Now run, or you'll go blind. Nigai, touched, pushed her brother out into the street and went to give orders to his clones, wondering where Naruto got so much strength to summon doubles to solve everyday problems, something no one in their family allowed themselves to do. When the door closed behind him, the Jinchuriki sighed with relief, and then hissed from the returning pain. Running behind the nearest bush, Naruto turned to his personal healer. Kurama, I need your help. The Jinchuriki exclaimed. The demon asked lazily, pondering under the spreading crown of the mutated oak tree of the forest of death. I got polish in my eyes, it burns terribly. Naruto complained. The fox sighed heavily and shook his head sadly. Have I told you that you're a dumbass? The kitsune asked rhetorically. So are you going to help me, or should I run to the clinic? Naruto howled. Of course I'll help. Sit back and close your eyes, my little blonde misfortune. Comment to 29. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxic Kyuubi, Naruto / Minic Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade. Naruto, where would we be without it? 30. Kushina descended into the clan's underground laboratory, located beneath the northern wing of the village hospital and the adjacent Uzumaki quarter. The mesh elevator cabin moved painfully slowly, but inexorably, like fate itself. The powerful Kunoichi, whom the people considered a ruthless bitch, had lost all her former greatness and fearlessness in the territory controlled by the Uzumaki. There was absolutely no point in pretending that everything was fine, because her relatives knew perfectly well that everything could not be worse. A dull metallic clang was heard, and the cabin stopped on the penultimate -5th level. Kushina took hold of the handle of the mesh door and pushed it aside, freeing herself a path into a corridor with white walls, brightly lit by the dead light of electric lamps. After just a few steps, her path was blocked by another door, this time a monolith of silver metal, covered with seals with a tiny window made of quartz glass, tightly sunk into the canvas. Kushina silently nodded to the gatekeeper, looking at her from a narrow barred slot in the thick wall, applied the metal card to the dark spot of the reader, and the door slowly crawled towards the ceiling along a pair of rails embedded in the concrete. The thickness of the door leaf, reinforced with fuinjutsu, inspired respect, and it is not surprising, because by Uzumaki standards, the barrier should have withstood for an hour against demons of the third rank, significantly superior in strength to most shinobi. But even this was not enough for the red-haired shinobi, taught by bitter experience. 5 meters further along the corridor, exactly the same door crawled towards the ceiling. Accustomed to such a procedure, Kushina patiently waited 10 seconds for several tons of metal to be cleared out of the way, and continued on her way, putting the metal card on a lanyard, and the lanyard around her neck. The underground room was staggering in size, it could easily accommodate a dozen Hokage residences. The colossal space was divided into several levels by metal partitions, on which separate glassed laboratories were located. It was difficult to imagine how many resources were invested in the construction of such a grandiose structure, but the Uzumaki had these resources. Their talents were highly valued by all the great countries, masterfully done work was well paid, and help in protecting Kurigakure from the Nine Tails was rewarded with a fabulous sum, bypassing the Hokage, who preferred to sit out with his soldiers behind the high walls of Konoha. As a result, the Uzumaki achieved almost complete autonomy, while remaining on the territory of the Hidden Leaf Village. Not everyone was delighted with such close proximity to lovers of playing with otherworldly creatures, but there was nothing they could do about it. There was too much power behind each red-haired shinobi of the great clan, and it was unwise to contradict them, as well as to refuse their support. It's just strange that Naruto and Nigai took their father's hair color. It was previously believed that this trait was dominant in the Uzumaki genome. Kushina was distracted from her gloomy thoughts for a moment. However, she was soon reminded why she came here. On the -5th level there was a laboratory with thin metal partitions without windows, but with hermetic seals, reminiscent of watertight doors on ships. This was her personal repair shop, in which 5 of the best fuinjutsu masters tirelessly patched and modernized the already incredibly complex seal that contained the Nine Tails. Having knocked for decency, Kushina entered the first compartment and locked the door behind her. 5 middle-aged men in white coats, who had been bored at their desks with a smart look, immediately jumped to their feet and rushed to serve the gloomy Jinchuriki. "Greetings, Kushina-sama," said the oldest of those present, whose once blood-red hair had almost completely turned gray, and whose unusually clear and lively amber eyes were hidden behind a pair of glasses with thick lenses. Considering Uzumaki's phenomenal vitality, the still strong-looking man was at least 80 years old, and it was not fitting for even such a skeptic as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to doubt his wisdom. Although, lately, blind faith had crumbled to dust, because all these high-browed men still had not figured out how to prevent the impending catastrophe. "Hello," Kushina answered listlessly, without further ado, walking into the medical bay with its disgustingly white walls, along which numerous shelves with scrolls and multicolored bottles of paint were crowded. "Can't you really repaint the walls? It's as if you're doing everything you can to make me think about death." The red-haired girl was indignant, taking off her outerwear. "We're in no way trying to upset you, Kushina-sama. You know as well as we do that the coating that reflects demonic chakra contains arsenic, which gives the white color." One of the masters began an abstruse speech, but the Jinchuriki interrupted him mid-sentence, not wanting to listen to another excuse that she had been treated to for years. "The new drug has caused a deterioration in health," Kushina said gloomily, pulling off her tight t-shirt and remaining in only her bra and underwear. The scientists, accustomed to such a sight, did not pay any attention to the still insanely attractive figure of the Hokage's wife in light of such news. "Please describe the symptoms in as much detail as possible," said the senior foreman, immediately arming himself with a notepad and pencil. "Nausea, migraines, dizziness, drowsiness, lack of attention, and general weakness," Kushina listed, sitting down on a hard plastic chair in the middle of the medical bay. "Were there visual and auditory hallucinations?" the scientist inquired. "No," Kushina replied, surprised that they would risk feeding her something with such possible side effects. "Then everything is within normal limits. This is a normal reaction of the body to a change in the drug, inherent in any medicine, even a completely medicinal one," the scientist answered, adjusting his glasses and putting his notebook on the table. "You didn't hear the end. I have abdominal pains, in the area of the printing center, Kushina said irritably, shivering in the cool room with forced air conditioning. At this point, all the scientists' composure and calmness flew off. We are forced to conduct a full examination of the seal, Kushina-sama, the chief scientist presented the subject with a fait accompli, while the others began to fuss around the shelves, arming themselves with scrolls and vials with syringes. Really? The Jinchuriki asked, smiling sadly. She hadn't expected any other outcome. How she was irritated by such an attitude from her relatives, albeit distant ones. For them, she was nothing more than a rusty cage with a dangerous creature inside, and the question was not whether she needed a replacement, but how soon she would need one. As if to confirm her thoughts, the Fuinjutsu masters remained indifferent to her antics, and one of them, the youngest, and therefore the most dexterous, stretched her arm along the plastic armrest and smeared the bend of her elbow with an alcohol solution, preparing to give an injection. Gritting her teeth, Kushina endured the almost painless, but terribly offensive injection, and began to watch in fascination as a complex pattern of black lines slowly spread from the injection site. The seal, which initially fit perfectly on her stomach, thanks to the efforts of these eggheads, grew all over her body and even her face, except that her intimate parts had not yet been used. However, Kushina did not doubt for a second that soon it would come to them, just as she did not doubt that these cynical old men would not receive any sexual or even aesthetic pleasure from working with the still-living Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, they are not to blame. Among real scientists there are no other people. When the design was fully developed, the Fuinjutsu masters gathered in a circle around the tattooed kunoichi. Each began to examine their own section of the seal, often requiring physical contact, something Kushina was less than thrilled about. Pictures of her Kiraku-kei were transferred to blank scrolls in minute detail using a simple jutsu. The sinister black tumor, its devilish roots embedded in the spiraling chakra center surrounding it, was visible to the naked eye. Kushina pursed her lips nervously and looked away, not wanting to feed her imagination, which painted a picture of a disgusting nine-tailed demon devouring her intestines. The examination took a little less than half an hour, after which the worried head of the scientific cohort made a disappointing conclusion. The first protective circuit of the seal is overloaded, but not damaged. I assume that the source of pain is the Kyuubi's movements. Perhaps soon he will finally awaken, and then the seal will be subjected to a serious test, he said in an anxious voice. Kushina, absolutely sure that now the masters will correct a couple of strokes, burn a pattern on her skin with the help of scrolls with powerful fuinjutsu, and let her go in all four directions, as it happened more than once before, lost the power of speech. What do you mean by wake up? The Jinchuriki asked in a trembling voice. Most likely, the fox recovered from his wounds and regained his strength, the scientist suggested, furiously scribbling something in his notebook. But you said he'd never come to his senses. Kushina exclaimed, jumping to her feet and grabbing the Fuinjutsu master by the chest. Keep calm, Kushina-san, I am no less upset than you that our predictions were wrong. The old man was indignant, feebly fighting off the enraged kunoichi. His colleagues looked at each other uncertainly, not knowing what to do. Calm, I'm about to be eaten from the inside by this damned creature, and you ask me to remain calm. The Jinchuriki howled, throwing the scientist into the wall. The remaining Fuinjutsu masters finally decided to take action, and with no small amount of effort, the four of them twisted the hands of the enraged Jinchuriki behind her back. The scientists forced the enraged patient into a chair, securing her with strong metal cord belts covered with chakra-suppressing seals. Kushina-sama, please calm down. I assure you, we will do everything possible and impossible to prevent the fox from breaking free, said the head of the masters, getting up from the floor and adjusting his glasses that had slipped to the tip of his nose. Really? You haven't done anything worthwhile in 20 years, and now you're going to treat me to death with your crap. Kushina growled, looking at the whispering scientists with quiet malice. It is in our best interests for you to live as long as possible, Kushina-sama. We will not be able to reseal the Nine Tails, and you know that very well, the head of the scientists answered calmly. The kunoichi clenched her teeth and exhaled slowly, driving away the emotions that had come over her so inopportunely. And what are your suggestions? The Jinchuriki asked in a much calmer voice. The Fuinjutsu master was silent for a few seconds, staring blankly at the wall behind his patient, and then offered the first solutions that came to mind. We can expand the seal at the expense of your intimate areas. There are two options for modernization. In the first case, we will separate part of Kyuubi's chakra, and when the seal finally breaks, he will not be as strong. Or we can add a seventh protective circuit, and the seal will be harder to destroy, which will give us a little more time, the chief scientist said thoughtfully. Kushina frowned sternly. She did not like both options. But as soon as she opened her mouth, the scientist spoke again. We cannot make this decision on our own, we need to convene a clan council. In addition, it is possible that the youth will offer something more effective. Are you sure we have time for this? Kushina asked, wincing in disgust at the failure to observe basic etiquette, but quietly glad that other specialists, albeit not as high level as this decrepit five, would be brought in to solve the problem. Don't worry, this is the strongest seal in history. According to our predictions, it will last at least 6 months, even if the nine-tailed fox unleashes all its power on it. The scientist spoke with undisguised pride in his creation, not realizing that for a young mother of 4 children, 6 months is like 1 day. So, should I go home now, swallow some pills and wait for my fate? Kushina asked, trying her best to remain calm, although a real storm was raging inside her. You can try reading the relevant literature and come up with an alternative option. If you can, the Fuinjutsu master added, grinning slyly. Okay, Kushina answered in a dead voice. She understood better than the others that she would most likely not come up with anything smarter. The youngest of the scientists gave her another injection, this time a masking one, and unbuckled her belts by pressing a button on a plastic remote control. Kushina silently rose to her feet and took the clothes that another scientist handed her. Having dressed, the Jinchuriki headed for the exit, pausing for a second in the doorway. You try to think of something else, Yoshida-san, the kunoichi said without turning around. I will do my best, Kushina-sama. The Fuinjutsu master answered in all seriousness. The Jinchuriki nodded silently and walked out the door. After walking 20 steps, the kunoichi turned into a dark technological tunnel, hidden from the eyes of strangers, and hid in the farthest corner, bursting into bitter tears. Her timid hope of living to see the birth of her grandchildren was instantly shattered. Comment to 30. If you like this fanfic, try reading my other works, maybe you'll like them too. A promising psychological drama that reveals the details of the formation of the personality of the canon Naruto, the story of passionate love between a Biju and her Jinchuriki, a lifelong love story. Naruto and Kurama end up in another world where his family is alive. Naruto and Kyuubi, the monster that devours villages / Maxik Kyuubi, Naruto / Minik Kyuubi, Naruto bestiality. Well, and a quality PvP drabble of Tsunade, Naruto, where would we be without it? 31. Minato sat in his office, frowning darkly as he looked from the worried Hiruzen, who had settled himself in a chair on the other side of the table, to the papers with disappointing financial reports spread out before him. The Sarutobi clan, despite its small size, was the largest trading clan in Konoha, and in the entire Land of Fire, if you think about it. When Minato carried out reforms and entrusted the third with resolving economic issues, the financial well-being of the village directly depended on his activities. And lately, more and more obstacles had arisen for these activities. Over the past year, out of 500 caravans sent to Kumo and Iwa, more than 100 have not returned home. We have no idea whether they are attacked en route or whether they remain at their destination forever. Third voiced the essence of the problem. Have you tried increasing security? Minato asked in a tired voice, listlessly rummaging through a stack of papers and looking through financial reports, not realizing the scale of the tragedy. You ask. We spend a third of our earnings on it. Each caravan has a dozen chunin led by a couple of jonin. Further strengthening of security is simply unprofitable. Sarutobi stated, nervously fidgeting with his whole body in his spacious red and white clothes, so beloved by the old man during his reign that he still could not give them up. All the fatigue and carefully maintained detachment instantly flew off the Hokage, and his face took on an extremely serious expression. We've lost almost 1,200 shinobi in the last year just guarding your caravans. Minato asked with undisguised surprise and indignation. Taking into account the combat losses in those caravans that did return, 1,534, of which 246 were jonin and 1,308 were chunin, Sarutobi read the last page of the report he had brought. Here Minato became seriously worried, because the numbers were simply horrifying. It turns out that the losses are twice as many as the number of graduates from all the shinobi academies of our village over the past year. The Hokage decided to confirm his worst assumptions once again. Exactly. But that's not all. The Land of Iron entered the markets of Iwa and Kumo and began dumping prices on military equipment. Our profits have fallen by half, Minato, and it is quite possible that by the end of this year they will become negative. In addition, due to the growth of the population of Hai no Kuni, the daimyo refused to give Konoha an interest-free loan this year. Sarutobi finished his disappointing report, clasping his hands and looking sympathetically at the head of the village, who had suddenly lost his former greatness and had become completely despondent from his words. Are you saying that the only thing we exported was military equipment? Minato asked after a brief pause to collect his thoughts. Not the only one, but the main one. Our clothes are not in demand in other countries due to different climatic conditions, we buy more food ourselves than anyone else, and our alcoholic drinks have been completely supplanted by cheaper and higher quality products from the country of rice. Our shinobi forces are barely enough to maintain order in our own country, not to mention working for someone else, so we can't export human resources either. Hiruzen continued to upset his interlocutor. You know, I didn't give you the task of solving economic problems so that one fine day you could dump them all on my head at once. Minato was indignant. Do you think I could fix in 2 months what you've done in the last 5 years? Have you ever thought about what money your village lives on, or did you just sign all the papers that the heads of the merchant guilds brought you? Sarutobi asked, frowning sternly. Minato was embarrassed. After all, he really didn't attach much importance to the line of merchants knocking on the threshold of his office asking for permission to build another manufactory on the outskirts of the village. Now it was time to collect stones. The third sighed heavily and shook his head sadly. I'll try to do something, but don't expect the impossible from me. Try increasing the workload of the genin and their teachers. Lately I've seen them hanging around doing nothing too often. Of course, this won't solve the problem completely, but it will serve as a good help for the treasury and at least make my task a little easier. Sarutobi suggested a possible solution, collecting papers in a folder and getting to his feet. Of course. Thank you for your help, Hiruzen. I don't know what I would have done without you, Minato replied, seeing his political mentor off with a slight smile on his face. You're welcome, I'm happy to help you gain experience in such a difficult position, the third replied, leaving the office. Minato sighed heavily and leaned back in his chair, clutching his shaggy hair. And who asked him to wear that damn hat? After killing himself for a couple more minutes, Minato took a deep breath and pulled himself together. Regrets are regrets, but the problems of an entire village will not solve themselves. Armed with the Hokage's main tool, a thin brush and an inkwell, he scribbled a new decree for the Hyuga, who were now in charge of distributing low-ranking missions. Having finished writing, Minato thought for a few seconds and hastily added another line to the message, intending to assign tasks to his offspring independently, so that they would not die from excessive care of white-eyed snobs on their first sortie. Satisfied with the result, the Hokage called the secretary. This was only the beginning of an endless series of problems that fell on the head of the young and inexperienced ruler. Naruto, meanwhile, sat in the bushes in the backyard of his own house and blinked in surprise. The hellish pain that threatened to end in serious eye injuries disappeared in a matter of seconds. Wow, thank you, I already thought that I would go blind due to my own stupidity. The Jinchuriki thanked his tailed partner with all his heart. You better get rid of it quickly, of your stupidity, then you won't even have to say thank you, the demon grumbled, burying his head in the rotten leaves under the roots of the mutated oak. Naruto sighed heavily and looked at his own hands with resignation. You know that I would be glad to do it myself. I just can't, and not of my own free will, he said quietly, feeling the caustic bitterness of resentment. Kitsune immediately stopped playing with the leaves and fell silent, remembering the reason for his Jinchuriki's low intelligence. Who would have thought that some 17 years after his imprisonment, the bloodthirsty Kyuubi would regret that his poisonous chakra damaged the fragile brain of a child who became its carrier due to the will of his stupid parents? Sorry, the demon answered just as quietly and buried his nose in the ground, feeling like a real bastard. It's okay, I forgave you a long time ago, Kurama, because without you I would never have become who I am. Uzumaki encouraged his despondent comrade. Besides, I have a new body here, and I can try to fix everything, the Jinchuriki added much more cheerfully. You're right, and I'll definitely help you with that. Now go read your Fuinjutsu textbook. The demon barked, not believing his own words. Kurama, is that you? The Jinchuriki asked with feigned surprise, and after a few seconds, he burst into loud laughter. Stop laughing, or I'll bite you. The demon threatened, secretly rejoicing that Naruto had so easily forgotten the insult for which he himself would have bitten his throat. Okay, I'm coming, he muttered, continuing to giggle maliciously and secretly making his way to the window of his own room. Once there, Naruto clung to the stone wall with his chakra and quickly climbed up to the second floor. Luckily, the window was open and there was no one in the room, so there were no obstacles in his way. At least, that's what he thought, since the countless seals his mother had placed on all available surfaces did not react to the members of the royal family and the demonic chakra that Kushina herself emitted in mind-boggling quantities, despite the advanced seal. Rummaging through the drawer of the table, Naruto found the weighty volume he was looking for and slipped out into the street again, not wanting to join in the cleaning. Having settled down behind the thick trunk of a deciduous tree on the outskirts of the vast territory of the Hokage's mansion, he began to study the abstruse book with redoubled zeal, since Kyuubi himself asked him to do so. The demon smiled weakly, appreciating the diligence of his host, and then became sad again, trying to imagine what Naruto could have grown up to be if their paths had never crossed. Momoka was returning from another date with Itachi in high spirits. How glad she was that her established opinion about all Uchihas was wrong in his case. None of the arrogance and boasting inherent in Obito or Sasuke, although in his case there was something to brag about. In 2 years of leading the strongest Uchiha unit, he had not lost a single fighter, something Momoka herself could not boast about. Remembering her fallen combat girlfriends, the kunoichi sighed heavily. The mood was hopelessly spoiled. However, when Momoka jumped over the fence and saw Naruto reading a Fuinjutsu textbook, it quickly changed polarity. The younger brother was so engrossed in reading that Momoka did not miss the opportunity to joke. The slender and fit kunoichi, sneaking like a cat, approached Naruto from behind and glued a tiny seal to the tree trunk. In the best traditions of Orochimaru, Momoka pushed the upper half of her body through the seemingly insurmountable barrier and hovered half a meter above the blonde crown of the unsuspecting genin. Good job, brother, keep it up. The kunoichi exclaimed, truly surprised to see the penultimate chapter open. The Jinchuriki jerked as if he had been struck by an electric shock and almost hit the Joker in the nose with the ill-fated volume, but Momoka easily caught the precious book in Naruto's fist, flying after it, grinning maliciously at her brother, who had turned pale with fear. Mom, Shinigami take you can't scare people like that. He was indignant, taking the book away and crossing his arms over his chest with an independent look. What? I can't play a prank on my beloved brother now? The kunoichi asked, deftly slipping out of the tree trunk and peeling off the seal along the way. Did you learn how to play pranks from Orochimaru? Naruto asked darkly, remembering how during the second stage of the Chunin exam in his home world, this creeping pedophile crawled out of a tree and licked his cheek with a suspiciously lustful face. Brr. The Jinchuriki shivered and looked at his sister with even greater displeasure, which immediately disappeared at the sight of her disarming smile. Okay, so be it, I forgive you for the first time, but don't do it again, Naruto muttered, trying not to look into the bottomless amber eyes. Okay, I won't. Momoka condescendingly ruffled her brother's shaggy hair, despite his outstanding physical characteristics, barely reaching the middle of her chest. However, no one doubted that he would soon catch up with her and even outgrow her, but for now she could allow herself such liberties in communication. Naruto, who wanted to be indignant, spat on his unnecessary pride and squeezed his surprised sister in a heroic embrace. Thank you for everything, Momoka. Without your support, I would never have been able to become someone in my father's eyes, he said, reluctantly peeling himself away from the warm and soft kunoichi. You're such a cutie, Naruto. Momoka said, breaking into a wide smile and nearly strangling her brother on the spot. I was going to take a shower and rest, but since this opportunity has come up, do you want to practice some taijutsu before I get too sleepy? The kunoichi asked curiously. The Jinchuriki scratched the back of his head thoughtfully, remembering how he was beaten, if not fucked, last time. Come on, stop messing around. Ninetales encouraged him, having not moved from his place all day. Okay then, Naruto muttered uncertainly. Excellent, the kunoichi exclaimed and walked out into the middle of the clearing with a flying gait, cracking her knuckles. The Jinchuriki swallowed convulsively and went to meet his fate, anticipating a couple of hours of hellish pain for himself and unbridled joy for the Ninetales.